year with mindfulness and awareness. And today, what we want is for all of you to be aware of what's happening today, what's happening in our country, what's happening in our different professions, what's happening in the creative economy. And through that, we hope that we can then all be vehicles or vessels for the change that we want to be able to see. And I'll start really with a scripture, which I feel embodies or encapsulates what we have been doing over the last few years. It's in Ecclesiastes 11:4. I can't believe I've said that without stumbling. He who observes the wind and waits for all conditions to be favorable will not sow, and he who regards the clouds will not reap. The Bible is really philosophy, if you think about it from that perspective. You know, it doesn't matter what you believe in or what you do not believe in. If you look at text like that from the perspective of what is it going to teach me, and when you read a scripture like that in Ecclesiastes 11:4, that I feel embodies what we have been doing here at the KTA Annual Symposium. We started about 8 years ago, and over the course of the last few years, it's been difficult in many respects, but it's such a breath of fresh air to sit here today with all our partners, all our sponsors, and all of you here, and those who are also attending online, sharing with us what we have achieved and what we are going to achieve. And for me, who has been at the lead or in the trenches, and for those that are now in the trenches now, Celine and the rest of your team, it's such an honor. And words fail me in many respects. And I really just want to say thank you to all of you, and in particular to our partners, the British Council, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, NSSF, Uganda Law Society, CIPESA, the International Trade Center, the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. Thank you very much for what you have done. A round of applause, please. Especially a square root or cube root. And the symbol, that one, like a square root one, is called a radical sign. For example, square root 9 equals 3 is read as the radical of 9 is 3. In chemistry, a radical is a group of atoms that behaves as a unit in chemical reactions, often called a free radical, when it has an unpaired electron. For example, free radicals can cause damage to cells. So I want to ask each and every one of you, what does being radical mean to you? For me, being radical means this definition in two: someone who advocates for thorough and revolutionary change in society, politics, or government. This symposium is the definition of radicalism, where we set out to be able to have policy discussions in an environment that allows us to be able to speak candidly, but that where we also want to see actual change, not only in the sectors that we are trying to advocate for, but being the custodians or arbiters, actually no, not even arbiters, the custodians of justice. It's our role when we're looking at the rule of law to make sure that we have a conducive environment for all of you to be able to practice your professions. Whenever we think about rule of law, we think about it from the perspective of governance. What has the judiciary done? What has the government done? But have you thought about the rule of law from the perspective of human rights, from the perspective of social justice? We recently were taking part in an initiative with the UNCDF looking at data-driven lending. For those of you that borrow money from your mobile phones, or through your mobile phones, not from your mobile phone. That's MTN, Momo, 4G Capital, all of these digital lenders that may lend you money without you actually providing collateral. In certain communities, specifically women, we see that such innovations are a game changer, because certain sections of our country, of our continent, of our world, make it so, for example, that women cannot hold property, cannot hold land. And we know that our financial systems only take collateral in the form of physical assets. So being radical means that a company will come up and say, why don't we leverage your data, your financial data, your history, and then give you money that you can then be able to use to finance your business. And I took part in a session where we were teaching and talking to these women about how these systems, how these innovations have changed their lives and changed their businesses. And you could see that they were thirsty for more innovations like these. But overall as well, they needed platforms where they could be able to learn, where they could be able to know what their rights are in the context of what they are trying to do. Now that is why we started this symposium, to foster these conversations, to invite people like the National Planning Authority. My brother here, Vincent Mangeni, is going to give the keynote address, to find out, are you using data when you are planning for a country? Are you looking at all of the sections in our communities, the disabled, those that may have hearing impairments? Are we actually planning for them the way that we should? That is what radicalism means. And so we started this symposium with that heart and mind to foster these conversations and to redefine what it means for us to be able to practice law and for us to be able to be the custodians of the rule of law. That is one of the mandates of Uganda Law Society that I belong to. And so this morning, my job really is to just introduce you. So it's just to welcome you here and to introduce you to the topics that we're going to have. We're going to have a good time. You know, it's very nice when you're with people that you're connected to or that you resonate with in regards to the topics that can excite you. I was telling my friend there, the drummer, that I saw him at an event, I think it was Border Stage or something like that, where he was playing drums, and I was very mesmerized by the drums that he was playing. Now, in contexts like that, we're all connected by music. So we hope today we shall be connected by discussions around digital trade, AI, and the creative economy as drivers for digital transformation, plus music as well. Since without the creative economy, without the arts, it is impossible for us to enjoy our lives. And that's why I'm very glad that we chose a moderator like Tracy Kababito, and that we started with mindfulness, for us to be able to remind ourselves that our lives have all of these different dimensions. Not just the work that we do, not just the impact that we have, but we are also family people, we are also friends, we all have different connections. And what a wonderful world when we speak to all of those different facets or areas in our lives and in a manner that will allow us to be able to practice our professions in a way that is sweet and in a way that will actually be meaningful. That way, maybe many of us will be more interested in actually effecting the change we want to see in our country, effecting the changes we want to see in our societies, effecting the changes we want to see in our own lives. So, without further ado, I would like to open this symposium, but I think the person who gives the opening, the keynote address is the one who gives is the one who opens. Huh? Is that, oh, we're being radical and changing that? So maybe I will wait for Vincent to be the one to officially open this, but I'm really glad for the partners that I already see in the room and other stakeholders, Shirley from the Ministry of ICT there, also my friend Julius Torach, who's also going to be giving some remarks later on. Thank you very much for what you're doing. So I will start by introducing one of our partners who's going to also give remarks. That's the British Council that has supported us at this symposium, and that really it's interesting but also fantastic when you see people that are really passionate about their work. And for those of you who have met Rashida and Janan, you will see that these are people that are very passionate about what they do, and you can see that that is also evident in the impact that they have had wherever they have partnered and wherever they have lent their expertise and also resources to be able to further the discussions that they have, specifically within the creative economy. So Rashida is a creative producer with over 15 years experience working with creative and cultural sectors. She is currently the regional program manager at the creative economy with the British Council Arts team based in Kampala, Uganda. She was the creative producer for Kampala Art 18 with visual arts organization 32 Degrees East Uganda Arts Trust. And she's also a producer that has worked across a range of touring and venue-based theatre productions with creative teams across the UK. She's not to be confused with a poet also called Rashida Nalumoso, but she told me she's also a poet, so I guess you're free to confuse her with that one as well. But Rashida is going to give our opening remarks on behalf of British Council. It's an honor and a privilege to invite you to share the stage with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Guests, artists, friends, innovators, partners of the KTA Annual Symposium, it is an honor to be here today speaking on behalf of my colleague Millicent Mugabe, our country director, who sends her apologies and unfortunately cannot be with us. My name is Rashida Nalumoso. I'm the Head of Arts and Regional Lead Creative Economy with the British Council. Allow me to congratulate the KTA Annual Symposium on reaching its 8th edition. No small feat, really, yeah. The continued commitment to convening thought leaders, creatives, and digital pioneers across Uganda and beyond, we really extend our appreciation to all the partners, speakers, and participants who make a symposium such as what we are part of today possible. At the British Council, our work in arts and culture builds creative and collaborative global communities that inspire innovation, inclusion, and a commitment to enterprise to support young people grow. This year's theme, digital trade, AI, and the creative economy as drivers of digital transformation, resonate deeply with our mission to support inclusive and sustainable development through cultural exchange and digital innovation. Digital transformation is no longer a distant aspiration. It's our present reality. Digital trade is shaping markets and enabling entrepreneurs to grow. AI is revolutionizing how we create, learn, and create access to solve problems. The creative economy is a driver of economic growth. Together, these forces are redefining how we connect, collaborate, and create the impact we all want. The British Council is proud to be part of this journey, and our programs across arts, education, and digital innovation continue to support how creatives, educators, learners, and entrepreneurs, and those curious about supporting growth for countries such as Uganda can thrive in a rapidly changing world. Some of our recent digital innovations include our Creative DNA fashion program, where we've been working with Bold in Africa for the last 3 years here in Uganda, supporting female entrepreneurs build sustainable brands, including leveraging digital storytelling, e-commerce, and international collaboration. Tech Stitch, that I'll be speaking on later, is also an extension of our Creative DNA program, supporting the direct innovation and collaboration between creatives and technology, and So Creative e-learning, really, which is the gateway to our digital learning access programs that equip learners with the tools to be able to realize their businesses. These innovations, which really also rely on new technology and cross-sectoral thinking to realize, promote a commitment to nurturing talent, promoting digital inclusion, and strengthening the creative economy in Uganda and across the continent. As we begin this symposium, let us continue to nurture and support the spirit of collaboration, curiosity, and challenge assumptions to co-create solutions that will shape the future for Uganda's digital and creative landscape. On behalf of the British Council, my colleagues, I wish you all a successful and inspiring symposium and look forward to the conversations with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rashida, for those thoughtful remarks. Thank you for reminding us of the role that the creatives are playing in shaping the economy of Uganda. I would like to invite Kenneth Muhanji again to come and invite our keynote speaker, who will then really open up this event. But once again, you are going to have to clap. Clap for Kenneth Muhanji, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I will stand here this time. Vincent Mangeni is going to give us our keynote remarks. Vincent is with the National Planning Authority and will be representing the chairperson of the National Planning Authority. He tells me that he has very, very hot things to share with us, particularly around how the National Planning Authority values or looks at the topics we're looking at, digital trade, AI, and the creative economy generally as drivers for digital transformation. And so he's an ICT and digital transformation professional with over 14 years experience in telecommunications, digital policy, and technology transfer across Africa. He holds advanced qualifications including a Bachelor of Science in Telecom Engineering Masters in Computer Applications, and an MBA in International Business, and Postgraduate Diploma in Business Analytics and Intelligence. Vincent has led multi-country digital transformation projects in Uganda, Tanzania, Ghana, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and other African countries, focusing on e-governments, digital finance inclusion, fraud management, and regulatory technology solutions. Vincent has also designed and implemented data centers, core networks, and fiber infrastructure, contributing to improved access and efficiency in both public and private sectors. Currently, he is the acting manager ICT at the National Planning Authority, where he provides leadership in strategic ICT planning, policy formulation, and technology. And this morning, he is representing the chair of the National Planning Authority, and he will be delivering her remarks to you all. You're very welcome.
Hello. I'm happy to be here, and I come with warm remarks from our chairperson. She's a strong advocate for technology, and she penned down whatever I'm going to deliver. So please bear with me. It may be long, but it's quite interesting. Honorable ministers, heads of government, ministries, departments, and agencies, members of parliament, representatives of the judiciary, leaders from the academia, civil society, and the private sector, our development partners, the British Council, CAS, the leadership of KTA, advocates, and the Center for Law, Policy, and Innovation Initiative, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the National Planning Authority, I extend warm regards and appreciations to KTA advocates, the British Council, and CAS for organizing this important 8th KTA Annual Symposium on Intellectual Property and Technology under the theme, Driving Inclusive Growth Through Digital Trade, Artificial Intelligence, and Creativity. The dialogue you convene today is both timely and strategic. As you are aware, the government of Uganda has recently adopted the 4th National Development Plan for the year 2025 to 2030, whose overarching goal is to achieve higher household incomes, full monetization of the economy, and employment for sustainable socio-economic transformation. The NDP4, the National Development Plan, the 4th, is the first of 3 5-year plans intended to deliver the 10-fold growth strategy leading up to Uganda Vision 2040. The NDP4 focuses on exploiting high-impact growth areas which will propel a double-digit growth over the next 5 years. And the areas that are being considered are the ATMs. These are the agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral-based industrial development, science, technology, innovation, including ICTs and the creative arts industries. To achieve this qualitative leap, Uganda must leverage digital transformation, innovation, creativity as key enablers to competitiveness and productivity. The NDP4, the National Development Plan, is implemented under the theme Sustainable Industrialization for Inclusive Growth, Employment, and Wealth Creation. Within this framework, digital transformation out of the 14 programs is categorized as a cross-cutting enabler for every sector of the economy, helping us accelerate productivity, modernize public service, and deepen participation in the global digital economy. Today's focus on digital trade, artificial intelligence, and creative economy define the future of work, enterprise, and identity in our society. So let's look deep into the different drivers. I'll start with the creative economy. The creative economy is the culture, the intellectual property, and the talent. The creative economy, sometimes called the orange economy, represents one of the most dynamic, inclusive frontiers of Uganda's development. It brings together our artists, musicians, designers, filmmakers, engineers, architects, and digital innovators. These people are the ones who translate culture and imagination into economic value. I'm happy I can quickly relate, because as I stand here, I'm happy to see Mutabingwa right there in the creative economy. You know, it feels at home. So the challenge that we face under the creative economy and is being addressed is we must position our creative economy not only as a cultural asset, but as a growth industry. Uganda's vibrant music, film, design, and fashion sectors already create jobs, shape national identity, yet challenges persist, like limited access to markets, inadequate IP, intellectual property protection, identity piracy continues to undermine creators' potential to earn from their talent. The policy lever under the NDP4 recognizes the creative industries as strategic sectors within 2 programs out of the 18, the first being the Human Capital Development Program and the other Science, Technology and Innovation. Government aims to promote an enabling environment through robust IP enforcement, investment in creative hubs, capacity building in digital production, marketing, by the following interventions. The first one is expanding creative and cultural infrastructure to support production, promotion of export creative goods and services. The second intervention is establishing regional creative hubs and co-working spaces linked to broadband networks to enable collaborative and market access. The fourth intervention, supporting local audiovisual production, publishing, and content distribution. And the fourth, among many other interventions, is developing the national ICT parks as hubs for innovation, incubation, and IP commercialization. These interventions will empower our creatives to participate meaningfully in the global digital market while protecting their intellectual property and preserving Uganda's cultural identity. The second driver, which is digital trade, full monetization and market access. Digital trade is the cornerstone of Uganda's path to full monetization and inclusive growth. It allows our entrepreneurs, whether farmers, artisans, or musicians, to reach far beyond borders and tap into regional global markets. The challenge is a third of Ugandan households remain in subsistence economy. For these families, digital trade presents a unique path to economic inclusion, yet high internet costs, limited infrastructure, and low digital literacy hinders their participation. The policy lever here is the NDP4 aims to reduce the cost of doing business and promote inclusive access to digital platforms. Through the digital transformation program, the government will reduce the unit cost of internet from $35 to $25 by 2030. That is the cost for 1 MB, megabyte. Also reduce the cost of end user devices and expand last mile connectivity to rural communities. The interventions that are speaking to this are: 1, through investing in broadband internet, data centers, smart energy grids, and high performance computing facilities. The second one is promoting e-commerce platforms, digital payment systems. The third is income tax exemption founded by for companies, for businesses founded by Ugandan citizens with a capital not exceeding 500 million for the as of 1st of July for the first 3 years, then aligning Uganda's digital trade policies with Africa Continental Free Trade Area to enable cross-border market and protect digital transactions. Trade, if well harnessed, will empower millions to participate in the money economy and accelerate Uganda's journey towards a shared prosperity. The third driver, which is artificial intelligence and the knowledge economy. Artificial intelligence stands at the heart of the 21st century technology revolution. For Uganda, it represents a new frontier for innovation. The challenge here is AI's potential to revolutionize productivity in agriculture, health, care, education, finance, and the creatives is immense. But it also poses complex questions. And here are the questions. How do we relate to AI-generated content that mimic real artists or spread misinformation? How do we safeguard intellectual property, data privacy, and personality rights in this digital era? How do we ensure our workforce is equipped with the digital skills to harness AI responsibly? And then the growing cases of AI-generated music deepfakes, such as those replicating voices of well-known Ugandan artists, underline the urgency of updating our legal and ethical frameworks. The policy lever here is the NDP4 emphasizes developing a national AI framework, enhancing cybersecurity, and addressing high-tech skills gaps in AI, robotics, and biotechnology. The interventions that directly speak to this driver through actions of implementing specialized ICT training programs in AI, machine learning, blockchain, basically the emerging technologies. The other is advancing national innovation projects like bioscience parks, pathogen economy, and the mobility industrial and technology park. Supporting research and capacity building in AI ethics, data management, data forensics. These initiatives will enable Uganda to build a knowledge economy that is innovative, inclusive, and secure. As I conclude, as Uganda pursues the double-digit growth under the NDP4, the creative economy emerges as a powerful engine of all the sub-themes we're discussing today. The creative economy is a powerful tool for transformation. It's an industry where innovation meets opportunity. It generates jobs, stimulates revenue, and fosters social inclusion, especially for our youth and women who are shaping the future of work and enterprise. Beyond its direct economic value, the creative sector has a remarkable multiplier effect. Our culture and natural heritage fuel tourism. Audiovisual contents drive demand for digital devices and equipment. The visual arts empower industries such as printing, design, and manufacturing. Creativity feeds into education, media, and technology, proving that when we invest in imagination, we ignite growth across the entire economy. A call to participation and to dialogue. The success of Uganda's digital transformation will not only depend on government alone. It's a national collective mission. A partnership between policymakers, innovators, the private sector, academia, and our development partners. The target we have set, universal digital literacy, full mobile banking usage, will only be achieved if all of us move in step with shared purpose and vision. We need KTA advocates and the Center for Law, Policy, Innovation Initiative to continue guiding the legal and policy frameworks that govern digital innovation and intellectual property. We need the private sector to drive investment, create jobs, and nurture local innovations. We need the academia and the civil society to advance digital ethics, inclusivity, and literacy. And we need our artists, entrepreneurs, technologists to keep pushing boundaries to transform imagination into innovation. Beyond partnership, today's symposium invites us to reflect, question, and innovate together. How can we unlock digital trade as a vehicle for inclusive and cross-border prosperity? How can we govern AI to enhance trust, protect rights, and combat misinformation and disinformation that threaten our social fabric? How can we position Uganda's creative economy not just as a cultural pillar, but as a leading export industry powered by technology and protected by sound policy? These are the discussions that will shape Uganda's digital future. So as we embark on today's panels and hackathons, let us approach them as not just intellectual exercises, but as opportunities to co-create, to challenge assumptions, and to lay the foundation of a truly inclusive, innovative, and creative Uganda. Our policy agenda is clear, our commitment unwavering, the destination certain. Let us together transform Uganda's digital potential into a living reality where technology empowers, creativity inspires, and trade unites. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Vincent, for that insightful keynote. You've given us much to reflect on, from addressing ethical and legal challenges around AI, to developing national strategies that foster transparent and collaborative governance. Thank you so much, Vincent. Thank you. A round of applause for Vincent again, please.
So I think Vincent is also supposed to be handing over something to us. I'm not sure when, later on. Okay. But as you... I noted a couple of things which I wanted to highlight from those remarks. For those that are in digital trade, I'm very happy that the government of Uganda is thinking about how to advance digital trade, specifically cross-border trade. And I'm sure ITC, Jonah Ndabarasa is at the back there. You must be smiling with those particular remarks. And your question was, how can we unlock digital trade? Now, Mr. Mangen, the biggest problem I feel that the digital trade companies have, and most of these companies have now associated themselves. They have formed an association, the Alliance for Digital Trade, E-Mobility and Couriers Association. But the biggest one is that once a business decides to become formal, once they register, get a trading license, get a VAT certificate, then they have a bullseye on them. They are slapped with so many taxes, it's difficult for them to actually be able to do business. That, I feel, is something you should consider as you are answering this question of how can you unlock digital trade. Number two, it looks like it is mostly our development partners that are pushing this particular sector. We would like to see a little bit more from the government of Uganda, specifically from the planning side, because if we're seeing that cross-border trade is how we are going to be able to achieve that those goals that you have mentioned in our NDP 4, I feel that it would help if we also had a little more push from the government of Uganda, specifically on the planning side, to be able to see how can we make sure we have proper infrastructure, how can we support these companies to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Same thing within the creative economy. I think I've seen a number of creatives here. Last year, we partnered with Kamba Digital Content Hub. I was seeing Fiona Kemijisha around, but I think she has stepped out. But many of those will also share the same remarks about support that is needed to be able to encourage their sectors to be able to grow. And now it is easier for you to talk to them. From a planning perspective, I know talking to one person may be difficult, but now they are all in their associations. So I would encourage you to be able to talk about them. Then, of course, AI, we're going to have an expert here talk to us about policy. I don't know whether the government of Uganda is adding its resources and mind to the rest of the world as to how we can be able to regulate artificial intelligence, but also how we can be able to have policies that infuse AI into the different sectors that we have. I'm seeing an AI expert here, another one, Times. I'm sure they're also going to share with us what Times does, AI that does work. Muchiwulira. That's how AI is supposed to help us, but do we have policies in place to be able to govern the ethical use of AI? Do we have policies in place to be able to look at things like AI bias, and all of these things that would help us to be able to contribute meaningfully in that regard? And then lastly, you asked how can we position Uganda's creative economy? Today, we hope you're going to be present with us and you see exactly what the creative economy is struggling with, and in particular, how we can be able to use all of these tools to be able to unlock the creative economy. Tracy?
Thank you very much, Kenneth, for highlighting all of that. Thank you. Thank you. We will now move into our first panel discussion, formulating a policy framework on AI, bridging Uganda's priorities with lessons from abroad. This panel will examine how Uganda can establish a policy framework for AI that aligns with national development priorities while incorporating emerging best practices. Please welcome our moderator, Torach Julius from Africa Asia AI Policy Framework. Mr. Julius Peter Torach is a member of the Afri-Asia AI Policy Network that brings together 7 countries from Africa to Asia. He was previously a member of the Working Group for the Development of an AI Strategy Blueprint under Smart Africa Alliance. Our moderator, you're welcome. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for being here today. I will also invite our moderator to introduce his panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much appreciated. Let me first begin by inviting the panelists before I proceed on. Let me start by inviting Mr. Atuere Collins. Mr. Atuere Collins is an AI software engineer with Crane AI Labs. He will say a lot more in introduction. Then also we have with us Shirley Gladys from Senior ICT Officer and Intellectual Property Specialist at the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. She will introduce herself more. And we also have Ruth from Technology Associates.
A round of applause for them, please, while they make it to the stage. Thank you.
And then last but not least is Mr. Edwin Wanyama from CPESA. Is Edwin with us? Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Let me request each of them to say a little bit more so that the audience here and those who are online can get to know you a little bit more. So can I start with Collins? Please introduce yourself more than I've just said.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. My name is Atari Collins Bender. I'm a 23-year-old AI software engineer. I work with Crane AI Labs, where we've been contextualizing AI models, specifically the Gemini models by Google. We've worked with Google DeepMind to help create variants that speak the language that we understand, which is Luganda. We also made a variation for Swahili. We also created a benchmark called the Uganda Cultural Context Benchmark that we're using to check if LLMs are culturally relevant to us. And yeah, I also worked with STI, where we've been trying to consolidate data efforts for the innovators. I also ran a couple of initiatives myself, where I volunteer with a lot of coding bootcamps, including Refactory, where I have written their AI syllabus. I've also delivered a lot of sessions with a couple of bootcamps like Code Queens and things like that, where I teach software development. I also teach them how to use AI in their day-to-day. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Shirley.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Shirley Gladys Nachejwe. I work with the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. I'm a senior IT officer, and I'm also the business process outsourcing focal person. So when I hear about things to do with digital trade, exporting trade to the external world and the foreign economy, I get very excited. I'm also an intellectual property specialist. Happy to be part of this conversation.
Thank you, Shirley. Can we hear from Ruth?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I followed the conversations yesterday, and I was excited that we had done away with the traditional, we are here, you were there sitting, and I had hoped that we would somehow be mixed with the audience, but I see that we are up here, so no pressure. But I am Ruth Mohawe. I am passionate about tech policy in Africa. I am a technology associate with DLA Piper Africa, Uganda, which is known commonly as SNL Advocates or Sevalo and Lole, depending on how old you are. Where I lead the technology practice. I completed my master's in law last year from Harvard University, which focused on technology and IP, so that has also sort of focused my practice in everything technology, AI, and yeah, so happy to be here and looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Last but not least is Adrian.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see you all this morning. My name is Adrian Wanyama. I work with CIPESA as Program Manager Legal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Permit me now to ride on the protocol already established, but to very much appreciate our host, Kenneth. You have done a great job over the years, been a strong voice for advocacy for digital transformation in this country, legal and regulatory environment, policy. Let's appreciate Kenneth and team, please. And also some of the developer partners who have supported you. Worked with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation previously. They assisted us to train ICT officers in AI and emerging technologies. And they also assisted us to train them in IT service management. So we appreciate such partnerships and to see that it is still going on. And Shirley here is a focal person for business process outsourcing, but we have also received a lot of support from International Trade Center in that regard. CIPESA, who is your partner here, they have been a strong voice in the area of internet governance, and they have done quite a lot in that space as well. And I must say that I appreciate the remarks by Kenneth. Ecclesiastes 11 was my theme scripture for last year. So when you talk about verse 4, that if you watch the wind, you will not sow. So in terms of AI also, this is time for action. And when you talk about what we call radical, so I think we all agree that AI is very disruptive. So I think the other key word for radical is disruptive. So we thank you very much for the remarks. So much is happening in the space of AI, but where are we as a country? And where do we want to go? And to reach there, what do we need to put in place? So that is the objective of our discussion this morning. So what we like to do is to identify gaps in Uganda's emerging framework and how global lessons might help. We have different nationalities represented here. We'll also love to learn from you. And the other issue is about exploring how Uganda's priorities, development, inclusion, innovation, can shape the policy approach. And thirdly, to generate actionable recommendations or questions for policymakers. So that's what will make our being here relevant, since Uganda is at the formative stage of coming up with national strategies, policy frameworks in AI and emerging technologies. The panelists here have taken time to understand what is going on around the world, looking at what is going on in the US, in the UK, in the EU. They have looked at what is going on in the Middle East, what is going on in countries like Singapore, China, South Korea, but also in the Africa region. So I'm part of that Afri-Asia AI Policy Network. So we have also tried to learn what is going on in countries like Rwanda, in Kenya, in South Africa, in Ghana. So we have been working closely together to see how we support each other and also to be champions for development of AI in our respective countries. So, but what we should agree is that we have different priorities and we are at different stages of development. And also, the philosophies vary. You have to look at the context. Should we copy and paste, or we have to critically examine our values, our ethics, our priorities, and then come up with the way forward? So out of these many areas, there are a few areas I wanted to highlight, especially from the African Union perspective. The African Union came up with a number of areas, 5 focus areas and 15 policy recommendations. But I will not take us through all. One of them is how we can harness the benefits of AI in the different priority areas, which we should also look at. In agriculture, in education, healthcare, public service, climate change, peace and security, and also in areas of risk. So I very much appreciate the presentation by National Planning Authority. You really shown that there is a strong foundation already at a strategic level of the National Development Plan, which is well aligned with our Vision 2040. So, but the members here would like to see more action. I like your closing statement where you said the destination is certain. So I really, it was very impressive. And then the other one is about issues of risk. How do we handle risks going forward in area of AI? AI has a lot of positive things, but we know that the wars of today are also, AI is being weaponized. So what are we going to do? Issues of privacy, data protection, then also developing the environment, infrastructure, talent, data sets. Then the other one, fostering regional and international cooperation and stimulating public and private investment in AI. So without going into too much detail of what the AU and some of these other jurisdictions are doing, let's come back home and try to understand what our country is doing. So in that regard, we would like to request Shirley to tell us what the Ministry of ICT is doing in area of AI, policy, strategies, and other frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, as we all know, like Julius has mentioned, that we are not at the same levels. So as a country, we are still at the foundation stage, but we are accelerating rapidly. How we are doing this is that we came up with a development stack. And currently we are focusing on developing the AI strategy. And just like we've been benchmarking from our neighbors, from our very neighbors, Rwanda with the AI policy, Kenya with their AI strategy, but as well as with the external world, more developed countries like Singapore, the likes of Singapore and South Korea. So what we did before getting to the AI strategy, And the reason as to why we did not go with the policy per se, because then you would ask, why not the policy? If it is more effective, or it is more of regulatory and a law than a strategy, is because the process of developing a policy takes at least, for the very least, 2 years. And we do have to start from somewhere. So we did what we call the AI landscape assessment to identify the priorities that we've been speaking for, but then also to identify the gaps. Where is the need? Where is the pressing need for AI? Where are the gaps? Is it in ethics? Is it in skills development? Is it in general awareness? And those have been identified. And also to understand what levels of absorption we are at in terms of AI embracement. So we identified that for the side of government, there's still some levels that need intervention, as well as in academia. So we are developing the AI strategy, and this is being done using a multi-sectoral task force that was put in place, but as well as focusing on the previous efforts. About 4 to 5 years ago, there was a fourth industrial revolution strategy that was put in place, and this was mainly focusing on, one of the recommendations in there is, can we focus on more cloud-based, strengthening cloud-based computing services, since we do have gaps to do with infrastructure, and so that we can rely less on our existing infrastructure. And within that, we decided that we can utilize some of the recommendations in there to come up with an AI strategy. And while we are developing the AI strategy, we are also making efforts with and getting support with the UNICC, the United Nations International Computing Center. And some of the solutions that are given us is that we can start with introducing AI sandboxes within our ecosystem to support the academia and the universities as our young people are coming up with solutions. Can they have a testing environment before they are actually implemented within the ecosystem? So in terms of the roadmap, that is how we are moving, working hand in hand with the different development partners, but as well as trying to identify the gaps. So we are identifying the gaps, putting in place solutions, but then also working on to ensuring that we do have a regulatory framework in place. And there is a private members bill that was presented to Parliament that is about AI. And this is basically to put pressure within the ecosystem and to show that there is a need, a pressing need for a regulatory framework so that we can be ready to embrace technology, but safely have it within our ecosystem. Submit.
Thank you very much, Shirley. You talked about putting pressure, but would we really need somebody else to put pressure? It goes back to what Kenneth also said, that a lot of push seems to be coming and support seems to be coming from development partners. But the different sectors, the different MDAs of government, do they have AI-specific budget or budget line that supports the promotion of fourth industrial revolution technologies? Or we are still in the traditional digital transformation space? Maybe let's understand also from Ruth what the governance model for Uganda should look like, given experiences and lessons from other jurisdictions. There is no doubt that AI must be regulated. I think that is no longer in question. But what kind of regulation do we need to have? What kind of governance model do we need to adopt? So Ruth, I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Julius. Yes, thank you, Julius. And I think it's good that I have come after Shirley has sort of taken us through what initiatives are going on at the Ministry of ICT, because sometimes there's a temptation to think because we don't have any hardcore regulation in place, we say, oh, Uganda is not doing anything, ministry is not doing anything, people are flying free, and that's a risk. So I think I'm grateful that we have that sort of background. You asked about lessons from abroad, and just before I talk about like the governance model specifically, I just want to give two examples. One from the education space, and then from the creatives. So during my study, for my master's class, I walked into, I think, many of our classes, and I was surprised that for some of them from the first day, the professors made it very clear that they not just expected, but required or preferred the use of AI in class. And they made it known to us, these are the parameters, please let us know, in case you use AI for your research, in case you asked a question and you're using AI, please let us know. And it didn't stop at attending class. In most of my exams for my master's program, there was a note and like marks even allocated saying the use of AI is desired or required, and there was marks allocation for that. And the exam made it very clear, like, please let us know what AI tool you deploy, how you deploy it, what challenges you come across, and what results so basically how AI has contributed to your output. And because there were marks allocated to that, you actually had to use AI. And then because of that requirement, you had to disclose your use of AI. And there was a reward system for that in place. So what was that doing? Making sure that people adapt to using AI in schools almost, by force. People get comfortable with AI. People get comfortable with AI disclosure and transparency, and people are able to, know which part of output do we attribute to the student and which part was, from an AI system. Recently, I think I saw a post from one of my very dear, lecturers at the university complaining that students had sort of used AI for the entire coursework, and he could tell that there was no original output. And the frustration that I've felt, and this was at Makerere University, which is basically I would hope at the head of some of these discussions. And what I've noticed is when you come this side of the world, the approach is a bit different. We are very, I don't want to say restrictive, prohibitive. We're saying, oh, AI in schools, how are students going to learn? How are they going to apply their minds? No, these things should be banned. We shouldn't allow, and that's sort of the approach. And why that's a problem, I think you can tell that by the time, if 10 years later, these two students are, like one from that side and one from Uganda, if these two students are both debating AI governance, AI policy, AI regulation, they're going to approach it very differently. You'll see that sometimes the worry we have is that sometimes we think that the people who are either debating AI regulation or passing these frameworks have not even interacted with AI systems themselves, and it's hard to regulate what you don't understand. The second example I'll give is from the creatives. Again, I took a class at the Kennedy School of Policy and Government, which is almost, the most relevant for policy. And it brings together people from different, so it's not just lawyers. You have policy, you have industry, you have government, you have military, you have business, people from the business school, MIT. So it brings together everyone in one class to talk about AI risk and, regulation and policy. And in one of those classes, we were told to get together in groups, right? And using an AI system, create the next episode of Black Mirror. I don't know how many of you have watched Black Mirror. Hopefully, most of us. But it's a nice show if you're interested in technology and future risk and all of that. So we were told to come together and using an AI tool, create the next episode of Black Mirror. And people did the whole thing. Obviously, some of us who it was our first time interacting with some of these tools, because For them, they are way beyond ChatGPT, Gemini. People have, the whole set. So for some of us who are just interacting with some of these tools for the first time, but people were able to create an entire episode, like the script, the characters, the flag, what's that thing called? Basically the album cover, but like for the episode cover. And people came in front and talked about their episodes, and some of them seemed even better than, the Black Mirror episodes. So this is just to give an example of when we talk about lessons from abroad, what are other people doing in real time? When you talk about policy, it seems very abstract because policy trickles down into some of these things. Like what's Uganda's policy on AI? Are we accommodative? Are we prohibitive? Are we restrictive? Are we enabling? So all this actually affects people at that level. The last example that I'll give, I think someone mentioned it I think maybe it was in the keynote. While I was away, I think that's when the audio, because it's one of the most common examples given when people are talking about AI and creatives in Uganda. The complaint then was an AI had, I think, created or been able to replicate the voice of the late Mose Radio, and everyone was going, oh my God, how are we allowing this? Or, what redress is there for his estate? Where are the limits of something like this? And those were the problems that we had at the time. And this is going to be relevant when we talk about the model. And now, I think maybe 2-3 months ago, but I'm sure there were some that existed before then, I saw someone posting about AI artists on Spotify, and I'm sure they're also on other music platforms. But right now, if you go to your Spotify, if you have Spotify and Google, search for, I think, Zion Net or something, that's a full-blown AI, artist with an entire album of music created, by AI. And when you listen, it sounds like, it's not the best music, depending on your taste, but it can be consumed, right? And this is just the beginning. So if your problem before was someone is replicating someone else's voice, now you have an entire album, an entire artist, with just AI, and now you're asking, what redress in case this AI artist or this AI album is taking out, is infringing on someone else's output, infringing on their IP. Where's your redress, right? Who are you acting against? So I think I just wanted to paint that picture so that we know what we're dealing with when we talk about, at least in real terms that we can relate to when we're talking about AI governance. Now, I'm glad that you talked about different models, because to answer your question, what governance model is appropriate, you'd have to answer the question, what is Uganda's policy? And I'm glad that Shali talked about priorities. What are our priorities when we're dealing with AI? No, I think at the moment, no leading, jurisdiction has the same approach to AI regulation and governance. The EU, the EU AI Act, and everything that has been done in the EU is known to be, risk averse. They're heavily regulating risk because the EU's focus has always been all the way from GDPR and up to now, protection of their consumers, and making sure that whatever, they have a product safety approach. So whatever systems are deployed in the EU are, safe for their consumers, are being deployed responsively, and people have, redress. When you look at, the UK is trying to be a bit less restrictive than the EU, trying to, adopt an innovative, innovative-friendly approach to AI regulation, and that's why the UK AI Act will not look exactly like the EU AI Act. When people talk about the US, I think it's just recently that Senate decided to do away. If you'd heard of the big, beautiful bill, they had included a provision that was banning states from regulating AI for the next 10 years. And, that had to be debated and done away with in the Senate. But you can imagine the US approach and the EU approach are completely diametrically, opposed, because the US has different priorities, right? You know, you've heard of the AI race, you know, we have to beat China, we cannot, you know, and then also you have to, you pay attention to the power of tech players in lobbying, you know, for policy and law and, you know, less regulation. So what's influencing the US approach to AI is different. But I will say, because many people come out and say, oh, the US is not regulating AI. But when you look into regulation in the US, you find that they actually have the regulation that matters. So they will have adequate consumer protection laws and enforcement bodies. And, you know, whether it's even for data, I mean, that was the same noise that was made, you know, the EU had GDPR and everyone was saying, oh, when is the US coming out with a privacy law? But states had their frameworks where you had bodies, regulatory bodies that are actually making pronouncements on, you know, on data privacy. And then the last example I'll give is also China, because while China is making a lot of headway with AI, their framework looks differently because, of course, they have more, I would say, state oversight and state regulation. So the things that they're focusing on, they may focus less on, you know, like rights and human rights and, you know, things like that, but they want to know is, you know, is media or is content being regulated? Does government have oversight? Are we watching whatever content is in circulation with these systems? So just to say that when you ask about a governance model for Uganda, and again, Shirley talked about benchmarking from other jurisdictions, we have to understand first, what is our policy approach to AI? What are our priorities? What are we looking to do? Are we more concerned about risk, or are we more at the moment? And you know, priorities can also change. Our priorities now may not be our priorities in the next 10 years. So at the moment, what are we more concerned with? I mean, people will know, I think, again, when we talk about tangibility of policy frameworks, people may not know, but that the government's policy...
Thank you, Shirley. If I can move on to the next person.
Sorry, okay, no problem.
Yes, she's speaking as a real lawyer. And thank you for highlighting some of the challenges in the different sectors. It is important that we develop guidelines and strategies for implementing AI in the different sectors, like in the education sector. The National Council of Higher Education is taking lead to make sure all universities and higher institutions of learning have frameworks or guidelines for adopting and using AI. Because without that, it is a challenge when a lecturer is supposed to mark coursework and it is the same for every other student. And similarly, in health, what kind of strategies should the health sector adopt? There can be an overarching strategic framework that is developed by the Ministry of ICT and other stakeholders. But now, when you go to the sector, what guidelines should be there? We want to adopt generative AI in the different sectors. What kind of guidelines and approaches do we put in place? And going to Collins, Ruth talked about different approaches to policy development. One of them is risk-based, like the one of the EU. Then there are others who talk about the rights-based type of approach. Then there are others who talk about innovation approach to development of AI policy. Then others talk about hybrid of those different approaches. So in your view, what kind of framework should be put in place that can support innovation without necessarily stifling it? And also in your view, what intervention do you think government needs to put in place to support innovation, to let people like you do a little bit more and also be able to export and not necessarily depend on AI solutions from other countries?
Okay, thank you. Forgive me if I digress. But first things first, we here in Uganda have very different problems. Very different problems. Because, I mean, a lot of the innovators that sit at the innovation village, that sit at most of these hubs, are trying to make a buck. They're trying to make money to survive, right? So they're not solving the actual problems that need to be solved for us. So that being said, the regulatory framework that we need to adapt needs to focus on the, okay, so the thing is, these innovators are very uncertain about policy. That's the truth. Because up until I got this call, that's when I paid attention to policy. But before that, I had gone to the World Economic Forum AI Summit on Africa. They had mentioned 4 things that we need to do as nations in Africa to push AI. So the 4 are data, policy, compute, and talent. Sadly, talent, we only contribute 8% of the global AI talent in the world. And that 8% is remote workers that are working for Andela, and they're contributing all that out there. On the data side, sadly, we do not collect any data here. So most of you are using Android, iPhone, and all that stuff. Most of the AI tools you're using are tools abroad. Even the most common service providers that we use, if you just walk along this road, all the data is going out of here. So the innovators are very uncertain of what policy holds for them. Like, they do not know. So they focus on the wrong things, right? I don't know if I'm, yeah, so they focus on the wrong things. So for instance, we're struggling with AI literacy, because like people are just using ChatGPT, but we could use AI for more, right? And AI literacy goes as far as like the deep technical details. So for instance, in school, when you're learning physics, they teach you the abstraction of, like, let's say a machine, right? So that you know how it works and you know how to approach it. A lot of you came driving cars, but you don't know what happens inside. But you know, if I turn the key, the car moves like this, like that. We need to have that we need to have that level of understanding for like the policymakers. So we need to understand like the technical nuances that go into that go into using these AI tools, right? So the mathematics that goes into the AI tools, the data that is collected and used within those AI tools, why it gives us certain answers like that, right? So that's on the policymakers side. What they need to pay attention to is the technical nuances of the tool, so that they can better predict how to go about regulating it. The second thing is, policy can set the guardrails that the innovators use. Because you see, the thing with innovators is we're trying to survive, others are trying to solve problems, but the guardrails can be set by policy. Say for instance, this is the data that can be allowed to, this is the data that you can use. Let's say an AI model generated this kind of data. Who holds the liability? Is it the developer? Is it the person that they were doing the model for? Is it and how do we handle that? How do we handle the liability? So I think it's just like, for us, it's just there's a lot of uncertainty. We do not know what's going on in policy. So maybe we could have a lot of tech people collaborating with a lot of people in policy to create content, to create material, to go to these hubs, because the truth is we do not know anything to do with policy. So a lot of people are just operating on what can I use to survive. So when it comes to AI, everyone's just looking at how can I automate this, how can I automate this. So you would go to like the basic things, sales and marketing, because marketing people need data analysis, they need automation. So we'll go directly to automation and we'll miss out on the actual innovations that can push Africa forward. So things like the things in the SDGs, like quality education, we can improve the quality of education, but a lot of the people are not focused on that because of like they do not know anything to do with policy, and that's the truth.
Oh, thanks.
Sorry,
Thanks.
I just wanted to add, maybe we could create we could create a regulatory sandbox that we can use for these innovators to come in, understand what's going on, what you guys need. Because I know from the policy stance, you look at a high-level overview of like everything, you consider everyone. So with this consideration, you can share information that can better help these innovators to make products that can actually hit these pain points and move us forward the right way. So I do not have an answer of which framework we can adopt, but I think we should test them out with the innovators together so that we can see what we can do.
Thank you very much, Collins. You raised very interesting issues. You talked about that some of the innovators are not problem focused because they are trying to survive, and therefore probably they are also still trying to use that to build their own capacity. Then you also mentioned what you learned from the web forum, that is issues of data, policy, compute, and talent. I believe these are some of the issues in the enabling environment. They have also been pointed out by the African Union, and the national strategy on the fourth industrial revolution also brought this out. And the other partner we have been learning from is the Telangana state in India. And for them, they have been working a lot with innovators, coming up with AI solutions that are adopted by government. So as far as setting of guardrails, it brings on issues of cyber security, it brings on issues of ethics. And I would like Mr. Wanyama to give us some ideas on how we can be able to handle issues related to data protection and privacy. But in addition to that, UNESCO is saying, and the UN are saying, no one should be left behind. So how do we take care of those who are not in the capital cities or have been to school like us here in this room? So issues of data in regard to data for innovation and issues of data protection and privacy, and also bring out something to do with leaving no one behind from the perspective of Sipesa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everything has been said, but I cannot lack what to say. Briefly, in terms of AI and as far as digital security is concerned, maybe let me take it from a perspective that these initiatives we are talking about are those that require a participatory approach, that everybody must be involved, every stakeholder must come on board in order to take into consideration all the views and opinions of those who are affected. At Sipesa, we've been taking it from that angle. For example, we've been involved in most of the processes they're talking about. We're supporting a number of countries on the continent on how to develop AI strategies and also AI policies. Some of them we are done, others are coming up, including our in Uganda, we are partnering with Ministry of ICT. But in light of what is talking about digital security, one of the things about AI that we've noted from expansive coverage of our work, despite my colleague here who said in Harvard, you must use AI and the like, we found AI to be really very intrusive. And from that, we actually published a piece, a policy brief on the potential impact of AI, for example, on people's data rights, which was also done along with the interpretation of the data protection principles. So what we note is that AI is not human. AI has no feelings. AI doesn't care anyway. And that is why people cry about infringing on copyrights and related aspects. And we've always called for the human participatory approach in all these aspects. AI is highly intrusive and can get into your private space. Without your knowledge, it can get into people's works without caring, because it is depending on bots, it is powered by technology, it is powered by different servers that exist, the internet, so it can go in seconds and be able to collect information. And if you don't ask it to actually acknowledge, it will not acknowledge. It will give you whatever it's giving you. So we have noted all those aspects, and also as part of our digital security resilience work, we also fully understand that AI, with the highly intrusive nature that comes with, is also the requirement to come up and develop tools and come up with strategies on how actually we can ensure that data rights are actually protected, ensured, and promoted, amidst the evolving or the advancement of artificial intelligence. So similarly, what I think can be done beyond a participatory approach that we have mentioned, I have liked the discussion. They've highlighted the risk approach, that once AI, of course, is on the increase and the policies are being developed, it wouldn't make sense for countries to come up with AI policies if there were actually no risks. So Sipesa, we approach it from that angle that, well, we acknowledge quite a number of risks emerge, and even in these policies that are undergoing the AI strategies, we also fully acknowledge that the different risks that exist require that approach where different players, where collaborations and partnerships like these ones, where the state has to work with civil society, the private sector like telecommunication companies have to work with non-for-profit entities and CSOs and citizens to ensure that while AI advances, data protection is assured. Finally, in most of the work that I've mentioned that we are doing as part of here is that we try as much as possible to ensure that AI is an integral aspect of the different strategies and policies that are being developed. And right now, whatever is happening, with the support of EU, AU, NEPAD, GIZ, we try as much as possible to ensure that AI is an integral aspect of all the issues we are discussing, be it digital security and resilience, be it a human rights-based approach, or human rights-centeredness, or inclusiveness and participation. All these aspects are being taken into consideration in the debates and the policy formulation that are ongoing. We shall later on speak briefly about some of the other things PESA is doing around this, but for now, since everything was mentioned, Moderator, sir, I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wanyama. Now, Shirley, when you said that it normally takes about around 2 years to develop policies in Uganda, which is also true. Now, in the era of the fourth industrial revolution led by AI, is that still feasible? And that's why there is a lot of discussions around agile governance and coming up with other methods other ways of governance or of regulating AI. So maybe you could have an internal discussion on how best to be able to really regulate AI. Now, I would like to get a word recommendation from each of you to our policymakers, since we are having discussions around policy and lessons learned from other jurisdictions, and also the interactions we are having. We're having here academia, we're having innovators, we're having private sector, we are having the creatives here. So what kind of recommendations should the rapporteur capture? What recommendation would you wish to make? Let me start from the other side. Mr. Wanyama.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much for starting with me. I think I did highlight a few things when I was speaking, but as a major recommendation that we think is that AI impacts on all of us. It impacts on you and even on your grandmother or grandfather, or even your auntie who lives in the village. So our biggest recommendation is that anything to do with AI regulation, AI policy formulation and strategic development is that no one should be left behind. Everybody needs to take part. There needs to be an environment where all stakeholders should be able to trickle down into the most or disadvantaged or relegated that we don't expect to take part, to participate in these processes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wanyama. Next is Ruth.
Thank you. I think my one recommendation would be to maybe reimagine regulation when we're talking about AI. And I think that's why you mentioned agile regulation. We are used to the traditional, there's a policy, okay, maybe that best study that you mentioned, the starting one. Then there's a policy, then we have, a law, and then we have regulations, and usually that process from start to finish can take up to 10 years. And the question you asked, is it feasible to have that mode of regulation when AI systems are changing by the day? Another thing with reimagining AI regulation, because some people have talked about, sector regulation, but, if just to draw, for example, from the competition regime, we had sectors regulating competition, and then 10 years, 20 years later, we now have one competition law that doesn't mention the sector regulation, and now people are trying to figure out how do we navigate this. So is sector regulation the way to go, or are we regulating, the system? And then lastly, again, reimagining who should regulate and how these regulations should be developed. Maybe for things like AI, and I think Collins mentioned how much, people, I think there's a disconnect between the innovators and the policymakers or the regulators, which shouldn't be there. So maybe it's time to have more of industry in the room when we're talking about regulating AI, and also knowing who we're empowering to implement, to enforce this regulation to make sure that it's effective. So yeah, that would be my one call, is like, let's reimagine the traditional models that we've always had for regulation and think about how best to adapt them to regulating something as, versatile as AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Shirley, what recommendation would you give, not to yourself, but to the committee that is working on the national AI strategy for Uganda?
Thank you so much. I think it's not in my place to give a recommendation, but rather take feedback back home. But I like the fact that it has been brought to our attention that AI should be part of us. So it should be embedded in the issues that we are discussing, because it is also cross-cutting in the various sectors: health, agriculture, technology, creation, name it. So I think in terms of feedback and thinking about the agile nature of development of the framework, that is going to be put into consideration. And I call upon us to be interested, more interested, so that when the ministry calls upon you to give input to this strategy that we're going to leave and ensure that it is fully implemented, let us embrace that opportunity and be there so that we can see the ecosystem that we'll all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Collins.
Okay, I realized in my first submission I probably mumbled a lot, mentioned a lot of information that I did not provide context to. So I don't know if we have enough time. I just want to give, this is very important.
We don't have enough time, but you have the age advantage.
Okay. Thank you. So I mentioned those 4 things: data, compute, talent, and policy. But I wanted to highlight 2 things. I love to think in first principles. So we're talking about 2 people here. That's the policy maker and the innovator. I do not know much about the policy maker, but I can tell you what I know from my standpoint. So the policy maker sets the vision, right? Even in the Bible, we look at the ego for vision, you see further, right? So meaning you're trying to predict the future, right? Or trying to guide us as we move into the future. That means you need to have a deep understanding of what's going on, not just a basis, right? So if you look at Graham Bell, when he released the first phone, in the newspapers, everyone was saying, we'll have at least 1 phone in every district, but guess what? We have 1 phone in every person's hand. Why? Because people like Steve Jobs, as we go through time, all the innovators were focused on the underlying parts of the phone and kept advancing it. So as people were trying to predict in a wishy-washy way, there were guys that were actually building. And then we have the iPhone, we have the Samsung, etc. So it means policymakers should not be scared of getting technical. So what data are these models trained on? What's driving the innovation in AI? What other technologies should I consider? Are we utilizing actual technology before we even get to AI, right? So that's one thing. We should not be scared of being technical. The second thing is the innovators. Now, see, the thing with the innovators is most of us are young. And the thing that comes with being young is you're very passionate, you have the energy, but you do not have the right information, right? This is where the policymakers come in. That's why I said we need to build the guardrails. What I meant by guardrails isn't the things that need to hit us, but the direction that we need to take. This is why. So the innovators focus on the wrong problems. So we normally default to the wrong problems because we're trying to survive. Because most of the time when I tried to be passionate about the cause, because I volunteer a lot trying to teach people these things, trying to get as technical as possible, trying to show them what's possible, most of the time, you don't get money from the thing. So you default to like the thing that can make you the most money. So you find a marketing company that needs an AI automation, we want to post more, we want to do this more. So you just come in and then do that. But you forget that there are crucial problems that we are suffering with because we're trying to borrow frameworks from all these people, but we haven't even fixed the basic problems that we have. So we need to build guidance for these people because there's a lot of uncertainty, and that's the truth. So yeah, we need to understand, both of us. We both need to understand where we come from and work together so that we can have a better so that we can use AI for what it's actually used for. Now, the reason I mentioned the data, the computer, the talent, and the policy is so that you guys know what's lacking. So we are all blinded and focused. Okay, I don't want to say blinded, but we're all focusing on policy, which is very important, but we're not focusing on talent. Now, I can tell you from my point of view, a lot of the AI engineers that we've trained, most of them are being placed abroad. And if I'm being paid like what, $5,000 abroad, I wouldn't want to contribute to like a cause here, because like a lot of the innovators hate the country. They curse the land that they were brought up in. But what I'm saying, what I'm trying to highlight is we need to pay attention to data, because data is the leverage that we have. And when I mentioned the petrol stations, the guys collecting data using ChatGPT, what I wanted to highlight is there's no data we are using to synthesize, to make decisions here. No one's collecting data. Then compute is going to be taken care of. ABQ Cloud is launching a cloud here in Uganda where they're going to be giving out GPUs, but who's going to use them? We do not have talent. So in my efforts, I've been trying to train AI engineers. I've been trying to meet with industry professionals and work with them to see how we can embed AI in there, how we can embed technology, like basic technology, then we move to AI, then we move to quantum computing, and we start thinking about these things and how we can move forward with them. Thank you. I hope I've tried to highlight.
Thank you very much, Collins. Yes, we need more people like you to drive the AI agenda. Now, as we conclude, there are also questions we need to ask ourselves. What are some of those things that should not be handled by AI? What should be the role of AI vis-a-vis the human being? Those are some of the things that are bringing fears of job displacement and the like. But I also need to point out, when we talk about AI policy, we mean the strategic intent of government to address problems and opportunities that are occasioned by AI. So it addresses issues that affect the citizens, it affects international relations, and others. So in that, government will have to identify who is taking lead, either one institution or in terms of governance, and then look at the enabling environment. What is it that needs to be in place for us to succeed? And then also looks at whether our policies should be backed by law. That is other discussions that are going on. Do we need to come with a law to back up AI adoption in Uganda, or do we just amend the different laws that we have in place? Others people say start with what you have, start from where you are. So permit me, let me invite you to give a big round of applause to the panelists. And also, unfortunately, we didn't get time to, it was an oversight. You should have stopped a little bit and given you a chance to ask some questions. But give yourself a big hand clap as well. Thank you.
I don't know whether we're having a photo from the photo team for these guys, or we'll do that later. Okay. But I wanted to thank Mr. Atwaire and to just remind you that in the afternoon, what you were saying, we are going to have an interactive session, a co-creation session between policymakers and you guys in the industry to be able to see, can you co-create these policies? So really, that is why you're here today, to co-create these policies with the policymakers. All right, that's all.
A round of applause for our moderator and the panelists once again. Thank you so much to the panelists for those very insightful notes. What stood out for me is the fact that what is most important right now is to protect people's data. And I don't think that any sectors can stand as silos. And I see that Collins mentioned something about the hustle culture in Uganda. Yes, there's so many dreamers, there's so many ideas being formulated, and Gladys highlighted that we have sandboxes. So there are people who are there to bridge this gap between the innovator, the investor, and of course, the regulator. So let's make use of all the resources that we have present at the moment. I also like what Adrian Wanyama highlighted, which is the fact that we need to have contextual awareness with how we use AI. It's not so much about the breaking out of AI and how it's going to take up people's jobs or whatever. It's about us being very conscious of how we use it so we don't end up being used by it, because there's a lot at stake. Your data is at stake. I mean, we lost billions of money, you know, in the bank. So let's not let that happen again, yeah? Thank you so much again to the panelists. Thank you to the panelists and to the moderator. There are these talking cards on your table. And if you look at the bottom, there's a QR code. So if you want to access any of the white papers that KTA came up with last year at the Symposium, please do feel free to scan and see them there. But you can also see the program there so you can follow up with what we are doing right now. Thank you. Give me a moment, excuse me. I would like to invite Mr. Adrian Wanyama again from CPESA to give us his presentation. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning. Let me invite my colleague, Patricia, please come over. I don't know where Brian is. Patricia, please come. So my name, once again, as my colleague is coming, I'm Adrian Wanyama. I work with CPESA as Program Manager, Legal. Beyond CPESA, I am also a lecturer. I think I've been teaching with Ken. I have been heading cyber law for quite some time at Uganda Christian University. Also, I teach at LDC. Patricia, please come and join me here. So we have a team. The team is around, but I think they're the other side. We are here to talk briefly about CPESA and the work that we do. So CPESA is a leading Africa policy think tank in the area of ICT and policy-related aspects. And CPESA approaches this through a number of angles. We work through research and documentation. We work through capacity building of different stakeholders, including non-for-profit, civil society, parliamentarians, such that we can impact on meaningful policies in Uganda and across the continent. We also work through partnerships and movement building. Ministries, especially for information and communication technologies, are our partners from across the continent. Not all of them, but a commendable number of them. And we have also been at the front of leading some of the AI policy initiatives supported by the Africa Union, NEPAD and GIZ, as well as the European Union. We've been supporting a number of countries. So far, we've completed our task with Lesotho. We're starting another process with Liberia. We are also part of the processes in Uganda. So we are at that center point where we're working with government to make sure there's progressive data governance policies as well as AI across the continent. Beyond movement building and partnerships, we also do strategic litigation, where we take on strategic aspects of litigation, not only in Uganda, but across the internet, aspects such as internet governance, internet shutdowns, internet neutrality, government policies on internet, and so many related aspects. Before I invite my colleague to say something about her niche, policy and advocacy, I want to highlight just one particular event and a report. Every year, CIPESA convenes what we call the Annual Forum on Internet Freedoms in Africa. This forum is held on a rotational basis across different countries on the continent. So far, there have been about 14 forums. They just concluded this September was in Windhoek in Namibia. We always invite governments, individuals, organizations, firms, private sector from across the continent and the rest of the world to join us, and always bring together deliberations of over close or above 500 participants at every convening over a span of a period of about 5 days. Uniquely for this year, we had a report. We also always publish what we call the Annual State on Internet Freedoms Report every year, which is launched at the forum. This time our report was titled AI and Impact on Digital Democracies. And as part of our key findings from digital democracies, we highlight some of the key aspects which AI enables that we didn't have enough time to highlight here, such as surveillance and the high capability of AI to facilitate real-time, swift, and fast surveillance on individuals, democratic actors, political parties and organizations, candidates, individuals, youth, and so on and so forth. That report is available online. We do not have physical copies. But later on, we have an exhibition that is going on in the room just behind this screen. We have a digital security hub under our digital security resilience program, and they're there to attend to you. They're there to check your gadgets if they're weak in terms of digital security. They're there to support you if you think your email address, password, or even the email address has been hacked or your password is weak. They're there to tell you how you can maintain and keep digital health hygiene. Please, when it is time for food, when it is time for break tea, feel free to walk in there and see some of the work we do, receive some help and assistance, get a few publications that you can find there. The other thing that is there that you'll find is what we call the business and human rights support for individuals, companies, and other stakeholders. We have a campaign called Vera Sharp. Vera Sharp is a local dialect term in Luganda, literally translated as be sharp. Beware of online scammers. Please, when you get there, you'll be able to scan some few codes. You'll be able to read a few things that have been done. Again, this is because of the generous support of the EU and Enabel. If you've heard about Enabel, and this is part that we're going to do, promoting business and human rights from a digital angle and perspective. Let me invite my colleague, Patricia, to speak briefly about her docket. She's also part of the legal team. She'll tell you what she does, and then we will receive 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll be done with this short talk. Thank you. Over to you, Patricia.
Thank you, Adrian. Hi, everyone. I am Patricia Ainembabazi. I work with Sipesa. I have a question. I know we've just been talking about AI and the tools or the jurisdictions we are benchmarking from. Who among people here has read the EU Act on AI? The European AI Artificial Intelligence Regulation. You have? Okay, nice. Because I bring it up because of the Brussels effect that we've all been, drenched into. They were talking about the EU GDPR. True, we benchmark with this. So I would advise that going forward, just go back, read it. It will help you as you advise anyone, any country, any company on coming up with strategies. Then the other thing I see behind there is journalism can make a world a better place. I started off as a journalist before I went to law school, and I agree with that. I bring this up because we do have a running fellowship with journalists across the East African region on DPI. Who understands what DPI is here? Anyone? DPI? Okay. We do have this fellowship with journalists in the East African region. Next month, we'll be in Cape Town for the Global Summit on DPI. This is just digital public infrastructure. It caters pretty much AI things. We're talking about surveillance, governments using tech or anything that you will call the internet to surveil you, to work better for you. You're using national IDs, telecom companies. So that is all a docket under DPI, and it's some of the work that we do at Sipesa. And we hope that some of you will be attending our session in Cape Town early November. I'll be there. I'll be happy to see some of you. And Adrian has already talked about so much that we do at Sipesa. If you do want to collaborate with us, we are all about collaborations. We're all about research, policy advocacy. Please reach out to us, pass by our office in Naguru. We are very friendly people. We are very engaging, and we like to learn from you as well as you learn from us. Once again, I remain Patricia. You can always reach me at patricia@sipesa.org or idrin@sipesa.org, as well as that's our logo. Our banner, it's in orange, very flashy, you cannot miss us. And we do have the Digital Security Hub next, like a clinic. Go get your phones checked, your laptops. You could be tailed, but you don't know. So just go and get our IT guys, get into your phone and get to tell you if you're safe or not. And always change your passwords if you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia. Patricia is our policy and advocacy officer. You never know. You may be lucky to get some codes for maybe validating your Windows if you're using fake Windows, or VPNs that are not validated. You don't have proper passwords to antiviruses. So to be, if you go there much earlier and the guys there are happy with you, you may be lucky to have some of those. So please, you are very welcome to the Digital Security Hub and Business and Human Rights, just in the room behind you here. With that, we really don't have more to say unless you have any questions for us. Otherwise, would like to stop here. So, seems no questions. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening, and we wish you the best of deliberations for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Over to you, Tracy.
Thank you so much to the Sipesa team for those remarks. Thank you very much. Just in case you look forward to discussing with the Sipesa team a little bit more, there's a workshop right behind us where you can go to. Also, if you want to share any ideas that you have picked up from this from the conversations happening here, or anything, any other business that's related to technology, the creative economy, AI, you can go to Akatuti. They have a podcast that they're running right now on that side of the room. I just want us to take a moment to appreciate the brilliant minds that are here, the visionaries and the partners gathered here today. A round of applause, please, for yourselves, because you are those people. We can do better than that. Come on. I also want to thank our partners, Uganda Law Society, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, the British Council, Sipesa, and International Trade Center, CBC for You project, in partnership with Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives, the EU delegation in Uganda, and the Global Gateway project. And the sponsors, NSSF, Akatuti, Global Shapers, the Media Challenge Initiative, where we are right now. This is where my journey also started as a creative, as a journalist who's not practicing. This is where I started. This is my home. The Impact Table and Times. So right now, I would like to invite Mr. Kenneth Muhanji.
Okay, we were told there was a special gift we wanted to receive from the National Planning Authority, so I'll ask our partners if you could join us. National Planning Authority wanted to hand over their NDP4 plan. If you are comfortable coming to receive it with us, please do. Anna, Reshman, Rashida, any representative from MCI or from Sipesa, Edrin, Asmahani, Saad, my partner, and of course, ITC. And then after that, we shall have remarks from the EU delegation. So I hope the photographer is ready now. We were looking for you earlier.
Thank you. The Mr. is called okay. One of the panelists said, Collins, that innovators don't like Uganda. I don't think that is true. We have had, Uganda is growing. We have the Vision 2040, and we have implemented national development plans from the first, now we're on the fourth, and from the third, we're considering sectors when we're implementing the vision, but now the fourth, we are using the program-based approach, where we have 18 programs. Allow me hand over this implementation plan that is guiding us for the next 5 years. Thank you.
You can maybe hand one that side, and then we take a few photos, and then we can. You know, there are a few copies, so we'll try and share that. Just the purposes of the photos. You have it handed over to us. You already have one. Okay, Tracy, hand back to you. I think now we are going to hear remarks from the EU delegation in Uganda. Do you want to? Okay, so next we're going to have a representative from the EU delegation in Uganda, Mr. Sofian Damani, who is the Program Officer, Green Transition and Private Sector. The EU delegation in Uganda is one of our partners, working in collaboration with the ITC. And so please, if you would grace us with a few remarks. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you hear me like this if I'm here? Okay. So, distinguished guests, it's really a great pleasure for me to join you today on behalf of the European Union. We're very pleased to partner with this event, the KTA Annual Symposium, to deliver, I think, what is a great panel that you're just about to hear on the business of digital trade with some leading public and private sector voices, notably UVZEPA, ICT AU, Safe Border, and Footprint Experiences. We're really pleased to have you all on board, and thank you for coming today. I'm going to just very briefly introduce to you the context in which why the EU is here with you today, before letting you enjoy this great panel. So the European Union, together with its member states, have joined hands through the Team Europe initiative, Sustainable Business for Uganda, which is a flagship of our Global Gateway strategy. You've seen the logos there. And under this flagship, we have launched a new program, a 40 billion Uganda shillings program on trade and investment titled SB4U, that's short for Sustainable Business for Uganda 2.0, and this is in partnership with the International Trade Center. And indeed, the program has been compiled in close collaboration with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and now we're working hand in hand with a number of leading Government of Uganda agencies, of course, including UVZEPA. SB4U 2.0 is quite a broad program with a number of pillars where we are looking to enhance trade promotion and attracting more investment in Uganda. I won't go through all the pillars just to keep my remarks short, but I'll focus on what we have a dedicated pillar on e-commerce, and this is why we are here today. Through the e-commerce support, we are partnering with the private sector, such as payment providers, to address specific barriers faced by MSMEs here during their e-commerce journey. We're also developing a tailored e-commerce training program where we're working with business support organizations to implement capacity building for enterprises to enhance their access to markets domestically, regionally, and internationally through online channels. We really see e-commerce as being a very important vehicle for this objective. At the broader level, I want to mention as well that this initiative works in tandem with a number of other market access initiatives that the EU is funding at the regional and continental levels. So just to mention a couple, at AFCFTA level, we have been working with on a technical assistance facility to roll out trade campaigns and workshops for MSMEs, women and youth to promote AFCFTA digital trade protocol and creating awareness for MSMEs on leveraging digital e-commerce platforms and digital payment systems to enhance market access to AFCFTA member states. So you really see the coherence with what we're doing here at the country level. And then also at the EAC level, there is a new deep digital economy, e-commerce, e-payments, and public e-services program, which is a 100 billion Uganda shillings initiative at the regional level. And this is also supporting the building blocks for an African digital market by working amongst others on issues such as the harmonization of national payment systems, enhancing cross-border interoperable service delivery, e-governance, as well as strengthening cybersecurity through regionally harmonized frameworks and policies for the protection of critical infrastructure and capacity building. And just to briefly mention, you might be asking, why are we doing all of this? Well, because we see that e-commerce is critical to trade and business efficiency. An effective e-commerce ecosystem is expected to provide the business community and especially small businesses with increased trade opportunities through better access, of course, to regional and worldwide markets. But just keeping it very short, because I don't want to hold you from enjoying this great panel and the rest of today's deliberations. So I really want to finally thank my colleagues at the International Trade Center for leading this session that you're about to hear on digital trade. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much to our EU delegation. Sofian Damani is his name. A round of applause, please. So there's been a slight change of plans. In case you're looking at your plan and thinking we're supposed to be having coffee, that's going to have to wait. Next, we're going to have our next panel discussion, the business of digital trade, building Uganda's e-commerce ecosystem. All right then, we'll just get back to things business as usual. We'll have a musical interlude first and have a working coffee break. You know, just feel free to interact with each other and share ideas, dream up your next collaborations. This is a space for you to connect. This is a space for you to share ideas. So please enjoy your break. Thank you.
Tirikwe Patricia. I'm a singer-songwriter all the way from Ulu, but I live here now, I work here, and I'm going to sing you one of my songs. It's one of my favorites. This one is called Ima, and it's about the feeling of being in love. Right or flight, right or flight, stay or leave, I don't know. Do I text or call, let you be, let you know how I feel? Do you like when I call? Do you miss when I don't? Right in my Please give it up for our wonderful band. Thank you so much, and I'm gonna leave you with my
Yeah, yeah. From the very first time I set my eyes on you, my heart said, Father, and I know now that I'm way down on your line, but the way it feels fine. So don't talk to me if you think I'm done. I wanna know when you're gone. And don't treat me like what they don't some more, wanna know now. I'm not some more. You said, and life I know there's a lot of grief, but your heart is my relief. Tears in my eyes burn, tears in my eyes burn, while I'm waiting on your love. I don't wanna wait for your love. I don't wanna wait for your love. I don't wanna wait in bed for your love. 'Cause if summer is here, I'm still waiting there. Winter is here, I'm still waiting there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ibrahim, and I'm part of the band. I'd like to give a round of applause to Colin and Mutalingo on the bass, and Pujo over here on the drums. Going to do for you one last song.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Ibrahim Solo. And Patricia Mitarikpe. Did I get your name right? Clock it. A round of applause for our creatives, please. A round of applause for our creatives again. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ibra and the band. I didn't get your names, but thank you so much. That was a lovely interlude. So without wasting any more time, I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. I hope that you had time to dream up your next collaborations or discuss some of the things that are happening here today. We'll keep having those kind of discussions and networking sessions. There are some talking cards on your table. On your table. Also, we have simple bingo cards on your table. If you look at your table, you have these simple bingo cards. We're going to use them for our next networking session. So have a look at everything that's on the card. And yeah, we'll tell you how to play with them a little later on. Tracy Rubarema will be distributing those simple bingo cards. And we also have these talking cards. These are the ones I was talking about. If you look at your table, there's a talking card just like this one. And if you look at the bottom right corner, you might see a QR code that you can scan in order to be able to see the white papers the KTA has developed. The white papers the KTA has developed from last year's symposium. Moving on to our next panel discussion, the business of digital trade, building Uganda's e-commerce ecosystem. It explores Uganda's evolving e-commerce landscape, highlighting the key trends, players, and opportunities shaping the digital marketplace. This session will be moderated by John Darabasa, Digital Transformation Lead at the International Trade Center. In his current role, John drives inclusive digital innovation across 2 projects implemented by the International Trade Center. The Ready Salon project in Sierra Leone, funded by the Republic of Korea, and the SB4U, which one of our EU delegates talked about, project in Uganda, funded by the European Union. I will ask John Darabasa to take his seat and also to introduce his panelists. Enjoy the session. Thank you. A round of applause, please, while our panelists make it to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Good morning. Is it still morning? Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning. I think you guys have had enough coffee. So, and Tracy, thank you so much for the introduction. So, my name is John Dabarasa, and I'm here in the capacity of the International Trade Center, an agency of the United Nations and World Trade Organization, and we are implementing the SB4U, Sustainable Business for Uganda Project 2.0, which Sofian from the EUD, our kind donors, briefly touched on. So I'll not go into details, but I will maybe call up my panelists. I have a set of really, really amazing speakers, and maybe just to also mention that the panel is going to entirely focus on e-commerce. So Sofian was talking about the different pillars at which SB4 is operating, and this is output 5 of the project, where we're trying to contribute to the growth of the e-commerce ecosystem in Uganda. And so I have some 4 speakers. I will just call their names, and then they will go through their bios. They have amazing CVs. I will not do it justice if I try to go through these. So begin with Stella Ayukoru from the UFZEPA, so Uganda Free Zones Export Promotion Authority. Guys, first clap. Like that. Very good. Ingrid Aringaniza, she's the CEO of Footprint Experiences. So this is an SME that is trying to digitize the tourism sector, and we are focusing on 3 sectors as a project, including tourism, logistics, and grains. And so you will hear a little bit of a mix from the speakers. And then Rob Sanford is the CEO of Safe Border. How many of you guys know Safe Border? No? Okay, just a few. Rob, you have so much work to do. And last but not least, Mr. Gideon Korunonji is the CEO of the ICT Association of Uganda. Yeah. So I think in the interest of time, we will do a very quick round of intros. So each one of you just briefly tell us your names again, what you do, and what brings you to this amazing symposium. And also, I would like to say thank you so much to Mr. Kenneth Mohanji and your amazing team, Celine, and everybody that has put this together. We're extremely proud to collaborate. Thank you so much. So I will begin with Stella. Stella, could you please introduce yourself, the company or organization that you represent, and and then we'll go like this. So Stella, and then Ingrid, Rob, and then Gideon.
Thank you, John. My name is Stella Aikoru, and I work with Uganda Free Zone and Export Promotion Authority. So just a tip of an iceberg, Uganda Free Zone and Export Promotion Authority is a government agency that was developed out of the clear merger between Uganda Free Zone Authority and Uganda Export Promotion Board. And the mandate is now much bigger. Then it was skewed to the different agencies. Now it is joined together. And the bigger mandate is to develop, manage, market, and maintain and control free zones in Uganda. Then the other arm is to coordinate all export-related activities in Uganda. So Yeah, I'm glad to be here. John and I have met on different platforms before, work and others. But yeah, John, I'm glad that we are on this platform discussing important matters that impact this economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Ingrid?
So glad to meet all of you. My name is Ingrid Aringanisa. I'm a CEO and co-founder at Footprint Experiences, and we provide essential travel services, which include tour experiences. Apart from that, I'm a community leader for the E-Trade for Women community, which is an initiative by the United Nations Trade and Development, which is a community of about 300 women globally, and it's majorly to support women entrepreneurs who are tech-enabled, specifically in e-commerce, digital marketing, but also through automation of their business processes. Apart from that, I lead specifically the English-speaking Africa community, and I would invite all the women entrepreneurs who are tech-enabled to join us. I usually don't participate in a lot of speaking engagements, but I can tell this will be a great one, and it's a great panel.
Morning, everyone. Thanks very much for having me today. I'm Rob Sanford, the CEO for SafeBoda. For those who don't know, seems like some of you don't, SafeBoda has been transporting people in Kampala safely for the last 10 years. So the drivers with the orange helmets driving mostly more safe than all the other Boda drivers. We also have Safe Car, but specifically today we have package delivery as well, which is kind of how SafeBoda is trying to support e-commerce and work on growing the industry. Thanks so much.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Rob. My name is Gideon. I'm the CEO of the ICT Association of Uganda. At the ICT Association of Uganda, we convene public sector, private sector players, policymakers, and IT professionals, also IT companies, for one aim, for one mission. It's to bridge the digital divide in Uganda. Bridging the digital divide in Uganda has never been more needed than ever before. Currently, we have internet penetration rate of around 28%, and we are in a generation where I've been sitting with the teams there, and we have smartphone users who are around 12 million Ugandans using smartphones. It should really concern that we have as an association, and the growth of that sector also helps our members grow, because when more people use the internet and use more smartphones, that means our members also get more cash in their pockets, but also it leads to the growth of the economy. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I decided to stand so I can see all. It's a bit weird sitting there and then asking you guys the question. I'm looking that side. So I guess the first question is really a very general one, and it's to each one of you. I think the audience would like to understand what really drives e-commerce or digital trade, but specifically e-commerce in the country. And are there specific challenges or gaps or loopholes that you guys see in the work that you do as associations and as a private sector companies in tech? Did you get the question? Yep. So Stella, do you want to go and then we go like this, or then we skip, Rob comes in and then we go back? So we make it a bit fun. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. John, thank you. E-commerce, to start with, I believe is a lifeblood for international trade and even local trade. So one of the key things that has been a driver to the growth and development of e-commerce in Uganda, we can all agree that at least over 43% of Ugandans have phones, and smartphones at that. So definitely, overall, you'll find that Ugandans have been driven more to do e-commerce. And then, of course, there's startups. Ugandans are driven to do startups. So, of course, the beginning part is online, because many of them try to evade tax with the URA.
So you'll find that they'll do a lot of e-commerce and online trading. Then too is the mobile money revolution in Uganda. I believe every telco right now has the mobile money aspect, and of course there is also small solutions and applications that have been developed to do payment in Uganda, and it has also been such a driver to e-commerce in Uganda. 3 is the COVID pandemic. When rubber hit the road, everyone went online, and e-commerce, I believe, in Uganda boomed because of COVID, and I believe there is no looking back from then. Then the 4th, I believe, is the middle income. Ugandans actually have a lot of disposable income, so they're able to create demand and purchase products, and these products are actually imported. I believe we know that currently Ugandans are able to even purchase on international applications like Shein, and are able to pay for the logistical aspects of it, payment for the transportation, payment for the warehousing, and payment for the clearance. So those are some of the drivers. Then of course the 5th is the dynamic tech-savvy Ugandans. We have a lot of Ugandans, whether they've gone to school to do IT or not, they try to sort of navigate their way around online apps and also understanding the internet and Internet of Things. So this has greatly driven e-commerce and the development of it in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Rob?
Thanks. I don't think I have too much to add in terms of what has driven the growth. I think maybe the thing I would highlight is I don't think it's been a result of any policy. I think it's all been private sector, COVID, which was mostly bad news, and middle income, all of these things which is not driven by policy. And so maybe I just focus on the challenges a little bit more, which is how Uganda is compared to Kenya. It's not that Kenya is a little bit further ahead. Kenya is 12 times ahead in terms of e-commerce transactions. Number of smartphones is super low. Internet is very expensive and unpredictable. Stella highlighted a critical thing, which is Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Trade hasn't worked out how to formalize marketplaces in a positive way without businesses seeing the immediate issue of tax. Right? My competitor is not paying tax because they are offline. I'm online and I'm paying tax. So there has been no real policy to solve that critical issue, in my opinion. And then digital payments again is positive. It's growing. It's 3 or 4 times more expensive than M-Pesa to use Airtel, MTN, etc. So there is progress. It is growing, but it's growing significantly slower than other markets. And I think there needs to be a much more deliberate way in which we use e-commerce to formalize most of our offline marketplaces in Uganda. Thanks.
Thank you, Rob. And Ingrid, what are you seeing with the work that you're doing at Footprint? What is the blockage for you in e-commerce?
Yes, so the blockage for me, I'll talk for startups, especially in the tourism sector, like Footprint Experiences. And while everyone is talking about the internet penetration and all these things, but there is still some, when I was reflecting, I tried to think it all goes to capacity. I said we provide travel services first through our platform, but also through other platforms without reinventing the wheel, different aggregators. We provide our services, but we are also consumers because this is, a system, a service system that is closed-looped. You need to put accommodation people together, you need transport, the logistics and everything. So the challenge is that while there is limited penetration in the tourism industry for e-commerce in Uganda, first of all, is capacity. The startups, different companies, maybe people who have capital to go into logistics, they will have hard products, they will have cars that they will sell. People who have hotels will also have accommodation facilities that they will sell. Now there comes the aggregator. For example, having an aggregator, like I'll give the most known examples like booking.com for accommodation, TripAdvisor for tour services. So why are we not having aggregators coming from our ecosystem? I think it goes to capacity building. In terms of how do people know, everyone is excited. When Collins was talking, I need to get into the e-commerce space, but do they have what it takes to build a sustainable e-commerce system? Because this comes with raising financing. We keep complaining that we don't get VC financing here. It's not just a problem of financing not reaching, not even just VC, debt, equity, but we do not have the capacity. If you call different people who want to aggregate these services and you ask them, what are your unit economics, what are your finances, what are your projections, they do not know that. So how are they going to be able to raise financing that can help them to scale their services? That means at some point there is a level of growth that they cannot go beyond because they are not able to raise financing to scale. And if your market, for example, our domestic tourism market is really still challenged, and most tour operators look for international tourists. How are they going to be able to scale, to be able to access these tourists if they cannot get connections to, different tour companies all over the world, if they cannot be trusted? So it all goes to capacity building of not knowing how to scale, not knowing how to raise financing. And then also we have the payments issue. The payment systems are fragmented. And this manifests in different ways. First of all, high transaction fees. There are different layers of transactions. For example, even if it's mobile money for domestic tourists or international tourists, you'll have where you use a third-party payment provider, you'll get paid and they'll deduct some transaction fees, some commission. This money will go to your bank and you'll get some charges. Remember, mobile money has also charged. So it's hard to determine your unit economics and to be able to explain them to people because the payment system is fragmented. And then for the international tourists, the currency conversion, for example, they will pay you an amount, but because of the differences, then you do not get that same amount. So you can also not explain your finances very well. The third one is the fraud risk. Can people trust you? You need to create systems where people can be able to trust you to pay online. So this makes people go back and forth. With Footprint, at first we said, okay, we are putting a third-party payment provider. Of course, we are having the challenges of the deductions, but also people are not able to trust you. So they want to call you, go back and forth, which makes it hard for you to scale because you have to talk to so many people and the process is not repetitive. So it makes it hard for you to deal with many clients and your capacity is limited. And the third one, I will say a lot, but this is the private sector. Yep. The third problem that I see that we have is, the visibility. Everyone is talking about AI. I really had some questions for the AI, but can we practically tell businesses how they can optimize for AI? Because if someone goes to search for tourism providers, AI should suggest, because people, even now there is the Google AI, people no longer go through all so much information. There will be AI suggestions. So it's no longer the search engine optimization, but the visibility through the artificial intelligence optimization. So this is not just a problem for Uganda. If you looked at your phones right now, you're importing a service even when you do not know. You're paying some subscriptions, maybe for Netflix or for your AI provider. But how much services are we exporting from here? And for all developing countries that documented, according to the United Nations Trade and Development, we export less than 1% of global services. Developing countries, not just Uganda. So just imagine what portion that Uganda takes. So how do you think Ugandans will access the international tourists, leave alone the domestic market, to be able to scale? Yeah, I could just summarize it like that. And finally, the parting shot in this specific question is that marketing at a country level. If you searched your phone and went to YouTube and said maybe They are called, what are these, HD 4K videos, and said 4K Uganda, and searched other 4K videos for other countries. And this is not done by the government. It should be entrepreneurs that take the initiative to know that they can do this to also sell their country. The Ugandan videos will be so bad, so the international tourists will not be able to come. And for the domestic tourists, the government should improve logistics. It's beyond park days. When, you know, UTB says we have a free park day that Ugandans should come. You know, in some parks, they should pay maybe about 20,000. So it's not the money failing them to go, but it's the logistics. Imagine if they could get an SGR over the weekend and say, we can go to the park. They can be, you know, would earn from domestic tourism. So for domestic tourism, I think it's majorly a logistical issue and would need to improve that so that Ugandans can know their country, but we can also be able to earn from that. Thank you.
Yeah, Ingrid, thank you so much, and you've been so kind with your responses. I just want to react before we move to Gideon. I think you mentioned some really important points. Number one, on fraud. I was in Barra last week. We are launching an MSME capacity building program, and so I was speaking with some of the entrepreneurs there, and I was asking them what the challenges they are facing in e-commerce were, and they said, you know, John, we don't trust these online platforms. So we don't understand their return policies. We don't understand anything that concerns e-commerce. So you order for a green shirt, and then you get a blue shirt, and then they convince you that that's a green shirt that became blue along the way. And so we had a lot of discussions around the third-party platforms that you're talking about, TripAdvisor, Booking.com for the tourism companies, and of course social media and how they can sort of utilize these. On payments, it's true, and I think it's not just a Ugandan problem, and that kind of presents a huge opportunity for fintechs. I've seen a few founders here that have built payment platforms. Alan here, I've worked with Alan Rakatungu for the last 7 years, and has built a solid fintech from ground up, and is now building a very solid artificial intelligence platform that apparently works for you. And so maybe you can have lunch with Alan, and he'll explain to you the stuff that they're doing at times. Yeah.
Maybe he needs to pay you for the advert.
Yeah, he's buying me coffee after this. Gideon, what are you seeing with your members at the ICT association?
So, like, we've been with Ministry of Trade. We've been in Chotera and Kabale districts last month, training MSMEs on using e-commerce platforms and what they can do to tap into the e-commerce space. When we go on ground, what we find is different from what is in these conferences as an association. This is the truth. Incremental growth cannot help us achieve tenfold growth. It cannot. We must look at a conversation of disruption. This is why Amazon's market cap is $2.4 trillion. Africa's GDP combined, the whole of Africa, is 2.5 trillion. So we are 0.1 trillion richer than Amazon in terms of market cap, comparing our GDP and them. For me, for e-commerce to grow as an association, we have built a CIO roundtable, and the CIOs are complaining. These are the top CTOs and CIOs across top telecoms and government sectors, and they're complaining. They're saying, Gideon, we don't think the government is prioritizing strategy to position Uganda to maybe bud the next Amazon or bud the next products that we should have. So for us to employ the workforces that we have in Uganda, for us to revamp the digital trade and change, for example, how the e-commerce nationally is structured, it comes from an eye of strategy, in my view, to say we want to raise maybe a company that can have market cap that can be also listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Why can't we do that? And we have the technology, we have the brains. Those people they don't eat a different diet that they have. And we could say for the e-commerce space, because you see Chikubo is not relevant in the next few years, but it profits the oligarchs for our market to stay the way it is, structured this way. But if the nation wants to see that tenfold growth being achieved, we need to have a conversation on disruption. And e-commerce should not be ignored in the conversation of disruption. So as we've been doing these trainings as an association, we have observed that as we are doing all these initiatives, they are not helping. because we go and train some MSMEs, they still cry that, Gideon, we have not understood, we have to train again and again. We feel as an association, we want to roll out a digital, some other platforms, as you're hearing. We want to go now beyond convening the sector players. We want to develop shared value platforms which can profit our members, but also profit the general ecosystem. And we also want to participate in innovating, building our own product as an association that could answer certain gaps that we have in our ecosystem. However, we can't achieve that when our market is only having 13 million internet users. I can't, even the ones who are active around 6 million. And I can't also do that when they're going to switch off the internet. Yeah. So in elections, so I can't say that the digital trade, how it will be affected. Yeah. And if it picks policymakers, I would prefer they just switch off some nodes, or maybe social media, but let's keep on key nodes on so that digital trade can be trusted. Yeah. So for people to go online, they will not want to go online to trade because they know it. In elections or when there's any turbulence that happens, internet will be switched off. So in those facts, they really make investor confidence low in our markets, and also the local investor who is the one owning a shop somewhere. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, Gideon, excellent. And so, in the interest of time, I see where the clock is starting to shift. Stella, I know the stuff you guys are doing at UFSEPA around services exports, especially. The earlier panel was really diving into policies and governance around artificial intelligence. And I am curious to know what you guys are doing policy-wise when it comes to cross-border trade. So with ITC and with the EUD, we're trying so much through this program to push for cross-border trade, especially in the spirit of the East African Community e-commerce strategy, but also encouraging tourists from the EU and all over the world to give someone like Ingrid here business. And so I'm curious to know what policies are in place around e-commerce specifically that are actually working or in the works for implementation.
Okay, thank you, John. The strategic landscape of e-commerce in Uganda is currently just evolving. We do not have too much footing on e-commerce in Uganda currently, but there is a bit of 2 or 3 policies that have been developed to sort of anchor and support e-commerce in Uganda. But then I would like to start from the broader, which is ESC and Africa, and then I can zero it down to the national. So there is, of course, the ESC e-commerce strategy that is being currently rolled out, and I believe it should be able to support and harmonize the regulations in all the 5 ESC partner states. Of course, there is trade barriers that are specific to e-commerce. That's in terms of logistics, warehousing, and clearing and forwarding, because those are all the aspects that are around logistics in itself. So that strategy is currently present, and I believe the East African partner states are currently adopting it into their national strategies. And then there's been a digital free trade area that has been developed under COMESA and has been adopted by SCFTA. And this ideally should be able to support all African countries have harmonization into their financial inclusion, to have e-certificates of origin, to have e-logistics, sort of to just harmonize all the legal and regulations in the different countries. It should also be able to support the different currency rates. For instance, if I'm buying from Zimbabwe and it's being imported into Uganda, the rates should sort of be harmonized. Of course, the pain point now is the different countries have closed economies. Case in point is Ethiopia. They have a closed economy where you're not able to play around with the currencies and all that. But I believe everything is an evolving ball. Eventually, it will come to play and all that. So when you come down to the national, of course, the ESC the digital free trade area, of course, also inform our national strategies and policies. Currently, under the Ministry of Trade, there's been a development of the national e-commerce strategy. It has fully not been implemented or rolled out yet for various reasons, financial, and of course the input of the private sector. But then it is already giving us a roadmap on how we are going to roll out the e-commerce footprint in Uganda. And then, of course, the fact that you have a government buy-in. Two, the other policy is the digital transformation project that was under the NDP3, I believe has been extended to the NDP4. And ideally, it is supposed to support the rollout of e-commerce in Uganda, support startups in Uganda, and also encourage use of financial solutions in Uganda, that is both in government and private institutions. So currently those are the ones that we work with. And of course with the UFZIPA, the biggest ball game here is to encourage all our exporters, both in the free zones and the general exporters, to have an online presence. And in our export readiness assessments, we have that key area of marketing, and under marketing, these aspects of the emails, social media, and then of course your online presence, okay? And in the past, we had a system, an exporter management system that had an e-commerce button in itself, where we would get buyers log on to that system, register the products they would like to buy from Uganda, and as of ZEPA being a trade promotional agency, we're able to connect these buyers to the sellers, both in products and services. And I could say we've had quite a great stride when it comes to promotion of tourism. It's been our helm, at least whenever we go for international events. And I'll be glad to support Ingrid here to get more clients internationally. But then, of course, one of my key experiences that I know is we had an engagement in Barcelona. Our IT and IT-enabled services were pitching, and each time someone would mention their company, the first thing that the buyers in the room would skew their heads down to their machines, and the first thing is, do you have online presence? Can I buy from you? What are your prices like? So everything literally was online. Same for South Africa, investment. They'll check for your online presence. Are you able to do e-commerce? Do you have pictorials that actually speak to what you do or what you have? So in generality, aside the policies that have been developed in ESC, Africa, and national, there is also the other incentive that governments offer in their different lines of work. Okay, we have UTB that is, of course, promoting and supporting the tourist companies, and then UFZEPA that looks at the holistic promotion of products and promotion of services. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Stella, thank you so much. And I'm going to come to Rob. And because I think Safe Border has been around for quite some time. And, you know, it's amazing the products they've rolled out over the years and the type of clientele that they have. I recently had, so I've had different experiences with e-commerce generally. I think I had a good one recently. It was both good and not so good. So I was buying a computer for a little niece of mine, and I went to one of the platforms. I will not say the name. And the computer came. So, you know, I waited a couple of days, the computer came, and then I sent it to my niece, and she tries to power it on, and it just wasn't powering on. But then I remembered that this particular platform have a very clear return policy. It's X number of days, you know, you go through the application or whatever platform you used to order, and then, you know, just click refund. I have ABC kind of problem and I need my refund. And it actually worked. So a couple of days later, maybe 24 or 72 hours later, I got my mobile money sent back. I was very happy. And they took back their machine. So I think, Rob, the question around trust, it's so important. And I think it goes beyond just delivering parcels. It's I want you to to deliver a parcel to the specification that I ordered for. And one, I wanted to know if you have any knowledge on the policies that Stella has mentioned, or do they stay in the boardrooms at Youth Zepa, or are they actually reaching the MSMEs and the tech startups that are ultimately affected? So, and then B is sort of what are the lessons over the years that you have learned through Safe Border and scaling the business, and how that can sort of be trickled down to even the smaller businesses, especially in logistics.
Great, thanks. I guess in the first answer is quite straightforward. We are starting to work more closely with policymakers and policy institutions, without shamelessly plugging KTA, who have organised today. They've been at the forefront of trying to bring people together to become a single voice, focus on true policy progress. But I would say it's something that's very important from a board perspective, but at the same time, it's not something that we can rely on every day. Right? We don't spend all of our time saying, well, this is going to happen, so we can wait for that. We know that this takes a lot of time. But it's good to see there's progress there. Secondly, in terms of lessons in digital, building digital trust, it's a very good example you use there. I think a few kind of key things I would say is, firstly, trust is very easily lost.
Yeah.
You can do all of the right things 9 times out of 10, you make a mistake, it's gone, right? Which completely makes sense. Trust in Uganda is pretty low, again, for many legitimate reasons. And so we need to spend all of our time building that trust, providing a great experience, but not just that. When it goes wrong, it will go wrong, being able to provide a good experience afterwards, that customer service. The reason why I believe Safe Border has done better than Uber, a dirty word in our boardroom, but has done better than Uber, despite the fact that Uber has a lot more money. Ingrid used the example of Booking.com, is because of the ability to say something's gone wrong. Someone answers the phone when you call. They can speak in Luganda as well as English, rather than just Uber. So you're able to build trust there. But it is an ongoing process. It really, really is. Then the final point is about how an organization like Safe Border can support smaller organizations. Safe Border is still relatively small. I think that these kind of partnerships are really important. I don't know which organization you're talking about. Gideon talked about the idea of an Amazon. I personally don't agree that an Amazon should work in Uganda, right? Whilst Safe Border would love the market cap of Amazon, I don't think it's the right thing. Amazon takes away the products from entrepreneurs. Ideally, Safe Border would work with entrepreneurs to say, look, this is what you need to do. We have very, very strict rules. This is how you will be successful on our platform if we were to roll out something like that, hypothetically, maybe. You would see, we would work to say, we need to protect our brand, you need to protect your brand. And that consistent focus, rather than this is a platform, it's nothing to do with us. And so, the way that I would always think about it is, as a platform doing tens of thousands of transactions or trips a day, it's very easy to say, it's not my problem. But actually, you need to go and say, it is my problem. Every single issue that a customer has and tells us about, or a driver has and tells us about, this is our problem. And with e-commerce, as we are moving more and more into the space, it's working with these businesses to say, yes, you are responsible for this as well. We will help you. We will not abandon you, but every single product you sell really does matter. Thanks.
Yeah, Rob, thank you so much. And maybe to go to the last speaker before we open the floor for any question, Gideon. So the stuff that you're doing at ICT AU. So I've had the privilege of working with tech startups, IT and BPO companies, and associations like yours for the last 7 years. And we were recently in a session around the issue of taxation and most of the tech companies that we had in the room basically said, the tax system here, either A, doesn't favor tech companies, or B, we need to reverse engineer the information, where we have to train a certain body that does these collections on how to collect tax from tech companies, because there was issues around double taxation and all sorts of penalties that these companies have been facing over the years. And I'm wondering what an association like ICT AU is doing in that sense, not just to create awareness on the company side, but also lobby on the other side to create a bit more clear ways through which these companies can be taxed. What do you say to this?
So, you're very right, because as an association, as I told you, we are convening CIOs and CTIOs monthly, really, to not just get their challenges, but also to run to them some things that we face to find a shared value. Actually, we have audience with the URA and the Ministry of Finance as an association. We meet URA monthly, and I made one of their assistant commissioners co-chair the CIO roundtable, so that we can always be with him in the same meetings, so he didn't know he was up to. So there's reverse taxation for ICT products, and in our statistic, there is excise duty that is on internet hardware, that is 25%, VAT on digital services is 28%, reverse VAT on imported ICT services is 15%. And so what is happening currently is that when you import something from, let's say, Apple, and Apple says you're selling it at this price, here it will double beyond the price that you're selling it at. And long story short, we have, for example, my own company, recently, URA I've been in trouble with URA as my company. And the reason was because...
What is your company?
It's called Impact.
Okay.
We're in digital transformation.
Okay.
So I didn't know that at Impact, that I didn't know as a CEO of the association, I never knew that there is no VAT charged on locally imported, locally developed software. I didn't know it was VAT free. So I've been paying VAT. So, but at URA, it's not classified anywhere as among the products that are exempt of tax. So it's on the regime and those classifications, that misclassification that we're discussing with URA. But it's also the opportunities being missed by URA. In number one, the people and the Ministry of Finance, in terms of, yes, you're missing a lot of revenue that you would have collected if, let's say, more people had smartphones. So there are a lot of opportunities missed, and we're shooting ourselves in the foot, and also the number of people we could have employed. So we, as the ICT sector, are asking government, what do you prefer, employment or taxation? And if it's employment, can we illustrate to you how we can absorb the Ugandan unemployed base? And if that happens, we have the best brains here. I'm very sure we can employ most people here, because people don't want to participate in nascent sectors. They really want to now go into agro-industrialization but long story short, we've run this survey. It's at URA's table. We hope to have another engagement with them soon. And also we're having an MOU in the works with URA to continually have a working group to make sure that this is addressed. But they stem also from Ministry of Finance, whereby we have to always table these issues at Ministry of Finance level. But shockingly, Ministry of Finance says they don't know many issues that we face. The reason is certain technology players access government as individuals, and we don't lobby for the entire sector. So government takes proposals by the top companies, and it does not take the proposals of the entire ecosystem. And they share rebates, and they don't tax them. They give them maybe tax rebates, but they don't benefit people. But lastly, John, Uganda launched the income tax policy and the startup policy, that was that they said they will be after July 1st, all companies that will be formed will be exempt of, I think, some taxes, which was not rewarding resilience of companies that, like mine, all have been in the sector for long. So you'd realize that some policies that are being passed are strategically being positioned for the market players who may want to bring in big companies after July 1st. And we who have been here, resilient members of the association, are not being rewarded. And the challenge, John, is that when they're architecting these policies, when we go and give feedback as an association, never put into implementation. It is skipped with another eye and they just proceed to other things. So you wonder if, let's say, you're exempting tax of organizations formed after July 1st, what about the ones that have been existing? But we sent feedback in the consultation meetings. So we are also starting to consider whether we are going to step out of certain lobbying bodies and form our own as an ICT sector.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gideon. And Ingrid, I see you raising your hand, but my stopwatch and some two ladies in the audience are harassing me to run off the stage. But I think you guys have been an amazing panel, and this is a conversation that we can obviously take offline. We cannot discuss everything right now, and what I find amazing about the team at KTA is putting important discussions such as these ones that actually have actual actionable points that can be followed up on. And hopefully when we come back for the 9th symposium, we see a shift in policy and implementation and lots of new products rolled out by the MSMEs.
I could just give one.
I'll give you 20 seconds,
Okay,
Ingrid.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
I want to react to the tax issue. So for me, it's the businesses. I would want us to, as entrepreneurs, to think about doing scalable businesses like Safe Border. Start from Uganda and scale. But everyone keeps talking about Amazon, Kobo, and everything. Yes, what does it take for them to raise the capital that allows them to make losses for 5 years? Most entrepreneurs here do not know that. So we need to build their capacity to be able to raise their capital to start in Uganda and scale beyond Uganda. And they don't need the government's permission to do that because the world is open. The internet gives them access to all those resources. And they were talkers on the tables. I don't know if any of you use them, but my recommendation, I'm an entrepreneur, very passionate about poverty eradication, and I think if Ugandans are empowered, the question will not be access to internet, because if a Ugandan can afford to spend 20,000 a day and they are charged VAT and that money goes to the government, the country will develop, but they'll also book from your e-commerce platforms. But if they have access to internet and they cannot afford, it will all go to waste. So we need to scale. If you're charging commissions, you need to scale because you need to do 1 million transactions for you to be able to make money and scale. So you should be able to make losses. To make losses for some time, you must raise capital. So we should build capacity. And I've read several books that I would love to recommend. It's the last point. I Can, I Must, I Will is the latest book I've read by Reginald Mengi. He was a great entrepreneur in Tanzania who passed away. And I think it talks about the African environment, but also how to thrive in tough situations. Thank you.
It's amazing. Thank you so much. To each one of you, I think you've been amazing. And thank you so much to our very active audience.
I think they can have a photo here before they get off the stage. Again, I hope the photographer is available. But I'm also really waiting for a time when Gideon and Rob agree on something. Every time we talk, the two of them are always disagreeing on something. So we can have the photo quickly. And then also really just to encourage, we know that you haven't really had questions, but the sessions we're having are more interactive. And what we'd like in the afternoon is for you to be able to go around tables and actually talk. So we are going to release white papers from this, where we're going to have meaningful discussions with policymakers around all of the topics that we're going to discuss or that we have discussed. And so keep your questions. In the afternoon, we shall sit and then we talk and we shall record everything. And then the next symposium will come back and you'll see the progress that we will have had. So come down. Simple Bingo is coming up next. I don't know who the ladies are who are doing the Simple Bingo. Oh, Senior Associate Tracy Ruvarema here. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tracy Ruvarema. I work with KTA. So I hope everybody has one of these cards. We're going to have a networking session, and it is a game. I hope you're all game players. Please get involved. Ingrid asked if you use the table talkers. Let this be the card everyone says, yes, we used it. So how we're going to play is, there's a number of boxes. Please talk amongst yourselves on the tables, walk around the room, get to know people, see who you can find that matches the description within the boxes. I, for one, can tell you if you've spoken to me, I'm here for the cocktails, you can tick that off. So find everyone else that matches these descriptions, get to know each other, get to know your businesses. Is there anyone that's here for gender inclusion in technology? There are so many startup founders around the room, talk to each other. There are creatives left, right, and center. We have Kashushu, we have Angel Camera. Please talk to each other. Stand up. We're going to have this session for 20 minutes, so please feel free to take your time, walk around, stretch your legs. This is just before we get into the speaker presentation. Thank you. One more thing I should add. If you get 5 in a row, diagonally, vertically, or horizontal, please let me know. You'll be our winner for the day. There are some conversation starters at the bottom if you want some bonus points and you don't want to get all the boxes. I'm hearing some chatter about the prizes. Please be aware, you will get a prize if you win. If you haven't found anyone in the fashion industry, our host Vanessa is walking around in the bright orange. Please tick her off. I'm looking for someone who has trained an AI model. I've seen your hand, thank you very much. We have a winner already. I love that everyone has gotten so involved in this. Thank you all so much. Can we get to know our winner?
Yeah. Sure. Okay. So my bottom five.
Hey, you're so wow. He did not.
I've been in the industry. Been around the block.
In one.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Did you mark yourself up?
It was supposed to be myself, huh?
No. Do we have any winners in the room yet? Anyone with 5 in a row? Just let me know. That rhymed by mistake. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for participating. Our networking session, unfortunately, is coming to an end, but I love to see the room so lively. Do we have a winner? Is there anyone around? Yes? If you know you got 5 in a row, the gift we are handing out are these beautiful brass trinkets, by Trinkets of Brass, and our convener, Miss Vanessa Naluvega. Just come up to her, show us your card, show us the 5 in a row, and you get some free trinkets. Thank you all for participating. Tracy?
Hi, we have our winner. Please speak to us. Introduce yourself.
Tell us who you are. Alan, you look like you've cheated. Hi, my name is Rowena, and I did not cheat. I won. I got 5 in a row. Yeah, yay me. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm now into the forward.
Congratulations to Rowena.
Hi everyone, my name is Yigana Lubega. So our winner for today is Rowena. Yay to her, she's won herself Trinkets of Brass. Trinkets of Brass is an Afrocentric brand that specializes in brass jewelry for the ladies and the gentlemen. An example of Trinkets of Brass is what I'm wearing, my arm cuffs, my rings, and my earrings.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Tracy and Iga, for that simple bingo. I hope you all enjoyed it. And if you didn't win any prizes, don't worry. You can still buy trinkets from Iga. Yeah? May we all please get back to our seats and maintain silence. Before I announce the next speaker, can we please have silence in the room? So our next presentation is from Rashida Nalumoso. Rashida Nalumoso is a creative producer with 15 years of experience working in the creative and cultural sectors. Currently, she is the head of arts and regional creative lead, SSA Arts, British Council. Let's give her a warm welcome while she comes to speak to us about her masterclass. A round of applause, please.
Hello everyone, I'm going to be presenting a case study from a British Council fashion residency that I hope is of interest and chosen specifically to be topical for today's KTA conference. If we could get it up on the screen. So Tech-Stitched XR, immersive and AI technologies for sustainable, culturally grounded African fashion in the metaverse. Yeah, next slide, please. The green. Great. Great. So my case study today explores Tech-Stitched, an XR fashion project that merges virtual, extended reality, AI to create sustainable, culturally grounded African fashion experiences in the metaverse. In collaboration with Pan-African designers, the project used platforms like Unreal Engine and Clo3D to co-create digital garments and an immersive virtual runway. These showcases were set in digital environments inspired by African heritage cities with garments modeled on AI-generated avatars. Findings showed that the XR approach significantly reduced physical waste, boosted cultural confidence, and increased global access to underrepresented fashion narratives. While challenges like cost and infrastructure remain, our study concludes that Tech-Stitched XR provides a replicable framework for sustainable, culturally grounded opportunities for design that balance technology with human-centered values. The global fashion industry has undergone a critical transformation in the context of climate change, decolonial discourse, digital disruption. Questions on sustainability and cultural representation have become central to future-orientated design. Within this landscape, immersive technologies, namely XR and generative AI, offer the potential to reshape the creation, experience, and the dissemination of fashion. Tech-Stitched XR emanated as an experimental response to the potential of leveraging digital tools to elevate designers from Africa, lean into their cultural heritage, while addressing environmental and sustainable challenges. The project aligns with Fifth Industrial Revolution, emphasizing human-centered innovation that balance technological advancement with social responsibility. The integration of extended reality and AI into fashion is an emerging field that aligns with the wider discourses on design futures, digital heritage, and sustainable development. Scholars have noted that immersive technologies reshape how we engage with material culture, enabling novel forms of cultural production, preservation, and consumption. In the fashion sector, XR and AI-driven tools are being adopted not only for virtual try-ons or remote showcasing, but also for rethinking production, pedagogy, and cultural storytelling. So a collaboration between partners who joined together, designers themselves from 5 African countries, Kenya, Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria and Senegal, gathered in Ethiopia for a residency hosted by Horn of Africa, who run the Ethiopia Fashion Week, Guzo Technologies, our tech partner, and British Council. So really, that research consortium was key to the success of this project. We were really interested from the start to create new, tangible evidence that could support what is it to bring creatives together with a technology company, and the resulting Stitched XR was the result. We didn't know what the input would be, which is always the exciting thing of going into an experimental research residency, and we were open to the possibility of creative exchange through the format of residency that offers the opportunity to experiment and take risk. We fundamentally believe at the British Council that artists in technology is key to the future. We want to advance technological innovation and knowledge generation and engage diverse audiences in that complex technology mix. And the opportunity to prototype, therefore, human-centered futures is what TechStitched offered. One of the distinguishing features of the residency and TechStitched is the intersection of how it was built on major pillars of both XR, AI, fashion, and tourism. Guzo Technology, based in Ethiopia, a really interesting tech company who had not collaborated necessarily with a creative residency in this way before engaging with us. They have done a number of tourism interventions in Ethiopia to great success. And so I think the combination of being quite open to cross-sectoral thinking was also really successful for the project. Visitors of the Hilton Addis Ababa exhibition interacted with garments on the digital runway. They tested real-time fashion simulations, and we were able to really push the cultural narrative embedded in the designer's work, particularly from a Pan-African perspective, knowing that the residency gathered designers from across the continent while being hosted within Ethiopia, which we know has such a rich traditional heritage and stories to share. And so we really pushed the boundaries of fashion presentations, including that focus on cultural immersion as a core component. TechStitched was more than just a design project. It was a cultural storytelling experience, and it pushed the expectations, particularly also of tourism, that we're really interested, as we particularly are aware that the creative economy doesn't exist in a vacuum, and the more that we interact with partners, funders, artists themselves to understand the potentials of new technology, I think that's really key to growing sustainable futures. These are just some examples of mood boards that were developed, illustrating the thematic clusters, particularly leaning in traditional textiles to metaverse catwalks. And so what it really enabled by bringing together a tech company with the designers was real-time experimentation, where designers were able to understand what does my outfit look like in the virtual world, even before necessarily it becomes a product that I spend time and money developing. And how can that be a conversation that can innovate and push forward the potentials for brands to scale, export, understand their own market within their country, but also the continent and abroad further. These are just some examples of the really beautiful outfits that were created within the VR. And I'm so sorry today I don't have the headsets for you all to experience. It really is a unique and the video that I showed was what it is like when you're in this VR experience that we created, which can only obviously be experienced with the VR headsets that we don't have with us today, but in future I promise we will. We'll get Guzo Technologies here to be able to offer that. I think what also I wanted to place emphasis on was the ability to, I think, embrace the risk that I mentioned before in terms of not exactly knowing the outcome of this residency before we entered into it. And I think that is where we'll therefore be able to create new futures for designers, because we really didn't know for sure even how the fashion weeks or designers themselves would embrace collaborating in this way. So TechStitch project revealed 5 key thematic findings that illuminate how immersive and AI technologies can support sustainable fashion practices in the global south. Digital heritage amplifies cultural confidence. Designers reported a renewed sense of pride and ownership when seeing their garments contextualized within digitally reconstructed environments. And I think this is really key, and we see it in our work with our CDNA fashion program in Uganda. We really need to take that ownership and pride of our own cultural heritage here, build our brands here, before we can understand that that has the opportunity to scale, let alone in Uganda, East Africa, the continent, and beyond. So the opportunity to take our cultural heritage into the metaverse is really, really exciting. And we're at that new frontier where designers are doing that for the first time and have something of value to offer to that engagement. And we really are building that data from scratch. Generative AI can enhance cultural interpretation and reinterpretation. Global concerns regarding cultural misrepresentation by AI are legitimate. And unless we add to that data, we're not going to be represented. Democratizing access through XR is very possible, and it's very exciting around how tech-supported collaboration builds local solidarity. And that's also what we've seen as British Council in terms of the successful partnership with Guzo Technology, who have also they embrace the spirit of collaboration. So really the opportunities are sky high, and it was fantastic to exhibit Tech Stitched most recently at Africa Fashion Week London. And this quote here from Daniel of Guzo Technologies, that participating at Africa Fashion Week London in the Creative DNA program has been transformative for his creative practice, really strikes me, because this is someone who had not engaged with the fashion sector, or really creatives, was coming much more from tech. And so my advocacy for anyone here in the room who is also working more in the tech sector, let's lean into the creative sector and understand that that is the future of digital technology, because it's a new frontier. And so Daniel's quote around the confidence it gave him to position his work, not only spearheading experimental technology from Ethiopia is innovating, and then that has something to offer global stages, and it makes a meaningful contribution that is much needed in the global fashion and cultural industries. Stories from our continent are deeply desired to contribute to the global fashion scene right now, and it's really important to how we think deeply and consciously about African heritage and storytelling to be translated into immersive digital formats without losing our authenticity. So I think that really is my main provocation, and very happy to have wider discussions around the opportunities of collaboration and partnership. Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, again for Rashida Nalumoso. I think this is great stuff that the British Council is doing with creatives. I think it also gives the fashion gurus in this room, I see lots of them, including Yiga, it gives you hope that, you know, this is something that you can actually earn from, but away from that, there's room for you to scale to other markets without necessarily first, you know, going to Paris Fashion Week. You know, you can now use VR to bring people into your own experience and show them exactly what it is that you're creating. Yeah, so we're going to have Alan from Times who's going to speak to us. And in case you're looking at the program again and wondering why we are pushing things around, we are having a few delays in the background, so some things have been moved to the forefront. I hope that that is still okay with you. Please remember to hydrate. So let's have Alan from Times. Thank you. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you. Should I call you Sanyu? I did not know I was sitting next to a celebrity until about an hour ago. So anyway, thank you very much. My name is Alan Rakatungu. I'm a Ugandan entrepreneur. And today I'm going to be talking to you about Times, right? As the heading says, Times is a software platform where work gets done, right? Aren't you all tired of busy work, right? You know that work that you have to do, right? but it is just mind-numbing, right? You know those email chains, forwarding, CC, please looping in, for one simple answer, right? Repetitive tasks, right? As an entrepreneur, this one is the one that sucked a lot, right? Sales meetings, please, Ndawarasa, what is your update? David, what is your update? You go around the room 2 hours, then you get called in the next day for the same update meeting. When are you going to do the work, right? And all this because you really want, there's the core to your business, right? I think everybody, especially you creatives, sometimes I think lawyers, for them, they enjoy, where's my friend David? I think for them, they enjoy the busy work, because I've been to court, and one thing I could not believe was seeing the magistrate writing word for word what we were saying, right? So maybe Kenneth enjoys this, but for the rest of us, busy work really sucks, all right? And so that's where Times comes in, right? So we are giving every employee and every customer their own AI assistant, right? Now that might sound quite technical, but when you think about it, magic happens, right? We've been in existence not for long, but we're already working on some really, really exciting things, right? The most basic one is if you have an organization and you just want to give people answers, right? What was my revenue yesterday? What is our HR policy, right? I saw that thick book from National Planning Authority. We're not going to read it. Put it in, give us AI assistance, we can ask it, right? So that is one really basic use case, live, right? With a customer using it. The other one, intelligent IVR, you've all experienced it. Press 1 for English, press 2 for Luganda. If you want prepaid airtime, press 1. By the time, then after that, they give you like 10 minutes of music, right? How would you like it if it said, hello Harriet, how can I help you, right? And then the next time you call, it remembers you, right? We're working with, I can't mention the name now, but that will become live, and when it's live, you will know who it is, right? The other one, which is really exciting, if you're in business, you've done like loan applications, right? They give you paperwork this thick, right? Meanwhile, inside the organization, somebody has to read that stuff and classify it well. That one, I think I can name drop the client. So we're working with Uganda Bankers Association to demonstrate how that can be made easier, right? You can just get your AI assistant can give you a nice summary of the loan application, and you can either say yes or no, right? So you see, the narrative in the market is that AI has come to take our jobs. I think the magic will happen when everybody actually has an AI assistant, because we can move away from the work that sucks to the work that really matters, right? And that's what we're all about, okay? Janice, I saw you suffering. She's here. We were sending you email. Please, you can have an AI assistant that will help you with your work, right? And give everybody a better event experience, right? Now, the last one is the one which I'm particularly excited about because it's working in the real world, right? So a client of ours is doing like field ops in the oil region, right? Constantly sending reports of what is happening on site with pictures and words. I'm like, boss, when are you doing the work, right? Because you're constantly sending pictures, constantly sending reports. So you can have a camera that is looking at the site and an AI that is reporting on what is happening on the site so that you can focus on building, right? So like I said, when you pair a human being with an AI assistant, magic happens, right? Now you can be here saying, this guy is talking out of his ass. What is he talking about, right? But here's the thing, right? I've seen this before, right? I worked at Mobile Money. I'm a bit old, by the way. 2008, I was there when it was starting. And the questions that we were asked were, where is the money coming from? Show me, show me, show me. Put your hand up here if you have not used Mobile Money, right? That is just, a few years back, right? So when technology is nascent, when it is new, right, it doesn't seem obvious. But one thing I can tell you for sure, right? I also started a company called Sente in the payment space, right? It's the hardest stuff I've ever done. That stuff was hard, right? We walked the streets, we sweated, our shoes were in a different angle, right? Today, everybody from NSSF, MultiChoice, UAP is using us, and we transact a significant amount of money, right? So this might sound like, oh, what is this guy talking about? But I can tell you for sure, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, human beings and AI working side by side is going to be mainstream. We're not even going to think about it, right? And if you're early, you will take advantage. So if you're in this room, please don't be on the, I don't want to make comments about what I was hearing on the policy side. The lady, the lawyer, I was agreeing with her a lot, right? Kenneth talked about being radical, right? Let's be radical, right? This whole stuff of, policy, yeah, that's great. But what can we do with this technology? There's 13,400 backlog cases in court right now, right? Can we solve that? Instead of writing another policy document that is going to go on the shelf and no one ever looks at it, yeah? So AI is here, and we have to be radical about it. So what are the steps that you can take if you want to use this tech, not with us, but preferably with us, right? This is an elephant, right? So it's a few steps, right? We meet with you, I'm here, we exchange business cards, we come in, we discover about your organization, right? We learn about each other, right? In there, you'll tell us the top 3 busy work things that suck, right? You get that word very well, right? Things that prevent you from doing your best work. You're a creative, you're dealing with URA. You're a creative, your finance guys are giving you a lot of headaches, right? What are your top 3 things that you want to get away of, right? From there, we can advise, right? What are the steps that you can take, right? Again, it could be using our tech, hopefully, right? But there's a lot of tooling out there that you could adopt, right? So from that advisory, what we advise or what we say is, you know what? Have a small team. You can call it an AI squad, an AI, whatever you want to call it, that is going to get those 3 top things, and you start to chew on them, right? And from there, you can decide what to scale out. I can tell you for sure, in 5 years' time, work is going to feel like, yay! Thank you very much.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Alan. While I was listening to Alan, I remembered a book I was reading, which is entitled Deep Work by Cal Newport. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you're trying to do is drain the shallows. Many of us spend a lot of time, especially most of the people in this room, I know that most of you are knowledge workers. So you spend a lot of time multitasking, maybe you're checking your email and responding to the emails that you have to respond to. That is a part of your work, but this right here, I think, is a solution for draining out the shallows. And I think the shallows are those things that you can delegate to someone else to do them, right? So you spend more time coming up with the things that are actually important, things that matter to your work, writing research papers, if that's what's important to you as a creative, maybe reaching a wider audience and creating content that's worthy. I think that's what Alan is trying to solve here, right? Thank you so much, Alan. So, we are going to have an icebreaker. I don't know if some of you have teeth, quite literally and figuratively. I've not seen you smile. I've not seen you say hello to your neighbor. So the instructions are really simple. Take turns sharing your answer to each question with the people at your table. Yeah? There are these talking cards on your table. Please just have a look at them. I'm going to move around and I'll pick some of my culprits. I see Kemi over there at the back. The goal, what's one thing you hope to learn or accomplish at this conference? I'm just going to walk around, you know. Your hair invited me here. You look beautiful today. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Can you tell us your name?
My name is Divine Masinalwanga. Do you want me to talk about my goal? Yeah. So, for my introduction, Divine Masinalwanga, and I am a journalist, storyteller. I tell stories for Switch Africa. So one of the goals I have for today, something that I would like to accomplish, I would like to walk away from this conference with at least 2 stories to tell for Switch Africa.
And what would that mean to you? Or how do you hope that this will impact the people around you? Because storytelling has to be impactful, right?
So most of the conversations happening in this room, the ones that I've listened to so far, they're really insightful. And when I look around, I see young people, but then for this event, once it is done, I do not know whether we are going to still have content about it running. So when I tell these stories, the content is going to be out there for any young person to access at any time at their convenience.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. So I'm still asking, what's the one thing you hope to learn or accomplish at this conference? Because we have had so many discussions, and I believe by now you know what direction you want to take. Are you the person who's here to learn, like me? Or are you the person who's here maybe to talk about your innovation? Are you the person who's thinking about what policies to formulate and how to implement them? Kemijisha.
The one about the goal? Okay, 2 goals. One is to meet people in my space and outside my space who support the kind of work I do. What do I do? Which is the second goal, actually, to share about what I do. I head a company called Kama Digital Content Hub, where we create curriculums to educate digital content creators as well as small to medium businesses on how to utilize social media to amplify their work, to sell, but most of all to gain visibility, because there's like a gap there on how to gain real and meaningful visibility and build trust with audiences, which is, we're kind of experts at that. Yeah. I just did. Kama Digital. Okay. So it's Kama Digital, KHAMA, Digital Content Hub. You can find us online, just Kama Digital Content Hub, and you'll find, or just talk to me, I'm here, so, yeah.
Thank you, Kemijisha. And now moving on to the wicked problem. I think you guys still have the talking cards, right? What is the single biggest, most complex, wicked problem your industry is currently wrestling with? Rashida.
I think this is it's an easy answer around a problem not only for the continent, but for creatives everywhere. I mean, access to finance, which is really getting smaller and smaller. So how do we get the money? How do we access the money? How do we make it work to be sustainable?
Thank you so much, Rashida. I think I've spoken to lots of ladies. Gentlemen here, can you please tell us your name, your company, and what the single biggest, most complex, wicked problem your industry is currently facing? What is?
Thank you very much. My name is Kamugisha Belata Muntu. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Uganda and Kenya, but I'm also a businessman. I'm the MD of Runda Group. Runda Group is multifaceted. We do finance. We're in two supplies. But what I picked out from for the discussion today is, one, the biggest challenge we're facing from the finance point of view is in Uganda, it's very hard to ascertain the credit score of most of our clients. Most of our clients, in terms of credit rating, because we don't have a system that has been inculcated to give us a clear vision of on what a client is actually going to. Because she had already alluded to the fact that the biggest problem is finance, but on our end as financiers, we're also asking ourselves, how do we get good clients? So one of the areas that I'm seeing that needs to be built is credit scores, because if you're to look at other continents, they have very robust systems when it comes to credit scores, because the credit score will be the basis upon which we are going to be able to, to partner with you from a financial point of view. So I'm hoping that we can come up with a system that can help us, from the finance point of view, to be able to partner with better clients. We need to improve our credit rating scores in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamuntu, for sharing. And now, the industry hot take. What's one industry trend everyone is hyped about, but you secretly believe is doomed to fail? I saw someone laughing at the back, so your laughter pulled me. Magnetism, you know how it is. Please.
So I work in the media industry, journalism and communication, and everyone is saying we need to move journalism online, and I know for a fact it's not going to work. I know it's going to die. In a nutshell, journalism is dying. It's terminally ill. Nobody in this newsroom has a newspaper. That should tell you a lot. The lunchtime news is in 5 minutes. Nobody is rushing from this room to go and watch the lunchtime news. And everyone's getting their news off the mobile phone, and that means everyone is a creator and everyone is a recipient of the news. And that means fake news, misinformation, disinformation, bad news. All those terrible things are happening. And inside the newsrooms, young people are being told, we need to move online. And I am convinced and sure it's not going to work. This is why I'm not in the media anymore.
Thank you so much. For those of you who don't know, this is Raymond Mujuni, who is not a journalist anymore. The recommendation, what's the book, podcast, or TV show you've consumed recently that you can't stop recommending? I'll go first. The gentleman at the back put me onto a show called The Gentleman, literally. That's such a great show. So if you haven't seen The Gentleman, please get with the program. That being said, I would like to ask Colin to tell us his recommendation for a podcast or a TV show.
Okay, so where do I start? So the first recommendation, and the first recommendation is called The Artificial Intelligence Show. So they give news every week on Tuesday about everything that's happening around AI across the world. The other is something I love to dabble in. It's Professor Jang Explains. He explains a lot of the things happening in history. It has helped me understand how to approach AI and how to approach technology in general. Yeah. Then the book, I would recommend Psycho-Cybernetics. Yeah, so if you want to learn how your mind works and how it's influencing all the things that you're doing, how other people's minds influence you, if you're into the quantum, yeah, I don't want to go into that, it's too, yeah. But yeah.
So I think we'll stop here for now. Just one last plug. I'm a podcaster, by the way. So if you haven't listened to my podcast, it's entitled Refined for the Mind. I'm a wellness enthusiast, among other things. I'm an actor, but I'll stop here for now. So we're going to have a music a musical interlude. So please enjoy. Oh, yes.
Sorry to hijack you, but I encourage everyone to read the National Development Plan. Thank you. The fourth one.
We're going to ask Alan to help us with that. They need to summarize the book. It's quite chunky. I don't know about you guys, I'm not reading everything. So there's a live podcast going on, like I said before. Akatuti is on the other side of the room. And there's also a workshop happening in the next room with CIPESA. So if you want to learn about digital safety, how you can make sure that that you're basically safe online, because I think that's the one thing that has been highlighted a lot throughout the event today. You want to be careful with how you use the internet and how you actually manage your businesses and everything. So if you want to share some insights, Akatuti is available. But in the meantime, you can enjoy each other's company. Thank you so much for being here.
life. And us who struggled at mathematics after so many failed relationships, it is easier to find our exes. We wanted to be adults so much. Now look at. It is easier to get the latest Apple iPhone than to be someone's apple of an eye. Sometimes I'm even pushed to believe Eve left Adam because of an Apple iPhone. It explains why the serpent was airdropped from heaven. It gives a whole new meaning to iCloud. We wanted to be adults so much. Now look at. The ladies will hate guys who give them coins and love guys who give them both good sides of the coin, head and tail. It's about coins. When it comes to relationships, men will opt for partners with gym bodies and somehow the relationships will fail to work out. We wanted to be adults so much. Now look at. We have been disappointed most of our lives, but somehow we're expected to trust. And this trust thing is supposed to be earned. How are we supposed to earn when we're unemployed? And in this country, every earning is taxed, so we are even scared of earning that trust. But somehow, we are expected to trust the process. Have someone ever bothered to ask the process if it knows we trust it? And this trust thing is supposed to be reciprocated. When will the process start trusting us? They say there is light at the end of the tunnel. Is it hard to light the whole tunnel? Who even knows where the entrance to this tunnel is? We wanted to be adults so much. Now look at. We are going to be the first generation of parents that don't watch news. How are we even supposed to discipline our children after making TikTok challenges with them? I'm even scared of what I will leave my children as inheritance, a few poems and a few lines. We shall be the first generation of sugar daddies without sugar. But luckily enough, we work out and we are healthy, so we shall be the first generation of sugar daddies without diabetes either. We wanted to be adults so much. Now look at. Everything is about finances. Today you're financially stable, the next day you're contributing towards something. We have hit the highs of highs and lows of lows. I thought rock bottom was supposed to be our foundation. Only to realize rock bottom has a basement and people are seated comfortably listening to poetry. But we are dream chasers. It explains why every morning you guys wake up when you're tired. Yeah. I'm figuring out which other piece to share because I've been hijacked. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, allow me share Luganda piece, yeah? How many people struggle with sleep? Oh, yeah, okay. So this piece is called Wake Dem Pulira, yeah? It's a Luganda piece, yeah? For those who don't speak Luganda, sorry, I'm not going to translate, but your neighbor will try, yeah? This piece is called Wake Dem Pulira, so I hope you guys enjoy. N'olwaleero bwakedde njagala okubanyumiza ku mbeera gye mpitamu naye obuzibu mukaaba mangu. Eno embeera eyungula amaziga. Bagamba obutasoma buluma bukulu naye ng'ekiri mu baasoma kitokota si kisaanikire. Abaasoma obusawo baabivaako badda mu kutunda busawo. Ssente tetulina zaabuliwo, ninawo ssente ze nsuubira. Abatubanja ng'essaala ze mutusabira mbi nnyo. Emisana ssente ne zikubula, ekiro tulo ne tukubula tulagawa. Ku mobile money tusindikayo baana bato kuba ssente ze tuddayo ziswaza. Nyabo ninako 2,000 nzijjirayo ssente mmeka. Abasinga ebyabwe baabitunda bagende beeyize mu nsi endala. Nze mukyale wasinga natundawo nasigazaawo we banziika. Ani ayinamu emitwalo 10 muguze obuntu bulamu. N'olwaleero bwakedde. Obuzibu gw'okaabisa kyejo naye kati nze alina famire. Teri yabatuma kuzaala mangu n'enkola munaagikomyawa. Buli mwaka balangirira ng'ensi yaffe wegenze mu middle income status balabira ku ki kipimo kye bakozesa. Gwe bw'ogula ekisikaati ekiwanvu ekirina siriti n'ekikofiira ekinene mbu rich anti-vibes. Nze obwavu bwandibadde tebunnuma nnyo sinze sirina lugezigezi ndi mwavu eyeeraga. Okusula enjala tekiidisa ntangawuzi. Y'ensonga lwaki nkyali muwulu. N'olwaleero bwakedde. emifaliso gye tulina mikadde ensonga lwaki tusenguka kiro. Tuli wano abakyala beefuula abatatulaba banaamala tukwatira mu bubbi ng'olyoka owulira gwe omuvubuka anyirira bw'ati kiki ekikubbisa. Embeera etabuse ensangi zino kizibu okulonda ssente nga zigudde. Olwaleero simanyi bakasitoma be bagenda kuva naye nsaba Mukama bwe bazze bansange nga wendi. Paka kuwulira bubi eno enkola tekola makulu omwaka mulamba mbadde mpulira bubi. N'olwaleero bwakedde abagagga tebakyebaka emisolo gyeyongedde emaali egaanidde ku mwalo. Naawe oli awo ssaawa 8 gwa kiro okanya kwebuza ekisaati kyange kyendudde nga sambala kyalagawa. Nina ki ovakedo kyange ewaka we sitakirya kigenda kuvunda kati oli awo ku mulimu osumagira. Nkimanyi nabasuubiza okuyimirira wamu nammwe. Naye amagulu gaatuuka ne gakoowa nsiiba ku maviivi nga nsaba mutonzi oba nga nina be neegayirira. N'olwaleero bwakedde amazaalibwa agange sikyagakuza. Bwe batandika okunkubira obugome by'ekika ne birinnya. Gwe lweyambadde essuuti akafaananyi n'oteekako CEO boss move swaba kumanya otusenseko. Tukulinza oddeyo mu mbeera gy'olimu. Naye abatukulembera bafunamu akadde ne beekuba mu mitima ati naffe batukulembera tuli bantu. Kaakadde kadduka essaawa zidduka okufa obufi. N'olwaleero bwakedde ove waka ng'ogenze kunoonya ssente okomawo olina mabanja. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mitch Isaviri. I'm a culture entrepreneur. Yeah, so but I have a show coming up 28th November, Bite of Benin. The tickets are 30K, early bird. At the gate it's 40K. I told myself today I have to sell 50 tickets, man, like 50 here. So guys, mugenda zigula man, yeah. When Malogula will come back later and do other pieces. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Guys, Namagambia, we don't sell hand claps here. A round of applause, please. I think he did a wonderful job. And at least now you would know what you're paying. You now know what you're paying for, right? He is wonderful at what he does, and he does it with so much poise and ease. I know that many of you are waiting on the food. Me too. Me too, guys. Me too. So we are setting up, and now we're going to listen to some music in the meantime. Please enjoy each other's company. There's nothing else I can give you. Nange wenko miao.
point of the World Cafe is to have you give us your feedback about some of these topics. So what's going to happen is, for example, Emily is going to come up here and tell us about the creative economy and then pose questions to the audience, and the mic is going to go around and you give us your feedback on the questions that she has asked, and Vanessa is going to be writing down your answers here, and then we're just going to have a small debrief on each of those sessions. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think we just need to get into it. But please participate. Again, we want to hear all your voices, and all of you here have something to say that I think will add to the dialogue. So yes, when the mic comes to you, please not feel shy to say something. Yeah, so we'll start with Akatuti. Where is Emily? I hope she's here. Yes, she's there. So Emily is part of an organization called Akatuti, which is one of our sponsors for today. She wanted me to say 3 specific things about Akatuti, which are also here on their banner. Number 1 is they transform creativity into measurable, investable outcomes. Secondly, they gamify program design, storytelling, and tracking. And third, they bridge grassroots innovation with development systems and capital. Please welcome to the stage Emily from Akatuti.
Hi everyone, my name is Emily, and before I facilitate, I would like to bring up Nunu the creative and Toby from Kelele Collective, because they actually are the creatives on the ground in their respective sectors, and for 2 minutes I would like them to paint a picture of what's going on with working creatives in their space. So Nunu, please start and come and tell us.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Butare, aka Nunu. I'm the founder of Quivuga. It's a creative space that I curate different performers from poetry, music, visual arts, and I started in 2011. Then I'm also a jewelry designer, Umuringa Creations. The conversation I've been having with Emily over the last few weeks is in regards to what we creatives go through in terms of getting access to funding and being able to sustain these platforms or spaces that we've created for ourselves. I have a running joke where I'm like, would I go to a bank and tell them, hey, I have 20 pairs of earrings, use them as collateral? So another time we're invited to a certain space, I don't want to mention, it's a government situation, and they were promising us creative women that we'll be able to have access to funds and loans and grants. And one lady stood up and said, I'm a filmmaker. Are you telling me that I'll go to the bank and use my 10 movies as collateral? What is my point? How are we going to turn what we use as creatives, I specifically as a jewelry designer, where am I able to get access to grants, to funds, to loans? And I think this is a conversation that needs to be had, because if Nunu, I've been doing this for 15 years, I am educated, I'm exposed, I know stuff, I can come to such spaces and speak. What about that kid out there who wants to start their brand, who wants to start creating, but if they do not have a trust fund, or if they cannot get a loan from an auntie or an uncle, something I did do, I had to struggle on my own to get to where I am, and I'm not even anywhere that I want to be. But at least I'm in a space where I can stand here and speak to amazing people like you. So what spaces are we going to create where we can discuss financial literacy? How are we going to get into schools, get into spaces and encourage? I personally don't want my kids to do anything creative. Imagine, yet I'm a creative person because of the challenges that I have gone through. But then in the same breath, I'm like, maybe God has put me in a space whereby I should create spaces for my kids and the next generations, whereby they can be proud to call themselves creatives. They have access to do the things that they can do and be proud and stand in spaces to do the things that they want to do. So for me, my point really is creatives are struggling in that department. They do not have access to funds. Those who do are very lucky, but majority of us are finding it challenging. So what are we going to do to help the next generation? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nunu. And please, Toby, come up and talk about Kelele Collective for 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It was really great to meet Nunu this morning. We found out that one of our boys was at a workshop of ours some weeks back, where we had 150 really school kids to young adults learning about 3D animation for a week. And it was really crazy. The turnout of interested people. There were 600 people signing up and then people coming from all the country. So I was collaborating on that one with a nice 3D studio. So my name is Toby. I run a humble initiative called Kelele Collective. And I'm a motion graphics designer and try to invest in peers, people in the similar digital creative field. And we have a meetup that is bringing people together, and I'm just busy trying to mentor and teach young people like that. The thing I think we found young people are struggling in that field a lot is, I would say, just a gap between the talent and the passion they put in their art, their creations, and then making a business and a living from it. And I feel like there might be a challenge in learning those skills. It feels sometimes almost unattainable to find someone to mentor you, find someone you can ask just about these things, IP, also simple business skills, the ins and outs, making an offer, making a contract, things like that. So if anyone has offerings for young people where we can link to for these kinds of insight and skilling in that area, please find me. I'd like to distribute that. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. So guys, the reason why I brought them up is before we get into the questions, we found that these rooms have high-level people who think in a high-level way, but sometimes in the solutions we create very high-level solutions and forget that the solutions are meant to reach the people who are on the ground. Some of them are not even invited into the rooms, and the ones you invite know the language you speak. You have the impact language of impact and sustainability and all that lovely language, but sometimes someone needs to know, how do I sell my product? You know, like I don't care about grants. I don't even know how to write a proposal. How do we start there? So that's what Akatuti did. For the first 2 years, we did R&D with Alliance Francaise right after the pandemic. Then we tried to get funding together, but no one really was into it. Then we got a grant with the French Embassy to get proof of concept with the framework, which is right in front of you. And we've been designing programs for different organizations ever since. But now I want to get into the questions. I'm wondering who's going to support in writing the answers and who's going to run around the mic. Okay, so this question is to the room. Please give us practical answers. What are the biggest barriers preventing creative collectives from accessing funding and investment? I am seeing a lot of development agencies. Please put up your hand, please. We have someone there? What are the biggest barriers preventing creative collectives from accessing funding and investment?
Unhealthy gatekeepers and bullies.
Okay. Would you like to? Anyone else? Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aaron J. Tomale. I think business readiness from the end of the creative, because not a lot of creatives understand what business means and what it means to actually create a business. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else have something? Yes, David.
What I want to say is more related to what he said, because if you're going to get investment besides grants, you need to prove that what you're doing is a business. So you must know your unit economics, what comes in, what goes out, and what is your proof of concept, so that people can be able to invest in your business.
Thank you.
So knowing how your business works in terms of finances, what comes in and what goes out, because if anyone is going to invest in your business, they need their return on investment. So you must prove that what you're doing is a business that they can invest in. So you could summarize it as, limited capacity in fundraising.
Yeah, not so different, but I think two key ones for me. Sorry, my name is David Bali. The first one is commercialization. An innovation, a creation can be groundbreaking. It's exciting on paper. It's a solution to a real problem, but can it go to the market? Would you get your own money and pay for it? That is one. Number two is scalability. It can be great, but can it be scaled to change lives?
One more answer, and then we go to the next question.
Hello, my name is Roland, and my submission is patience, because the creative sector needs patient capital, because a lot of the ideas, we are trying them out from the first time, doing proof of concept. So if you're looking for immediate returns, then we need more patience with the investors.
Thank you. I'll go to the next question, but before I go in, I don't know if you're noticing the high-level language that is being talked about, but there's a videographer here. He's 21. How is he going to know market readiness? How is he going to know market access? You're already speaking in high-level language. You already shut me out even before I have the opportunity to come in and say you're helping me. I don't know if that makes sense. So the second question is, how can we measure creative impact in ways that satisfy both artists and the investors, the funders, and the policymakers? Yes.
I will say, first of all, I just recently found out the very saddening numbers that pertain to the creative industry. Apparently, for the national budget, we only have 0.05 for the creative industry. That's cultural works and also any other creative works. That means you don't even account for 1% of what goes out. So how are we supposed to create? Like he said, we don't have enough investments. Furthermore, we don't have capacity building. I am a filmmaker, but I am basically riding on talent and the fact that there are other masterclasses online that I've managed to sign up for. But I haven't seen so many schools that maybe encourage people. We're so obsessed with saying, oh my God, look at that prodigy actor, swimmer, blah, blah, blah. Those people have invested in their children since their children were toddlers. So you're competing globally with people who have been doing this before they could even speak, so to say. There are kids who are playing drums in their diapers and all they can say is goo goo ga. We need to do much better. We need to be patient with creatives, and we definitely need to allocate a budget for creatives. That involves everything from teaching them how to harness their skills. That is so important. We can't just keep having people who are saying, oh, I'm just, I'm self-taught. It's nice. It's really, really nice. But we need to teach people. What are they doing? And that makes us compete better with people in other countries. That's just my take.
Thank you. Question there? The answer there? Oh, okay, cool. Sorry.
Thank you so much. My name is Godfrey Mkisa. I talk about, normally when you talk of technology, we talk of early access. This conversation should start early. These people are creative in primary, secondary, tertiary, and the system here is like when you graduate, that's when you are starting to do the creative innovation. And the conversation of sponsorship and grants or whatever should start as early. Even the intellectual property, when a child comes up with an innovation, is it for the teacher? Does it belong to the lecturer? So we need to find out on how we can start early. Thank you.
Okay. One more, then we go to the next question.
You talked about how to measure, and I feel like it hasn't been addressed. but you said you are locked out before, but I think you need, as creatives, to work together to have some sort of monitoring and reporting. I hope that doesn't lock you out, but you need to show your impact and you can document it, maybe create digital systems where you can be able to demonstrate this impact so that other people can view it and be able to say, okay, the creative industry has this kind of impact, they can reach these numbers of people, and then they can be able to help you in regards to the data that you have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one last person before we go to the next question.
Thank you. My name is Achaye Keranen. I would like to stress a point. In all this, we're forgetting something about context mapping. It's well and good to talk about you need to prove your worth, your credit worthiness and everything. But how do you expect, for instance, in this room, there is about 3 dozen baskets, yes? 3 dozen baskets representing about 36 makers. 36 makers coming from ecosystems that are around wetlands. And these particular individuals are probably on the outskirts of society, they've dropped out of school or something, and that is what they're doing. Okay. When we look at them in terms of mapping to give them access to funding, 1, of course, they will not have the language, that is number 1. 2, they're not in this room. But 3, how are you expecting this person to sit down and prove to you that they're credit worthy because they wake up between seasons? That basket is the result of 3 months of work, because for the banana fiber to grow to that level takes about 6 months. It's harvested. The raffia takes 3-month cycles for a pack to be harvested. Then there's the dyeing and everything. So already that person has demonstrated within their own life how much they're committed to creating that basket, as neat as it is. We don't know how long it's been there, sorry. But it's still shining, it's still popping. So in terms of context mapping, when we come into these rooms and we're given data samples and we're given tables to fit our data into, have we sat down to think about becoming the data farms ourselves, in the sense that we create a set of data principles against which we can apply for funding, not have to prove and then fit into a box? For me, that is where the problem is. And when I speak earlier about toxic gatekeeping, that is it. We get all these prototypes from the West and wherever, whoever is the funder is, and they instill their own gatekeepers about how they want it to be reported about. And in the process, the actual doers within the economy are left out. Yeah?
So thank you so much for that. We are out of time, and I'll just wrap up and just leave you with something to think about. When you were answering the questions, it felt like there was a divide in the room. The creatives had a very specific way they were answering, and you could tell who was more in the investor seat or in the seat of the funder. The funder, the investor, was like, prove to us your worth. And the creative was like, we already are. We're just not speaking your high-level language. So lawyers, who are the ones who have set this up, please help us with the language barrier, because we're all in the room, but we're speaking completely different languages, and maybe that's actually why the creative sector is not becoming legitimate, because you guys are here, you say you're helping each other, but everyone's speaking in a different language. So yeah, thank you so much.
Round of applause for Emily Banya, ladies and gentlemen. And a round of applause for yourselves, everyone who participated as well, a round of applause. Next. Next, we're going to have someone from the Impact Table. The Impact Table is a storytelling and strategy consultancy helping founders, brands, and organizations become more visible, fundable, and globally connected. To deliver this, I'm going to invite Tendo to speak to us. A round of applause, please. Come on, guys. Clap like you had lunch.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as she mentioned, I am Tendo Namunga, founder of the Impact Table, and we are a business storytelling and strategy agency. And so our work is around helping businesses to showcase their business results and translate that into capital. So touching on a lot of what was just shared, similar, except as she pointed out, what we focus on at the Impact Table is that high level communication. So it is being the bridge of how do we take this business data and translate that into capital? And so you can think of it as a storytelling as a capital strategy. So the purpose of this conversation today is to talk about discoverability in the digital era. And so what does that mean as a Ugandan founder? What does that mean as an entrepreneur? How do you get more funding? How do you become more visible in your space? And so before I dive in, just a show of hands so I can see who I'm talking to in the room. How many people here are entrepreneurs? Okay, awesome. Cool, so there's a good number of us are in the entrepreneur space. So one of the things that I want us to really look at and think about is when you hear business storytelling, right? When you hear the words business storytelling, what does that mean to you? Anyone in the room? Is someone going around with the mic?
Sorry, guys, I was snoozing. Ken distracted me.
Yes, there's a hand right here.
I'll be in the crowd.
So, hi, my name is Alan, and actually I wanted to talk about the last question,
okay,
and maybe also bring it with this question about storytelling. And I'm not a creative, but the story that is being told in the market today is that science teachers are being paid twice as much as art teachers. As a tech entrepreneur, I can go to the Ministry of ICT, Science and Technology, where creative's going. So what story are actually creatives telling from a business perspective? Yeah.
Okay. And I think, and so to be clear, I think it would be really great to have, I can't remember her name, but to answer from the creative perspective. So, where is she? The lady who was just up here on stage. Emily, yes, because I think this is a question referring to what she just presented around what stories are creatives telling.
But yes, well, I actually just wanted to add to what he's saying. It's a big question which I think you should all ask yourselves. If you're in the creative sector, which ministry represents you? So you have champions or ambassadors like Honorable Rachel Magola who have been trying to create a ministry specifically for the arts, maybe for culture, for heritage. The jurisdiction of this particular ministry is still out there, but that's a good question. If scientists are at the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, at the moment you have Ministry of Gender, but which really does not have a sector for the creative economy. You have the Ministry of Justice, maybe, which looks at URSB. So you don't really have a home. That's food for thought, definitely.
Okay. And so something I would like to add to that is I think what's interesting about business and how we tell story in the business space is that storytelling comes from many different places, right? So it comes from the science, it comes from the AI, it comes from the data, it comes from the work that you're already doing, but it also is an aggregation of each, right? And so I think in terms of how we look at what storytelling is and how that helps businesses grow. It doesn't necessarily have to live in one particular sector, but it is a partnership of multiple sectors coming together to put a story together. Awesome. Cool. Anyone else want to touch on that before we move on to the next question? There's a hand back there.
So I would like to try and answer the question that you asked around business storytelling. My understanding would be it's a lot of what people do on LinkedIn, where they try to distill the work that they do or the work that the organizations do in a way that the layman can understand. They were talking about high-level language, so just saturating it for the common man.
Yes. Nice. Awesome. And so when we think about what business storytelling is, this is how you connect with your customer. It's how you connect with your audience. It's how you connect with the people that you are having an impact with. But it's also, at the high level, it's also how you connect with your stakeholders, right? So it's how you showcase the value that you are bringing to your customers and show that to your stakeholders, to your potential investors, if you're in the nonprofit space, to your grant makers. Storytelling is really how you show your market fit and bring the two together. So that's translating your business influence into visibility. So the next question that I'd like us to dive into I'd like us to talk a little bit about what does storytelling with AI and data look like. Anybody want to take a stab at that? So if you think about the tools that we have available to us today and how we show up digitally, how can we use AI and how can we use data to tell more of a robust story? One that will both locally and globally advance businesses.
Raise your hand so I can see you when you raise your hand.
I would say you tell your story, you tell a story that is very authentic and relatable. For example, you would use African faces instead of the white faces that we all, because even Jesus is white. Mm-hmm. You would also be able to save on your cost efficiency, mm-hmm. because all you have to do, and here I'm assuming that it's easy, is to get the data that you need, input the data, and then the AI just does everything you need to do. So it will save your costs of telling the story, whether it's advertising or doing flyers or whatever it is that you would have hired someone to do. And then lastly, I think it's also the agility. You can keep telling your story in different ways. Gone are the days where, maybe like businesses, you have a budget, you've hired this marketing company, and they've come up with a concept, and you have to stick with that concept for the whole year because you can't change because you have to pay. But I just sense that with AI and data, it allows that fluidity that today, if I wanted to use my business story to influence and tell the value I bring to my people, then I could wake up tomorrow and just say it in a different way, but also thinking about cost and accessibility and how efficient it will be for me.
Yes.
I hope it's not too much English.
That was a great answer. Anyone else want to answer? I think there was another hand. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Yakub. I've been a storytelling fellow from the Konrad Adenauer-Stiftung's Leo Africa Fellowship for Storytellers. I think to me, AI gives us a lot of the flesh. We have a lot of skeleton, we have a lot of ideas, but AI helps to flesh out the statistics, the concepts which are hard to come up with on the spot.
Awesome. Okay, so we have 1 minute left, but I'd like to end on this question. If we were to think about how we can collaborate, how we can bring those different pieces of AI, of data, of storytelling together, and policy, bring those pieces together to make entrepreneurs in Uganda more visible, more fundable, globally connected. What are some ideas that we have from folks in the crowd? Anything. If you had a Christmas wish list, a big, bold idea that you're like, if I had all the funding in the world, here's what I would do.
Please say that again for the crowd.
World peace. So the question is around, if you had all the tools and all the funding that you needed, in the ideal world, what is one idea that you would bring to the table to bring together the different pieces of what it looks like to be a visible and fundable entrepreneur? So AI tools, data tools, storytelling tools, etc. There's a hand over here.
For AI, I would focus on making the data a lot more around African stories. A lot of the data that is scraped by all of these AIs is mostly around westernized information, but there is not so much data around and about African people.
Mm.
And our stories, the Chintus, the Nambis, the Mansa Musa, there's not so much information about that. There's very little depth. So if I were to create an AI, I would want it to focus very, very centrically and deeply on African stories and African narratives. Thank you.
I love that. Great. Do we have time for one more answer? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, just to add, I think Africa's story needs to be told and be brought to the global stage. So I'll concur with what you shared. But also to add, I think we're talking AI, but there are fundamentals that are missing for AI. So data, how do we collect our data? How do we, even the algorithms that we need to build to synthesize our data, how do we also present this data?
Right.
The African child is missing in this conversation. We're in Kampala right now, but if you went, let's say, to Yumbe and see the kids there there's a very interesting story. Some kids were having water for lunch in Yumbe, right? So the conversation that we're having here, how is that kid ever going to, one, get computer skills, learn what AI is, like we're talking about AI, learn how to build these algorithms? So for me, it is the bold idea I would have if I had all the money, would be giving every child access to ChatGPT or the best, algorithm out there to play with, to be creative with, because the landscape for AI right now is tilted to the north, to the global north, and I think Africa might take another 20, 30 years if we are not intentional with building capacity for our, the African child to have the skills that they need to compete on the globe.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
I would love to hear from all of you, but unfortunately we're out of time and we need to move on to the next speaker. Okay, I'll give you 30 seconds.
I would just like for us to look at this from another perspective. It's going to sound a bit contrarian, but in my opinion, I don't think AI is something that should be incorporated into the creative industry completely, because there's always this argument around AI and how it takes away creativity, the effect that it has. It's affecting real people. It's affecting their jobs. It takes away that element of, I built this from scratch. I had an idea I built it from scratch, and here it is, and I've developed it myself. It takes away so much from that whole creative process, and I think that is being lost in the conversation around, oh, let's incorporate AI into this and that. And also, as far as sustainability goes, how sustainable is it for machines and also for the environment? Let me double back. How sustainable is it for machines to be the ones doing all the work? I mean, yes, we're in the day and age of the computers and all that tech, but what about the actual creative person? How are they going to make money? How are they going to, that conversation? But also when it comes to the environment, the impact that AI has on the environment is quite alarming. I ask you all to just look into it and consider that. The next time you're thinking about incorporating AI into this and that, let's consider the long-term impact that it has. That is my take as a creative, as a lawyer, and as a human being that is concerned about the environment.
I have a question, and then we can move on. Is it possible for us maybe to use AI as a tool that augments our creativity? It's not necessarily that you're leaving all the work to AI. I think that while we are still in the age where people still want to craft their things from scratch, there's people who are getting ahead by, working with AI as a collaborator. So is augmentation in the room, or are we also just, I don't know. Let's just think about it. Are we using it as a tool, or is it using us? Sorry, I cannot give you the microphone anymore. I'm going to get fired. So you have been such a wonderful audience. No, we're not done, please. I see some of you smiling. Hey, no, we're still here. So next, we're going to have Donna Sava, Senior Programs Manager, Hive Collab. And it's a one-on-one chat on strengthening MSMEs through strategic collaborations, aligning development partners, local BSOS. Can we please have Donna Sava?
Good afternoon, everyone. So mine is easy. It's not a session that's going to take so long, and I'm very happy. The time has been reduced, and because if I was to come up here with our original concept with John, who are going to speak our terms that have just been, demolished in this room. We're trying to get our translator, Asmahani, to help us with how we can, translate the words in, simplify them to you. But I'm glad that is not really going to happen. So right now, I'm just going to be telling you about what we are doing as Hive Collab and how we are partnering with the International Trade Center, ITC, and it's SB4U, that is Sustainable Business for Uganda program. And of course, today's theme, which is mainly digital transformation. So Hive Collab is an enterprise support organization, or it is an innovation and incubation hub, which started way back in 2010. So it's the first innovation hub in Uganda. I don't know if some of you have heard of other innovation hubs. If you've heard of the likes of Innovation Village, Outbox, Media Hub, where we are today. This is also a hub, an innovation hub. So, and so many others. So we support different sectors. But Hive Collab, we were the first in Uganda in 2010. And we mainly do tech. We support tech innovators, although we do a bit of social innovators too. Currently, we are running a number of programs, some of them are mainly digital, and we are currently working with Government of Uganda and UCC, where we're doing digitalization for the digital skilling for the rural communities. But our most current program right now is the SB4U, digital skilling program, and the ITC, like I've mentioned, and I'm sure John has already talked about it earlier on here today. So what we are doing, we are supporting 4 different areas. That is the tourism, we're supporting grains, logistics, and John, if you can remind me the fourth one. It's just the three of them, yeah. It's just the three of them. So we are supporting the three sectors, and we're mainly doing digitalization for these sectors. Currently, we are working in Mbarara. We have begun with the outskirts of Kampala because we've realized as Kampala, the city, you have picked up. Basically, we have picked up. But what about outside Kampala? What is happening? In terms of digitalization, are people really picking up the digital skills? Are people able to work within their digital spaces and be able to, scale within what they're doing? So someone earlier on asked about the small boy in Yumbe who cannot, who would like to learn about AI and try and, he's over here, yeah. So, and try to, deliver on that. Yeah, so this is what ITC is now trying to do. So we began with Mbarara, and it's going to be the guinea pig, just testing out the waters. And then we can move to the different areas, northern Uganda, eastern Uganda, and so many other areas, just trying to, digitalize, but also see how best we can ensure in these sectors and many more other sectors yet to come, we can be able to scale using digitalization. So I think this is it for now. I don't know if my 10 minutes are finished. I still have 6. Or I can hear Asman. Asman is asking me what is scale. Yes, this is a language I didn't want to speak up here. So to expound your businesses, to grow your businesses, yes. Beyond our, horizons, beyond just, the Ugandan network or the, the small village where you are, maybe to the East African markets, maybe to the international markets, or even just within, maybe if you've been only operating from Jinja and now you're crossing over to other areas, Kampala, and so on. Yeah, so basically that's scale. Yeah, so basically that's it. So that's what we're doing with ITC. So, like I said, mine was more of an informative session. So, unless my colleague John here, if he had come up here, we would have a longer session. But right now, I would like to beg to stop over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Donna Sava. A round of applause for Donna Sava, please. In a world of advanced synthetic media, AI literacy isn't just about using AI tools. It's about surviving in an AI-mediated reality where seeing and hearing are no longer believing. This is a quote I found from Dr. Nadia Nafi in one of the articles she wrote for UNESCO. I highlight the quote because our next conversation is titled AI and its role in misinformation, disinformation, and personality rights infringement. Our moderator for this fireside chat is going to be Shiba Nakakande, who is a journalist with Switch Africa, and our panelists are Abbas Mpindi, who is the CEO and co-founder of the Media Challenge Initiative, Anna Reichman, Country Director for Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Uganda and South Sudan, David Mpanga, Founding Partner, AF Mpanga Advocates. A round of applause for our panelists, please, and our moderator.
Thank you so much. My name is Sheba Nakakande. I am a journalist working with Switch Africa and Solutions Now Africa, a newsroom here at the Media Challenge Initiative. Well, today's conversation, it's about disinformation, misinformation, and personality rights infringement, and the role that AI plays in these three. Well, the online media space has given a voice to millions, especially the younger people in business, in technology, politics and governance, accountability, especially during a time where we are going in for the 2026 elections. However, it has made the truth harder to find. Artificial intelligence has become the manufacturing tool of half-truths designed to sway thoughts. Yet, if applied correctly, it is an answer to many questions. So how do we navigate this double-edged reality? To unpack this reality, I'm joined by three distinguished voices who each bring a unique perspective to this conversation. My first panelist is a leading media development expert, a CEO of the Media Challenge Initiative, MCI. He works at the front line of empowering young journalists and strengthening ethical storytelling in the digital era. He is a 2024 Elevate Prize winner and a 2023 Africa Visionary Fellow. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Mpindi Abbas. Next on my panel is the head of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, CAS in Uganda and South Sudan, a development partner deeply engaged in governance, democracy, and policy dialogue across the region. CAS has also worked with local filmmakers to produce a piece of misinformation, which I have been a huge part of, as I have been taking it to communities and young people, educating them about disinformation, called 112. Well, she has also been actively involved in the European and international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Anna Reisman. Then finally, on my panel, I have one of Uganda's most respected lawyers, an advocate with a sharp insight into constitutional law, rights, and technology ethics. He is also the founding partner of AF Mpanga. He is the Minister of Lands and Properties in Buganda, a First Nation institute headed by the Kabaka of Buganda. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for David Mpanga. As a matter of fact, before I came for this conversation, I asked my friend ChatGPT to help me get the must-gets from this panel as we dive straight into it, and I got three. Understanding the threat, which is the nature and evolution of AI-driven misinformation. 2 is building resilience, and 3, regulating with responsibility. Let me start with Abbas. I hope I'm not reprimanded for using ChatGPT.
We will see.
All right. What is the existing information threats at such a time, as someone who is working with young journalists and building the next generation of journalists?
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Okay. Thank you so much, Sheba. And thank you, Katia, for bringing us together once again. Congratulations on this convention you put together every year. So there are many threads, but I think I will just specify just one thing. We have what most people are calling the authenticity fatigue. So people just don't have anywhere to go for truth or for facts. So we've created an environment where it's really hard to believe anymore what's right and what's wrong, or what's factual and what's not factual. And when you have an environment where people no longer know or even where to go for facts and truth, whether it's going to be journalists, whether it's going to be institutions, then that's really, really dangerous. So you have a vacuum in terms of news, and because everyone thinks and believes that they are part of the news production process, which used to be an exclusive of journalists, now it is no longer that. So most people are talking about disinformation. But I think the real danger that is also being, especially in media literacy, that is being studied, is what now we're calling de-information, where you actually don't have any news anymore because the landscape is full of unfactual things. So when we get to that state, we can have another conversation. But for me, I think the biggest gap is not knowing where to go for the truth.
Right about when you say we do not know where to go when it comes to the truth, I would take my next inquiry to Mpanga David. Where do we draw the line when it comes to getting into someone's business and not getting into someone's business when it comes to accessing information about them?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure that I understand the question, but I'll give it a stab. Like my colleague, I'll start by thanking KTA and the organizers for inviting me here. As with all, the regulatory landscape for AI is not different from, because we don't have a particular laws, it's not different from the regulatory landscape for any other form of information. In our constitution, we have the right to privacy. In our constitution, we have the right to freedom of speech, and a number of other rights all set out in Chapter 4. A couple of them, such as the right not to be, the right to a fair trial, the right not to be subjected to inhuman, degrading treatment or punishment, are non-derogable. The rest are derogable. What does that mean? It means that you have to be able to always weigh up one person's right against another person's obligation, number one. And number two, any derogation, this is constitutional still, can only be to the extent that it's permissible and acceptable in a free and democratic society. That's the theory. When you come to our personal information, how it's used, and how it may be misused, if we also consider that, the internet, social media has put a huge platform for anybody, anywhere, very cheaply and anonymously to say anything, which is freedom of expression, and to use your information sometimes or your image in a manner that may not be pleasing to you. We have the laws that we have at the moment could try and deal with that, in the sense that if it causes harm, if it's used to deprive somebody of money, it's fraud. You can charge that as fraud. It doesn't matter how the method of deception. If it's defamatory, you could have a civil action, you could have criminal defamation in Uganda law. But AI puts a whole different dimension on what's already a massive and grown threat. We also have the Computer Misuse Act. But AI has put a completely different dimension, because it creates a situation where, for example, you can have deep fakes or generative AI, which enables you to sound like, look like somebody, and create a situation that maybe implicates someone in something illegal, whereas they were completely not implicated. Or where you could use somebody's voice recorded at an occasion like this, and their image and likeness, to defraud them, in the sense like you could use it to override, say, bank security processes that might entail a callback. So I think the question was, what's the line between what can accessing and not? I think the line is, we have a right to privacy. We have, under our laws, rules around misuse of our information, the Data Protection Act, etc. The difficulty that there is, or that the difficulty that AI brings, is it creates a massive opportunity for malactors to misuse this information with very, very, very little likelihood of detection, and with our authorities very ill-equipped to combat street crime, leave alone this kind of crime that's sophisticated and maybe multinational. You could be dealing with somebody that's in Latvia, even as they're doing this to you, or somebody who's channeling something through a VPN to look like they're in Latvia when they're just next door to you. So it's a fairly difficult situation, I think.
But how is Uganda ready for the frameworks that are emerging from digital manipulation, such as deepfakes?
I think Uganda faces the same challenge as the rest of the world. None of the world legislative frameworks that I'm aware of have caught up yet. It's very innovative. It's very new technology. But Uganda also has the challenge in the sense that we're a small country, and some of the people that would help you combat this kind of situation of deepfakes would be the bigger tech companies, the Googles, the Microsofts of this world. How do you deal with offshore tech giants whose daily revenue is bigger than your GDP, which are best friends with a very transactional president of the biggest and strongest economy in the world? So Uganda is at the mercy of the decency of some of these bigger players. If they decide to be kind to us, we may survive the onslaught. If they decide not to be, we will have to live with it.
Thank you so much. On to Anna. How can development partners like CAS support the intersection between AI, digital rights, and democratic governance in Uganda?
Okay, let me try to come to this towards the end of. So, how can we support? Please repeat it again. Digital rights.
Yes. How can development partners like CAS support intersection between AI, digital rights, and democratic governance in Uganda?
Yes. May I start? Maybe I would love to bring in the audience. Just by the raise of hands, and kindly keep your hand up until the next question. Who uses internet on the daily? 2 hands. So of you who use internet on the daily, please keep your arm up. Put your arm down if you do not use social media on the daily. Please put your hand down if you do not use AI on a daily. Please put your hand down if you do not use ChatGPT or Gemini or Gemini on a daily. Okay. Please put your hands down if you do not use any other platform, like any other AI. So if you use any other AI on a daily, apart from ChatGPT and Gemini, please remain with your hand open. So I think just this example, thank you very much, gives us an understanding. If we talk about AI, what are the applications that we mostly use, most of us? So basically, this is something that we have invited into our daily life. And when we talk about policies or public debate, we need to think what is the majority actually using and doing, and what will be the impact. If we called our today's conversation not AI and its role in misinformation, disinformation, and so on, but if we called it machine learning and its role in misinformation, would it sound different to your eyes, to your ears? If we called it machine learning and its role, it would be, right? Because words that we use, they do something with us. They trigger something in our brains. So when we talk about intelligence, and we use this nice abbreviation AI, right? It is actually a great human invention to call it this way, to make it more interesting also, because what it is actually is machine learning. But we would not talk about machine learning, and we would not maybe have so many people in the room if we were to talk about machine learning. And what intelligence suggests, it suggests a comparison, or it equals kind of human intelligence and AI, artificial intelligence. And now we start thinking about what is the race? Who is better? And the word intelligence itself, we think about what is it actually, intelligence? Okay, it's learning, it's reproducing, it's being able to compare things, to produce solutions, to apply experiences, and to judge. So, but not all of it AI can do. And yet we still call it intelligence. AI cannot experience by itself. It's a machine that is programmed by human beings. Yes, it can be taken to the level when the machine learns from itself, but at the end of the day, it lacks experiences. And it cannot judge. What the AI gives us is not a judgment, because to be able to judge, you need certain values. AI does not have values. It can be programmed in the way that, you know, it has like good, bad, and then it basically produces a probability. So what I'm trying to say that and oh, by the way, it also, AI needs energy and rare earth to be able to run. So if we as human beings decide not to feed AI with data, not to feed AI with energy, and we are not able to feed it with raw materials, and those rare earths is 60 to 70%, the production and so on is in Chinese hands. Now you maybe get to understand what it means, which impact it can have on democratic conversation. If what you need for it to work for it might be in the hands of a country that is not a democratic regime, but an authoritarian regime, and might have certain interests, and what happens if the data that we feed into AI is actually absolutely biased. It's already biased, because currently it consumes the reality that we have created for us human beings online. But we have been creating this reality without thinking, how will I manipulate people? We were just putting out information there, and it's already biased, because most of information that is online, for example, comes from what we say global north, or like Western countries, because they started feeding those, basically the internet earlier, which was much more information. So it's already biased, but it's biased by default. What about if it's biased deliberately? And this is the reality we will be then living in. So what we now have to start doing is, how do we prepare for this reality? I like how you started, because you said, you know, the truth and reality. Those are very different things. AI cannot experience the truth. We can as human beings. AI just feeds from a certain reality that went through a process of translating the truth in the reality. So, but as human beings, to remain human, we still need to know what the actual truth is, which is mostly by going out there and interacting with people and getting information from elsewhere. So our contribution as a political foundation is exactly in that, starting the conversations as the one that we have today to become aware. One last thing, because I've heard this morning, and it has been brought up by David so well. Most of the times when we talk about regulation, we already talk about the regulation of AI that is already in place, the tools that already exist. But what about the process of releasing an AI tool and an artificial intelligence tool? Have we interested ourselves in what the regulation process is in it? So the truth is that most of us, as we are using ChatGPT and so on, the release of these tools does not require or does not go through any regulation. So when we release, there is an Christopher Wiley, who is a whistleblower in the Cambridge Analytica scandal. He says there are more regulation on releasing a toaster on the market that you will have in your household. Now think about the impact of a toaster in the family or on the community. There is more regulations to this, not even to think about pharmaceutica, and there is no regulation right now to release AI tools that most of us are using on the daily.
Thank you so much. Back to Abbas. Anna mentioned so much of what we feed AI and what it gives us. So we need to be able to prompt it to give us what we feed it, the right information. So as a media practitioner and a person so much involved with the young journalists for the brighter future. Yeah, so how have you been able to train journalists and equip them with skills to be able to detect deepfakes? And not only journalists, but citizens.
I think I just want to add on to what Anna also mentioned. So when you listen to these terminologies, but one of the things when I was reading through, just preparing, one of the things that is looking at artificial intelligence in terms of the word as is, but also when it comes to its relationship with the subject of disinformation, there's also looking at it as an influence. So you can replace the intelligence with sort of the artificial intelligence, artificial influence in terms of how, for example, it amplifies the speed of production and manufacturing of deepfakes. What used to take people years and years to produce now is taking a very short period of time and will be posted and will be viraling on social media. But also I think Mr. Mpanga also talked about, like the fakery of like voices and likeness of people, and how that has become even more realistic now compared to maybe a year or two ago, leaves a lot of people who may not have the knowledge and the literacy levels to discern which one is factual and not. And so to the work of MCI, Media Challenge Initiative, I wouldn't want to go so much into building journalists. I would want to talk about, building human curiosity, because what we are dealing here with is the capacity of an individual to think critically about the information they are consuming. So each one of us has the power to decide the reality that they are experiencing. So it's more important for us, before we even talk about digital literacy, to talk about the human curiosity and the critical thinking that we can extend to each and every young person. So in our case, young journalists here, before they even think about what tools to use, they have to think about this world in terms of how they want to influence and create a better world, right? That begins at vision level, that goes to critically shaping their mission, and then thinking about what kind of information they want to use to create a better world. But also that goes into, of course, media literacy work, the fact-checking tools that they're exposed to, technical things that they can use, which are also AI-driven, that helps them to have tools to interface with when they meet a deep fake, when they meet an image that has been, photoshopped, so. But what is critical, at least for us to really, really emphasize, if there's anything you can take out from here, one is, even from a young age, human curiosity, critical thinking is really important, and it's what will help us protect everyone from the challenge of disinformation.
Thank you so much. Back to Mr. Mpanga. While you were at a panel in Hoima, you mentioned a statement of not everything new is important, and that was my key takeaway from your from your discussion. I would like to dive into the education system, the law education system, how lawyers use artificial intelligence. I mean, to do research for the kind of cases that they are assigned to research about. I mean, AI today is not producing what it is fed. If it's fed fake stuff, it's going to give fake stuff. How is a lawyer navigating such an incident?
Okay, permit me the license to augment a little bit something Mr. Mpindi said. The irony of this, and I'm not a person that would say AI is all bad. In fact, AI, machine learning, is very useful in very many ways. We're talking about some of the issues that might arise or that are arising because of the lack of regulation, the lack of capacity to control this innovation in the way that we can control, as Anna said, toasters. But the irony is AI might actually be the answer to some of the problems that AI is causing, because AI will help you detect deepfakes. You can't train somebody. At the level, the speed at which they're advancing generative AI, it will soon not be possible for the naked human eye to detect the difference between a deepfake and a genuine sound recording or film image. It will be necessary for us to use AI tools to detect AI fakes. So it's like one of those things, and the point I made in Hoima, and I'm glad you attended, was that we need some values, a guide, something that grounds us in order that we may assess the value of things that are new. Sometimes when we hear the word innovation, and I frequently hear it said at younger people's gatherings such as this, as one word that kind of imports something new, good, great, everybody should be embracing. Not all innovation is necessary. Not all innovation is good. Not all innovation is entirely wholesome. With innovation comes risk and challenges which must be managed and navigated and understood in order that we'll assess whether to adopt that innovation or not to adopt it. There are many things, innovations, that are filed away in patent registries and in different stores, and maybe even destroyed because people looked at them and said, what do I need a fly whisk that tells me the time for? And much as it's a great innovation, it didn't take off, and they throw it away. So in the legal space, AI has definitely come to kill the billable hour. The billable hour was never really a big thing in Uganda, but it was in the global legal market. That is lawyers being able to charge by the hour. You gave me a piece of work, whether it's drafting a document, whether it's engaging in court, and I said my hourly rate is $450 an hour, and I sent you an invoice based on the number of hours that I and others working with me had dedicated to the various things, drafting emails, answering calls, whatever. With AI, it's very difficult to say that the first draft took 2 hours, because you can put in a few parameters and you'll get a document drafted in seconds, literally fractions of a second, drawn from a very wide variety of documents that these tools are taking in from all over the world. The difficulty that there is, and indeed the challenge on how to use this innovation, is to ensure that it doesn't misinform. We're talking about misinformation in this theme, because AI has the tendency to pick information, as Anna said. If you think machine learning has the way of picking information and just calculating what seems to be the right answer to the question that's been posed. It's a calculation. But when faced with a question that it doesn't have an answer for, it doesn't come back and say cannot compute and give you a note. It computes and hallucinates. Now, you've all read stories about lawyers. I read one yesterday who have been disciplined in different jurisdictions for submitting work to court, submissions or documents that they need to file in court, which have non-existent fictional cases. So it looks at a legal proposition and it thinks there must be an authority for this. And it just says, in the case of Mpindi versus Reisman, and it even gives it a citation. And it says what the judge said in the case of Mpindi and Reisman. And there was no such case. It just made it up. Now, do machines lie? No, they don't. Because it's not a sentient being. It doesn't have a moral virtue. A moral compass in order to determine whether this is dishonest and it's wrong. It's simply giving an answer to the most approximate number, and that, when it translates through the number of filters that stand between what we see on the screen and what's going on underneath in the programming, it's just ones and notes. But these ones and notes bring Mpindi and Reisman. Never happened before. So lawyers who are using AI must, one, check the work very, very closely, for hallucination, but also for plagiarism. You might be misusing proprietary information, which this program has picked off the internet, and it will be immediately identifiable to the owner of it as proprietary confidential information. And here you are putting that document out and selling it, because that's what we do. You're selling it to a client and saying, oh, KAS, here's the document that you wanted. KAS presents it somewhere, and another law firm is going to come and say a third of that document is information that belongs to us and you shouldn't have had it. And KAS might be liable for that. And of course, guess what? KAS will turn around and say, well, AF Mpanga, you misled us, and you made us pay for something that doesn't belong to you. I've said you should be looking out for mistakes, for hallucinations and non-existent cases. But you should also be looking out for inapplicable and inapt answers. You see the ease with which things come. And this also goes a little bit to what Anna was saying. A machine cannot judge a right and wrong in the moral sense, but the machine also has difficulty assessing nuanced positions or situations where there's no right answer. There's simply a little bit of Mpindi and a little bit of Reisman. You be the judge. And then you'll determine on the basis of, I don't know, the person I prefer, age, race, sex, if it's lawful distinction, to say we'll take option A rather than option B. Machines are not good at that. If you're a lawyer who is dealing with a client who needs an answer to a question to which there's not necessarily a correct answer, you should be checking that you're not giving your client the facile thing that came out of the machine, which doesn't work in real life. That, if you go there, it means they're going to spend 3 months when you could have given them something that was slightly different, and it's going to end in a month. Very lastly, on the the legal interface between AI, misinformation, disinformation, and proprietary rights. Of course, one of the challenges for lawyers in this whole thing is maybe young lawyers, the lower end of the profession could be lost because their engagement has largely been at the drafting stage, the creation stage. They make something which is then assessed by their seniors and sent out. If it's the first draft or two can be done by AI, and even the research can be done by AI, what's this person going to do? Those people, highly trained intellectuals who have been expecting to go into the path of becoming elite lawyers, suddenly find themselves in a job market that's becoming slim. And if you read Peter Turchin's End Times, you will be aware of the fact that in turbulent times, what he calls the counter elites are the people who drive revolution. And the biggest supplier of counter elites across time has been the legal profession. So I hope that the AI doesn't push lawyers out of employment in order that they may then go and join a disinformation or misinformation industry to try and cause and foment revolution. But, facetiousness aside, or light side, if I may be more serious, I think that with the legal profession, as with many other professions, consulting, architecture, any form of advisory, you will find that AI is going to revolutionize how we work. I'm old enough to remember life before the internet. I started practice before the internet really took off. Everybody thought the internet's going to change the whole, it hasn't really changed things. I'm old enough to remember life before GSM telephony or even smartphones, and very widespread. Every time there's this innovation, people think it's really going to change the world. I still think that there'll be a lot of space for human interaction and human need for human judgment. It's going to make us make decisions faster. We'll move quickly on things that we can move quickly on. We'll still pause and ponder and need human assessment for things that a machine cannot judge. And I think we'll probably be doing more work. Everybody back in the day used to literally type on a typewriter, mortgage documents. Right now you can produce them on a word processor. That hasn't meant that there are no lawyers working on mortgages. It just means they do more. So I think that there'll be a lot more work, and I think there'll be opportunities that will open up in ways that we've not yet thought about because it's new. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From Anna, I'm going to come to the audience. I would love to involve you in this next session, which is about the data protection measures. The EU Act speaks so much to the transparency of these AI-powered tools. How do we make sure that these tools are localized for young people on the continent?
I'm not sure whether I'm the right person, to be honest, to answer the localization, because the legal mind is here and the much more local mind is here. Okay. So because you exactly work in these areas. Therefore, allow me to maybe to get a little bit more back because I think there are two elements that Abbas and David have mentioned that speaks to the localization. When Abbas talks about media literacy, but more than this, about critical thinking, the question is, who is in charge of training people in critical thinking? Because sometimes we just say, oh, critical thinking, and we do it in this organization, but critical thinking starts very, very early in the family for a child growing up. So I think one of the parameters is also to ask ourselves, and I'm for example, mother of two, am I challenging my children in the way that they become critical thinkers? And a lot about how we educate our children is also a cultural issue. So I remember my grandma would tell me, you have to do it. So why, grandma? Because I said so. Now, my parents were much more liberal in the sense they would really encourage all the time the conversation, and they would, you know, allow this space to actually be challenged and give answers. I believe my daughter today sometimes doesn't even know that I'm a parent anymore, but the question is, how much do we allow of this critical debate when children are growing up, when they are learning the skill? Because it does not come at the university level. It also is already too late only in school, and especially as parents, we cannot leave it just to the educators and to the teachers. So I think this is number one, also in terms of localizing. We need to respond, what is the framework in which we are actually operating? What is the context in which we're operating? With the legal profession as well as with the journalists. And just 2 weeks ago, I came across a very interesting example of a teacher here at the Makerere University who teaches constitutional law. And he realized that in the task that he gave to his students, the answers were very comparable, which immediately suggested that they were using AI for their work. And they did. So now the question comes, if you decided to study constitutional law or law, and then you reduced your time in, you know, investing into your subject by just saying, okay, the AI will write it for me. If you then decide, okay, and in that time I will do something different, which is more useful, then the question is, why are you studying then constitutional law if you're not putting and you know, find it worthy to do the work yourself? But also, and this is something that comes with it, the original voice gets lost. Now, taking on this program, for example, that we said already is biased by the information that has been put in over time into it, where is the original voice in your judgment? And how you would have developed a certain argument. So I believe before we come to the question how to contextualize it, how to make it more domestic in the use, we need to think, are we even giving away the original voice that we actually already have? Are we being led into a certain direction where we are willingly giving up this voice? Because all of us know how ChatGPT will ask you, should I also give you this? Do you want me to present this? Now, and you can say, yes, 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 yes. And where is now your original thinking in what you actually could bring into your argument, but you decide not to because AI has suggested so. So, therefore, I believe in terms of regulation and domestic regulation, this is a conversation to have between lawyers and experts who I am not. But in terms of not giving up the original, genuine voice as a professional, but also as a human being, would already be a step in working with AI. If I have answered your question with this.
Yes, you have. Back to the audience. I'm so sure many of us in the audience watched the BBC documentary about the Dubai saga. How many of you watched it? I'm so sure I watched the part whereby nearer information was being exposed out, right? We all remember that part. And that speaks so much to data protection rights. And Ugandans were very furious with that data being used by other people without their consent. So how many of you have maybe just the starter pack of detecting this information? Starter pack. or you have been to any training or about this information, how you can see this picture is not actually real.
Raymond.
Yeah, you can come in.
My own experience a week ago, I applied for a visa to go to a neighboring country here. And this application has been pending for a few months, because when I first wanted to go, I could not, so I left it pending, I closed everything, and then you know how you can resume the application. So I put my number into it, my name. The website opens again, where I think right now I just need to put in my actual flight data as I'm going. The entire mask, literally everything, is from a different person. Under my name, under my number. So I immediately decided, okay, that means that somebody else now already has all my data that I have put into that application. So I immediately closed it and decided to go to the embassy of this country to now apply physically. This is scary. This is scary, and this is where you kind of can assume this can happen, but this is now an official system that you are actually asked to use to apply for a visa. So sometimes you put data also into something that is official and so on, but it's not protected at all. Forget about those cases where we just say confirm, 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 because we quickly want to get actually to what we want to use, and whatever we have confirmed to, we are not actually even interested in it oftentimes. And I think for us as users, this is the truth. This is the reality. I mean, for myself, I can say that often this is the case, just accept. And, it takes you to the next page.
Thank you so much, Anna. Before I have my parting shots from my panelists, let me have a word from Raymond to have us have a starter pack for detecting this information.
So I drove miles to come for this panel for very specific reasons. 3 weeks ago, I got called to CID and say, you need to come and record a statement here. You might have been engaged in fraud. I called a few friends around, went to the lawyer, and I found a group of 4 women who had said, we saw this interview where you recommended a Forex thing, we put our money in it, we're not seeing our returns. To which I told them that this thing is false, and that I put out a statement a long time before that this thing is false. Turns out, so there are 3 things in the AI. One is the generative part, where the AI generates information. The second is the pre-training part, where people pre-train the AI to say some things. And then the third is the transformative part. So I offered this interview to Solomon Serwanja 2 years ago, which the AI worked around. And then I gave the same Solomon Serwanja another interview about 4 weeks ago. And a new video had been generated to say, many of you have been saying that the old video is fake, but I am here to encourage you to invest. So this is why the detective had called me in and said, yes, you said the first one was fake, but you made a second one saying that the first one is. So I'm in a bind here. There's a case for me at the CID there, which has been cleared largely because I've been able to prove that I distance myself from it. But I'm trying to understand. I mean, the panel's spoken about rights, and I've really been looking, how do I enforce my rights in this regard? I can't track, trace, find the person who's manufacturing these things. 2, the generative part of the AI is generating them much faster than I can stop them. So I've also been asking Gemini, can you generate a new video every day that says, I am not part of this thing? and in which case I don't know how we will populate it. But these are real concerns for me now, which might affect my life going down the road. It might affect my credit score with my bank. It might affect my visa applications. It might affect many other places where I work if this thing ends up there. And so I'm happy to hear from the panel. What might I be able to do? Should I call a press conference in this regard? But I'm happy to hear some thoughts on what I can do.
I think Mr. Mpanga is the best one to address Raymond's issue.
I'm afraid, Raymond, what I can tell you now will be very shallow, because what I can really tell you, I need to invoice you for. But no, your predicament, for which I'm really sorry, illustrates for us all here the dangers that there are with this innovative solution, which does many good things. You can, do videos of puppies and kittens playing. You can imagine your dream house and show an architect what you'd like it to look like. You can do a children's storybook and make some money off that. But there's a fraud industry. There are people who wake up in the morning to do nothing but fraud. And what there'll have to be is perhaps more awareness in the CID that in situations such as this, they need to be looking out for, whether this is generative AI, and get a tool. Interestingly, the tool is in AI to determine whether this is a doctored video or AI generated video, or something splicing genuine video with doctored AI generated video. And then unfortunately the rest of it is disclaimers, constant disclaimers. But this kind of thing has also been happening with, say, social media, that somebody would put out a fake post about somebody saying or having done something. It lives forever on the internet. The right to take down exists, but is very difficult to access, and sites which are taken down are mirrored already. So many times as they take down this one, so I've been a victim of that with a particular narrative around BOU, some people might remember. Every so often when I'm doing a due diligence for anything, regulatory, renewing my PC practicing certificate, these little things come up. You have a standard letter which you write and say that was part of a malicious disinformation campaign. It was never replicated in any credible media source, and please disregard it. The danger with AI, though, is they can mimic the BBC. They can mimic, the most credible media houses. So it's a challenge. I'm really sorry, mate. The rest, where my address is. Come along and we'll.
So Raymond, my friend, I think you need prayers, a lot of them. But I think you're seated on a tool that you already have, which is investigative journalism. I do think that such kind of criminals behind the scenes need to be thoroughly investigated. I don't know what tools we will have at your disposal to be able to find the root where it started and how far it's, who is regenerating it. But I think there's an opportunity to actually do a proper, investigation, documentary, so that people can see that behind the scenes you're not just doing social media posts and statements, but you've also put in the work to investigate. So you and Solomon, should go for it. I can also complicate it further. Look at what I think now, like posthumous deepfakes. Somebody who died, in this case an influencer here, has been going around online saying a lot of statements. And so today we're having a conversation with a couple of border gentlemen who we are working with on some similar work. And the question was, is this man out there? Because some people, imagine, asking themselves, did this guy die? Is he back? How is he commenting about Desire Luzinda? And other things. So the question then becomes, who owns that story? Who owns that sort of like image now that's trending online? And you can imagine what goes on with the family of or the children of this deceased. So you have a lot of work. In my other creative process, I would say you can organize a concert. And we party against it.
Right. I cannot, of course, respond to the legal part of your question. And you're very well aware that we are sitting in the same boat in some cases. And let me just share with you the other part of the experience when we are experiencing this, because people who talk a lot about disinformation, like we here in the room, they experience disinformation in their own cases. What it also does, it does not only put, these people do not only put out information there that is misleading, that is not factual, that are lies, but they make you busy with these lies of theirs. You have never been part of it, but now you need to go somewhere to show that it was not you. You need to go and pay David Mpanga to support you in drafting the disclaimer on time. You must have seen it in the first place yourself. You might not, right? And it's interesting because the case that Raymond is referring to is actually a case of a pattern, of an international pattern. I have shared with Raymond the very same thing in how it looks like, how the wording is used for a female journalist in Ghana. The same was used for a female journalist in Germany. And it was interesting because the German case, I only got to see it when I landed in Germany. So my AI and my Twitter now started, changing or adjusting the bubble. So, but you might not have seen it. Why? Maybe your algorithm would not have shown this to you. But I think in this case, it's just, in some cases to present, look, the same thing was used across globe to then lead people into these schemes, suggests that this is not true. But again, this is your time that you are putting into disclaiming what has been put out there, and just the quantity of it might be overwhelming. So the truth is also that often those who become victims of AI, of disinformation and so on, most of the time what they decide to do is just to go silent. So everyone, and many of us, and we had these conversations around the table, those who have experienced disinformation, what are we going to do? When are we going to speak up, to confront it as those who are always, who are the target of it? And this is really a question of time and energy, and somebody else setting the agenda for you, which you do not want to do. So therefore, we start again with going back to this conversation. We know that disinformation has become a security threat. And it is part of a hybrid warfare. And I do not like using all those war-related vocabulary, but it's true. So in the traditional warfare, we have learned which instruments we have. We have come up with national armies that protect us from the enemy. in the hybrid warfare, in the psychological warfare, we are still at the beginning of developing these tools of protection, and this is the legal system, this is the critical thinking, but at the end of the day, right now we do not have an organization that just protects us from being attacked. So what we decided to do is to work on the individual resilience of people, not to become attackers by default because they do not know. Because sometimes we spread disinformation or misinformation. Sometimes we cannot tell what is what because we are triggered by it, because our biases are triggered by it, because it fits the agenda of ours. And the question is, do we want to be the perpetrators of it? Because if a piece is released, a piece of disinformation, and everyone ignores it, because everyone is like, what do I care? Like, it has triggered my emotions, but let me sleep over it. There were no facts to it. There was no information that is really of any interest, and so on. If we start ourselves being resilient and fueling this machine, that would already be a step forward before we come up maybe with more elaborate responses to it and the legal framework that we have been also talking about here this morning.
Let me take just one more question from the audience before I get back to my panel about this information, misinformation, and personality rights infringement, because this has been a topic that has been discussed globally, but it has come to the attention of Africans just recently. So there is so much that we don't know and would like to know. Just one more question.
Okay.
Who has the mic?
Thank you so much. My name is Rehema Namarumi. I'm from Deaf Girls Rescue, a CPO focused on deaf girls in Waksa district. Mine is not actually a question, but just information sharing. Pertaining the issue of misinformation and disinformation, I think in Uganda we are not at zero as of now, because we've seen some of the culprits being arrested. So it is important for us to work with Uganda Communication Commission and the police, because sometimes when your image is being tarnished, it really pains you so much. And sometimes some people develop pressure and they even die. So it is very important to know our beginning point. How do we protect ourselves? How can the Uganda Communication Commission help us? And how can the police help us? Of course, sometimes you have to part with some sums of money. But when you know how the process operates, you will not spend so much. Thank you so much.
I saw someone else's hand up.
All right, thank you very much. Mine is concern about AI. So something that you talked about, and maybe David can comment about this. I have read your book. It's something that I've thought about in terms of we are inputting this information in something, yeah? And we don't know who has come up with this. Today we had a presentation from Times. They say, we're going to come up with an AI tool to assist you to ease your work. So my question is on critical thinking, but also the ability to work with a tool. We're inputting, could it be a risk as Africans that we've received this tool and we're receptive of this tool where every day you're attaching information, but you don't know who you're corresponding to, and they're essentially maybe taking this information and using it for a particular maybe use, and how should we be concerned as citizens who are using this the tool to continuously interact with it. It just comes from a point of concern that this is something that we've been handed over to. We're not questioning, we're putting in the information, it's a bank. And for me, the flip-flop of that is that should we now go back to where I actually have to sit with my senior colleague, David, to consult him in a conversation for him to say this is how you need to build your critical thinking and not feed this bank. I hope my concern, or mostly probably David.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Nkamba Mgera. I'm the director and founder of Media Vision Academy. It's a film school. We've discussed, we've listened to the panel talking about misinformation and disinformation in the context of reporting, mainly what we see, but it may be on the in the social media or in the papers or something. But in the context of seeking for jobs, employment, presenting proposals, I think there is a level of, in that context, there is fear of misinformation and disinformation that is presented to maybe the employers or people who are selecting personalities or professionals. I want the panel probably to maybe also discuss in that context, because recently when I was trying to apply for a certain tender, under the terms of reference, it was clearly mentioned that applications or proposals created by AI will not be accepted. So how can we really be able to, because maybe they believe that the information we are presenting is not original and authentic. How can we be able to apply AI at this level and platform? Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
I can try and respond to your question. So most of the call for proposals, they have a criteria that you must follow to the dot, and it is subjected to internal, assessment. So if they say AI should not be used to write this proposal, you definitely shouldn't, because it means internally they have a detection tool that can say all this text is out of AI. But also really, when we go back to the work that you do, to fully be able, using your own voice, original voice, the voice of your institution to represent that work is important. It's okay for you to look at your language, because we are not all, native English writers or speakers. Sometimes you want to reframe, but the first attempt to responding to these questions should come from you as an individual. And then you can seek support or help when it comes to, because I've seen where you have a proposal where your description of something doesn't fit, so you can see how to use especially AI tools that look at grammar and structure arrangement. But still, again, it comes back to, if you put it in that AI tool and bring it out, you might realize it's totally lost your message and meaning. And so there is a AI tool helping you to process data, but processing meaning is yours, right? So you have to take control of your story. Otherwise, your story can get lost. The other thing that I can also add is a lot of like the content that AI is picking from is also opinions and not factual. So you might be quoting a lot of opinions, wrong dates, wrong statistics, wrong percentages, and representing, everything. So this is what I can advise you. Yeah.
So if I may jump into the question at the back, even before AI, technological advancements in ICT and the use of ICT at different levels, banking, shopping, everything that we've been doing, has created a big issue around personal data. I'm old enough, I've kept saying how old I am because I've noticed how young the room looks. I'm old enough to remember the time when we used to have phone books, large books that had the names, addresses, and phone numbers of everybody. Used to have these books. Maybe that was personal information that somebody could go in and look for David Mpanga and then find the number 256706 and call them. But there weren't that many people with phones, and most of the people that had phones were responsible, and you could tell which phone called which one. So if they called, if they misused their phone, maybe that'd be easy to track, etc. But this has gone to the level where we're typing in everything. Google knows what you're ailing from, maybe before you know it, because you started Googling symptoms slowly. And somebody, once said, do they have a responsibility? They've taken legal advice on this. I hope I don't sound like I'm giving away Google's. I read it somewhere. If I Google headache, and then next week I Google achy joints, and then after that I Google a week later rash, and those three things to a medical practitioner spell, just for the sake of argument, cancer. Is this company, because it has all this information, under an obligation to send me a little email and say, David, we know you Googled this and then you Googled that. You may have cancer. You want to go and see a doctor. You should stop Googling symptoms. But the point I'm trying to make is, that we're inputting so much information about ourselves into these things already before AI even comes in. Now, any data collector, data processor is under a duty under our Data Protection Act to keep that data securely, to ensure that it's not transferred without consent and everything. This is all great, but we, the inputters, are putting out so much of our own lives. We're putting out, our machines are designed to keep track of us, etc. And we keep all, how many people reject cookies? Because that's supposed to be a protection. I said these people are being followed everywhere on the internet. Let's give them the opportunity to reject cookies. Everybody just clicks accept. All right, so you'll find that a lot of the data danger, the bigger risk is with us. The people who don't realize quite how valuable this data is and how easily we give it away, number one. Number two, as I was saying earlier, we do have an act, we do have a a regulator here, the PDPO, forgive me. The PDPO, but the PDPO recently subpoenaed or called in a big tech company to talk about its obligations in Uganda as a data processor. They didn't come. They didn't come, and they can't come. I mean, you're Uganda. I don't know if you remember that. All right. So, one, we have to be very wary of the data that we put out about ourselves. It may not be possible for us to operate completely analog and keep all our data to ourselves, but certain individuals whose internet presence or social media presence is slimmer than others, and others who have extensive, the name of their cat, their dog, you've seen their living room, bathroom, and everything, and you just see them and you think, actually, I know you are, and you know everything about them. And the others were a bit cautious. All right. I think in our situation we have to be cautious, and then in terms of the financial aspect of it, we have to be double cautious. Now, the value of the separate regulations with banks, financial institutions that you likely interact with are locally regulated. So aside from the issue on the PDPO for privacy issues, you can go to the Bank of Uganda, and because they're locally regulated and they're locally incorporated, you're more likely to get a remedy in case of a data breach. And it will not be a surprise to you that right now financial institutions rank data breaches as probably their biggest risk. Because again, back in the day, they used to have a big book, a big ledger behind the counter where they'd keep everybody's information. You'd have to break into the bank to take that ledger. Now somebody with a smartphone and good coding skills, hacking skills, may be able to break in. And when they break in, take balances, who you're trading with, all sorts of secrets. So that's a very critical thing that now the Bank of Uganda is also monitoring closely, and is actually obliging banks to have somebody on the board, at board level, who has IT knowledge and is able to help assess IT risk and hold management to IT risk compliance and risk management, risk environment management standards. So I hope that doesn't leave you in a completely hopeless and despairing position. But generally, I think one, we have to be careful. Two, like our sister there said, let's use the regulators here that we can, but let's also be aware that a lot of this is enabling faceless, multinational, hard to track crime. So even when you report it, I'm sure Raymond was, got many tap-taps, so hey man, go rabbit, these people. And you have to leave with that assurance, and they're doing it again and again and again. So we have to be careful and alert to the fact that so much of the data that we put out, maybe we don't need to. And some of that data, when put out, can be used against us. The likeness of your children. Why are your children your profile picture? I remember actually doing that. I'd put my children as my profile picture, and somebody, a high profile person, saw that on WhatsApp and sent me a WhatsApp and said, Daudi, why are your children on your profile picture? You don't think about it. Everybody who has your phone number, everybody who sends you a WhatsApp will see your children's picture. The next thing, your child might be featuring in a video, pleasant or unpleasant. All right. So, some of these things are within us to think about closely. Do I need to put, or can I put my dog? I love my dog as well. Let me put my dog. And if my dog's in a video, well, so, but yeah, that's it. Thank you.
I believe my panel has done justice to our topic today. Let me just have the parting shots from each one of them. Let me just start with Anna.
The parting shot is it all comes down to the individual responsibility. For as long as we do not feel protected, there is still something that you can do. And my parting shot would also be to, I guess, make an advertisement, because it also speaks, first it is to answer your questions about what we as organization can do and the individual responsibility. So in front of you you will see this flyer for a movie called 112. So that movie has been produced by a Ugandan director, Osama Mukwaya. It's a localized story about a TikToker who shares wrong information and is being paid for it during the elections, and how bad it can go. So apart from us as organization, being part of such conversations or using our networks for an exchange, we are also trying to use different instruments to reach out to very different target groups. And this movie is really about individual responsibility. I know that sometimes the perpetrators of disinformation are people who cannot be held to account. That does not take away the responsibility from you as an individual who might end up in court for example. So this is, because one last thing, disinformation is nothing new. Manipulation is nothing new. It has been there before, and it has always triggered and has spoken to our psychology in the first place. So protect your psychology, be aware of what triggers you, and those will be really the best protection mechanism. Thank you.
I just also wanted to say that my little sister asked me to invest in Raymond's alleged scam. So you can imagine how far it can go. I would like to add my voice to Anna's to say really the power of protecting ourselves against dis and misinformation lies in our hands, because you are the only one who can determine what you're consuming. But two also is that I think the structure of the topic made us discuss entirely portray AI as this huge, danger, and yet it's more than just how it applies to misinformation and disinformation. There's lots of ways it's really, being used to support the work of journalists across, and even in other fields. So educating ourselves and becoming more AI literate is really important, because then you know how to protect yourself if it's getting out of the way. Just a quick announcement as well in terms of what we are doing as an institution. We are partnering with CAS as well to take this film to communities, starting with universities that we mostly work, with a campaign that we call Love Facts. So Love Facts is an idea that we can get young people to fall in love with facts, to be more fact craving, to be more fact seeking, and to be ambassadors and protect themselves and their communities against spreading disinformation. Now, we can't stop people from creating scams like the one that's affecting my friend Raymond, but what we can stop is how people spread it and the viral nature of how it goes out of hand. And so that is the power we can give to the young people that are using social media, or all of us. So before you share it, as exciting as it is, even if you hate Raymond, please think about the impact that you're creating and how dangerous it is. Finally, an announcement. Some of you, maybe you don't know, but we run here a newsroom called Switch Africa, which is a dedicated studio space for young journalists producing news content that goes on social media platforms, focusing on young people and what impact they are creating in communities. A few months ago, we started thinking about how we can create a dedicated platform for the creative space. And I'm happy to announce that my team yesterday created a Switch Creatives platform, which is on Instagram and TikTok, which will be a dedicated vertical video fast platform that will document and profile stories of creatives across music, fashion, culture, food, and our dedication also is going to be at least identifying 2 or 3 young journalists to create a news desk here that they wake up every day to focus on the creative sector. So we'll be reaching out to all of you who have those stories so that they can be documented. Thank you so much.
My parting shot would be that, like Anna said, misinformation and disinformation are as old as the hills. AI really just creates a new avenue that puts the whole thing on steroids. Our own behavior, our own awareness will help us, discern our knowledge, behavior, and awareness will help us know and discern misinformation. I think Anna also talked about the fact, which is very simple, that if we detect misinformation and stop it from spreading, there's a reason why it's called viral, because a virus needs a host, and then a host to spread it to another host. When you get the message from Raymond, allegedly, don't pass it on. Perhaps if you know him, ask him. If you think it's dubious, just keep it, because when you keep it, it dies with you. It doesn't then move to the next person. So if we're aware that the thing that I send forward is the thing that I can really vouch for, in much the same way as in ordinary real life conversations, we don't simply repeat everything that we've heard. We use discerning methods and some kind of politeness. Maybe I've talked too much and stop talking. But it looks like, you just simply, when you receive messages, you feel obliged to just keep sending them on. People who are in this fraud industry rely on that. And the people who are in the deep faking and the misinformation, disinformation industry rely on our willingness to spread things we're not sure of. Even as we put little things, I don't know, allegedly. Well, if you don't know, don't send it. It's a simple thing. And also, as our sister said here, to the extent that there is some capacity to discern, detect, and maybe apprehend people in this game, report, don't suffer quietly, report to the authorities. It may very well be that they've made a mistake somewhere and they can be detected and apprehended. Don't suffer quietly, report it. And very lastly, to the extent that you can help others get awareness about AI, fakes, misinformation and disinformation. Be the candle that lights other candles. It costs nothing. Everybody else had an announcement of something exciting happening in their organizations and in their lives. I have nothing but to wish you a very great weekend. Thank you.
I have an announcement to offer on your behalf. There's just two things that I forgot to share, also exciting really. One other thing, especially in line with disinformation, that we are also excited to be, I think, launching in November. If you're going out of this building, you'll find we have a cafe, which is our coffee shop. So we are transforming that into an anti-disinformation cafe and museum. And it will have a disinformation graveyard. So if you're stressed with the disinformation, you can come there and you bury it forever. Our fact checkers will then land on it and check the hell out of it and then give you fact-checked information. But really, it's a gamified space where you'll get a lot of tools, and we'll also be showing other tools that have been developed by like the team at Agora. If you're on YouTube, we have a news bulletin called The Fact Lens, which we premiered last week. And it's already in its 3rd episode. So if you have time, please go there. You will see the process that our young journalists go through to really fact check disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you to all my panelists. I know their mind is usually attracted to conflict. The moment someone sees conflict, this is time to share to all my friends. But let us take care of our consciousness when sharing things. And just for a starter pack, for you to detect disinformation, check out the Debunk Media Initiative platforms on their website and their socials. Once again, my name is Sheba Nakakande, and I'm a journalist with Switch Africa and Solutions Now Africa. It has been a pleasure having this conversation.
A round of applause once again. Come on, let's finish strong. A round of applause for our panelists and the moderator while they make it back to their seats. The whole time this conversation was happening, I was reflecting on the fact that when I was an MCI fellow, we had different problems, you guys. The problems we had when I was a Media Challenge Initiative fellow was that all of you became citizen journalists. Then I told myself, if that guy is posting his news from wherever he is, I'm sorry, I'm out. Now I empathize with you, Raymond. Raymond was actually my mentor, and to see all of this happening, the deep fakes, I mean, I'm sure many of you in the creative space are familiar with what happened with Scarlett Johansson when OpenAI used a voice that was eerily familiar to hers. And this also had to be, this is something that she had to confront, and this is something that OpenAI also had to, come out and speak about openly. Because, I mean, they had approached her to use her voice. So it's important that we actually pay attention to this conversation, not just here. The same way you appointed yourselves to become citizen journalists and post from wherever you are and tell us about what's happening in your life and giving us all the unnecessary information we don't need sometimes. In the same way, fact check everything that you're sharing. The same thing Shiba said, and everyone else on the panelists that they said, just because it's hot news doesn't mean you have to share it, Do you have the discernment to actually know that, is this information right? Do you have contextual awareness for that matter? I think they've wrapped up everything, and so thank you once again. A round of applause once again for our panelist and moderator. And for our closing remarks, I want to invite Celine Janice Nantumbwe to help us wrap up this session. And yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank you all for making it. As you've heard, my name is Janice Celine. So some people have been asking, who's Janice, who's Celine? I'm the one who's been in all of your DMs asking you to come for this symposium. And you made it out in big numbers. So thank you so much for making this become a reality. Thank you. I want to thank our sponsors and our partners who made this possible. First of all, of course, KTA Advocates that gives us this platform. This was started as a dream 8 years ago and has become something beyond what I think Kenneth, who started this even, thought it would be. I want to thank CELPI, which is a policy arm that we've started in KTA Advocates to do work just like this and work on projects which are impactful within the innovation space or entrepreneurship space, but also to connect policymakers to people like you in the industry so that we leave this miscommunication, this gap in communication that we saw today, and we understand one another so that our policies can be more inclusive and effective. I want to thank the Uganda Law Society, which of course we are part of as KTA, for making this possible as well, and for giving us a platform yesterday where we could teach lawyers about the intersection between technology and the creative economy. I want to thank the British Council, which has done a lot of work within the creative economy. We have piggybacked off of you guys' information, your research, so kudos to you guys for doing so much research in this sector. I know that creatives really appreciate it as well. I'd like to thank Conrad Adeniyi and Steve Stang, which really does a lot to bridge that gap between democracy, policymakers, and people like us within the industry, and for believing in our vision as well. I'd like to thank CIPESA, which has also done a lot of work within the digital rights space and has supported us for years. I'd like to thank the International Trade Center, which we're working closely with in regards to e-commerce. MCI, you guys have been really great. You gave us this platform, but also you've been great media partners. I hope we can, I think if we can give them a round of applause for all of this. Thank you so much. Akatuti, who came up here earlier to give us just a brief of what the creative economy is doing. I hope you guys have all gotten to go to the live podcast recording that they're carrying out right here. It's on your way out, so if you do have an opportunity to, please pass by. I'd like to thank the Impact Table, which has done a lot of work within the investor space, just creating a space between innovators, entrepreneurs, and matching them with investors. Global Shapers, who are a young, very vibrant community, has done a lot to push what the KTA Annual Symposium is about. So we really, really thank you, Claims and team. NSSF, which has supported us for years, we thank you so much. Times AI, and of course our vendors. I may not be able to mention them all, but Ineza Planners, Tandeka Mutebi, who's on our socials and has done a great job for years now. Thank you so much. Tracy Kababito, who has been an excellent MC. Lastly, I want to thank my team. This took a lot of work, a lot of sleepless nights. Special shout out to Vanessa Yiga. she was in the trenches with me as things went wrong, things went right, but just, yeah. So thank you so, so much for being such an excellent partner. I'd like to thank the rest of the team at KTA for supporting CELPI, make this come true. They're all behind there. Thank you so much. Lastly, I really want to thank Kenneth Muhanji, because when I was a young lawyer trying to find out what I wanted to practice in, and I had the inkling that it was something to do with technology, and I reached out to KTA because that's where I felt like that was the place that was practicing technology law the most. And he inspired me to look at the policy side of things, because that's what makes it work. That's what makes the law work. That's what makes industries work. It connects everything. So I want to thank you because you have been an excellent mentor. Yeah, and on that note, I'd also want to just invite him to give a few closing remarks. Please invite Kenneth Muhanji.
Wow, Celine, thank you very much for that. I was asked by Anna Rashman to also share on her behalf and on behalf of Conrad Aduna Shiftang. That was a very, very, very nice fireside chat. David Panga, thank you so much for your time, and the moderator was fantastic. Well done, and of course Abbas as well. Please, another round of applause in that regard. And I think during that session, especially the question that was asked by Raymond, many of us in the room are thinking the exact same things. If you have legal minds that are in the room and are also grappling with, okay, if you came to us with this particular, question, how do we solve it? Who do you go to be able to get redress? And I think that fragmented approach to answering these questions is why it's important to have forums like this. And we hope that in the coming months, in the coming year, we'd be able to find actual solutions. And for me, being a policy lawyer, I think first and foremost, the answers are in policy. And beyond that as well, it's being able to encourage government, hold them to account, and to be able to show them how to regulate, how to be able to solve some of these things in a way that would make sense for Ugandans. Because we have a cybercrime unit at the Uganda Police Force, but can it handle these cases? We have committees in Parliament that are looking into regulation of artificial intelligence, but are we looking at things like deepfakes? Are we looking at things like disinformation or misinformation? We had an opportunity with our Computer Misuse Act. For those of you that don't know, we have a Computer Misuse Act, but that act is focused mostly on things like online bullying, which you would think is an important thing, especially when you look at social media. But we're looking at it more from the aspect or angle of politics, not from something that would affect you and I, at least in the day-to-day. So it's important for us to continue to have or foster these conversations, but most importantly, for us to see how we can all work together collaboratively the way we have. We have many people in the room, many disciplines, and it's such an honor or pleasure to stand here and listen to you all and see that we are all passionate about these topics, but most importantly, that it is possible for us to dream, as this particular symposium was a dream, and beyond that to actually have action that can make meaningful change, especially in the country that we live in. We have no other country. Uganda is our country, and if we are not the ones that are thinking for ourselves, if we're not the ones that are innovating, if we're not the ones that are actually making meaningful change, then, my friends, it becomes a world where the stories we tell ourselves are one of defeat. And for me, who believes in hope, who believes in mindfulness, these are things that I will not accept. So thank you very much for your time. This was the 8th annual symposium. We'll have many more symposiums to come. I think Celine has really done a good job thanking all our partners and sponsors. I will not do that, save for really to add and say thank you so much to the team at KTA. Thank you so much to everyone who has worked with us on this journey. The ending thing, I was asked there by Tracy there, what is the next program? Twina cocktail. There's a cocktail, and so I'd really urge you to please give us a little bit of, some more time of yours. You can remove your ties, like how I will be able to remove mine. But notice though most people in the room were not encumbered by these colonial things of ties. But the cocktail is over there, which has been hosted by Conrad Aduna Stiftang. So please feel free to be able to network, to interact, and please rest assured that for the lawyers that are in the room, we've had a number of lawyers online who have attended this as a CLE training, and for the younger lawyers as well who are looking for direction, looking for a place where they can be able to practice law in a manner that speaks to what they are passionate about. CELPI, KTA, Uganda Law Society is a place where you'll find a home to be able to discuss, to be able to practice law in a way that is more meaningful. So thank you so much, and really thank you as well to Senior David Mpanga for making the time. You were with us last year and here as well. It's very nice to see that you have lawyers like you that are still intentional about civic responsibility. So, tugenda tunywe.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. Thank you, Celine. Thank you all. I want you guys to also clap for yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen in the room, you've been the most important people today. The brilliant minds, the visionaries, everyone here, the policymakers who are here today. A round of applause for yourselves, please. Come on, let's finish strong. A round of applause for yourselves. I think we have many blueprints now, so I urge you to go out there and make something blue. And you, as you network with each other, please, please, please make sure that you are mindful of the other person, whether it's in this space or digitally, whichever way you choose to connect with them. Also, we've talked a lot, right? We've talked about a lot of things. Yes? But let me tell you that citizens cannot eat conversations. Please, let us execute. One thing about us as creators, sometimes we have lots of ideas, we just never execute. Go and do something about the things that you want to change. My name is Kababito Tracy, and it's been such an honor to serve you. May you be happy.